that. Okay, just 1 second. Okay. Paladin really just has the most balanced builds right now. No one build does all. I found the like Lance and Zealot really comfy and nice to play. And they were decently powerful. Little Merle, yeah. The cube is a loaded die. I tried using Spider's Web Amulet for this build. I'm not playing the poison build anymore. And I did try, and I found it pretty bad. Yeah. Why does Wingside Paladin do like 0 damage to bosses? Good question. It just doesn't have that much damage output in general, and it was never really great at bossing in the first place. It's like pretty good for AoE because it has these like AoE hits on the wing strikes basically. And you don't really have like any mechanic that would ramp the damage to bosses. Actually it might be better these days compared to the past, because in the past we used to like play like Celestial Strife and these kind of aspects, but you don't really have to do that anymore these days. So you would actually just have your full damage on bosses. It's just that it's mostly like an AoE in the farming builds. You know, like the Juggernaut stuff is generally pretty good for bosses, especially like Shield Bash and Shield of Retribution. Maybe a Shield Charge is not that great on bossing, but it should be okay. You also have like, is it called Juggernaut's Aspect? With the like extra damage against the first 3 targets and stuff like that, and there's an extra damage to bosses aspect and so on. So you have like a pretty good package there on the Juggernaut builds. Juggernaut's Covenant. Vanguard, yeah, that's the one. Juggernaut's Covenant is just like the buff to size and the oath, right? Okay, it's 200. Yeah, the first 3 hits a Juggernaut. You can't use that for the Shield of Retribution, but you can use it for the other Juggernaut builds relatively well. Although, I'm not 100% sure how this worked with shield charge right now. I think it might have been only when you start charging, and then you would have to like restart basically, so I don't think it works for that. But either way. Well, Shield Bash is pretty good. Shield Bash and Gate of Red Dawn, and then that aspect is a pretty good combo, for example. For Clash as well. Because then you also multiply all of your Paingorger damage output with that. So yeah, there's like a good combo there. Basically, Clash is like really good against bosses. Totems have survived another day. Holy. They only need to survive 2 more days. What are the bets right now? Where's your money? Is there actually some crazy interaction with totems or something that people are planning to use? Or are totems just good now? In theory, I won't push any more changes. Am I coping? What about the undocumented changes? Although GG doesn't do that many of these, I guess. Compared to T4, where stuff just randomly doesn't work anymore. They put the build guide in the game in PoE 2, right? Yeah, I wonder how this feature will actually is gonna go. I imagine it's gonna be quite a lot of effort to actually set this up. I'm not sure how it is actually done. I remember they did this in the preview of the season. It sounds kind of cool, I guess, so people to kind of follow along a build guide and stuff. Can't see levels. People are just overhyping the F out of them. So the Archmage normally has ramping mana cost, doesn't have cost at all with totems. Interesting. Is that like an oversight? Like, do totems just don't cost anything, or like what? Okay, so you just giga stack mana and you're chilling, or what? They nerfed Infestation already. What do you mean they nerfed it? Silver is considered slow gaming with totems. Yeah, I think this is not really such a big problem though, as long as it's like chill and comfy, right? I don't think people necessarily mind the slowness in PoE 2 that much. Still waiting on someone to cook up Bone Spear Blood build. They uses bone and blood set pieces. Yeah, I think the blood version of Bone Spear is probably the most promising one, if I had to guess. Because you just have like more like random targeted Bone Spears flying around, giving you a better clear. I'm not sure about the damage. But I mean, you can scale the damage pretty high right now on Necro. So I was thinking about maybe going back to Necro if I do, you know, like after I'm done with like Sork and Barb and stuff, and if I feel like I want to do more, I might do a bit more Necro because I wanted to try Red to Necro. But yeah, we'll see. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, right? We have PoE now, and then next week we have the PDR already, and then we'll see what happens there. But so far I'm relatively happy with my D4 adventures, I gotta say, and the things we learned. Heavily, I think I'll get into PoE 2. I mean, it's basically gonna be like one playthrough now, I guess, until the PTR. And then post-PTR, I guess we'll see, like... I still wanted to make sure I play all the classes at least once in D4 this season, so this would mean still a Sork and a Barb after this. And, you know, maybe make like 1-2 builds at least each or something. So maybe like another week of D4 at some point. And then, yeah, we still have a bit of time to kill, right? After PTR, it's gonna be like 3-4 weeks until the 4th season. So let's say one of those weeks is gonna be actually playing the season. And then there's still like 2-3 weeks left of stuff to do, so yeah. So this might be like more PoE then. Like a second PoE character would be nice. I think doing 0.5 I wanna play at least 3 PoE characters. And then in 0.55, like whenever they do this reset in September, I guess leading up to launch, I want to play at least another 3 or so. Let's say each of them is like a week project or so. So yeah. Something like that, I guess. Most fun class so far. Rouge. Although, I mean, we have so many builds these days. People always ask me what is the most fun. But I only just play the fun builds these days anyway. Like I kind of like don't really play non-fun builds anymore. You know, there's so much stuff you can do in D4 now. You never really have to play a build you don't want to play. Outside of like, okay, a new class comes out, I want to push rank 1 with Judgment. It is what it is, okay. But besides that, yeah. I don't really force myself to play an unfun build. Don't start playing for build code. The change the key pass removes the requirement for charges. There's now a 75 spirit per totem cost. Wasn't this already there? I remember the spirit per totem. I thought this was already a thing. But anyway. So many great builds to explore and more to discover. Yeah, I feel like some classes are a bit undercooked. For sure. Or, okay, like we just have these like very high standards right now from like Sorks and Barbs just like absolutely destroying the game. And then people kind of flock to that. But in terms of like the, let's say, reasonably balanced builds, there's actually a lot of kind of cool stuff. Yeah. More pits. Can we do more? Uh-oh. Cursed. Oh well. Okay, I see Mongoose. I guess a lot of people are happy to see that the real totem playstyles are finally making their way into PoE too, right? Like from my perspective, I never really played totem builds much, outside of like, I don't know, having ballistas in like a bow build or something. As like a, you know, bossing tool or so. But I think the totem archetype in general has always been like pretty successful in PoE. Because it's just kind of chill and it works and you just like sit back and it's safe. Hi, Letty. Hi, Rujin. Interesting activities today according to the title. Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing a bit of Quillori right now, trying to see how other builds will go. And obviously nothing will match the Swarm build. Is the 12GA transfigure bug fixed? I don't think so. But there was another update earlier, I'm not sure what it did. Which resource gen do I have? Wait, 142. Is this a multiplier? Oh shit. It is. Interesting. So what if I take this off? What do you have here? Ferocious. I need to try a starter, so this... You got sim strength earlier, no unmodifiable. Oof. You learn 12GA Transfiguration is a 1 in a trillion chance. No, it's not real. This is not a chance, this is just an exploit. But on top of that also requires like third-party tool, I think. Harmony, okay. Fuck, we have like no aspect slots. I need to put Ferocious here and not run Supremacy, and not running Supremacy is insane. But I can try. Let's see what happens. One in a babillion chance. You know, that is a very low chance actually. Babillions are pretty large. Yuri wanted to play Crushing Hand Spiritborn, but then he saw the Mystic Circles around me of Season 7. Yeah, I actually wanted to try the circles here as well, but actually we don't have any slots. But it would be probably pretty powerful. And then we rushing Claw around all the time. I think I need to get Ferocity somehow. I think after like not run Escher Kazungi, maybe we can do something like that. And save those here to make some charms later. Okay.
That's it for that piece.
So I have resource here. Attack speed, Vuln. Core. So many status rings. It's unmodifiable. Dude. Okay, fuck it. Let's go. Is there actually a lot of bugs and exploits? I don't know, just tripping. It's certainly a lot, but I guess it also comes down to, you know, it's just like kind of like the biggest update so far, right? And also the biggest update with like the most players on top of that, right? There's like just so many people discovering shit all at once. Normally, you know, stuff took us longer to discover, and now we are better at discovering stuff, I guess. You could use a PTR for next season. Boy, do I have good news for you. Oh my god, GA on the core ranks which does nothing. That's cool. I mean, obviously with more testing there would be less bugs, but also with more testing we would know more things, and then the excitement of the expansion launch would be lower. So I think it's good that it didn't do a PTR. Dude.
Step up to my anvil.
Okay, fuck it, it's gonna take this one now. Missing the Vuln. Apparently we don't need the resource gen, so let's just do that. This character is actually decently tanky, it's kinda interesting. Okay, no supremacy or anything. I have one offensive aspect here, which is not even giving us a multiplier. Just ferocity stacks. That's kinda funny, man. So let's do this. Salvage, salvage. Okay, let's try. PTR should be for to test new core game features. Just make no PTR. Okay, now so, no supremacy ramping, we just blast. Let's see. Okay. Seems better, I think. Let's see the boss. What's our maximum resource? 218. I will never be able to ditch PTR because you always have to make sure the baseline game works at the start of every season. You can never expect things to work. Yeah, the main problem with that is that they keep bringing back stuff they've already fixed, right? And they keep bringing back the same bug like 5 seasons later, and then 3 seasons after that. Like, I'm not sure how the fuck they do this, but somehow they do. That's like the crazy thing. Like, you think, okay, like this is figured out, we know how this works, but you never know. That's the thing. You always have to check everything. It's insane. Like, how many times have to fix the fucking Agile Wolf bug? Yeah, it's wild, man. I'm not sure how to do this. Bonkers. Enlighten us. What is the secret? Yeah, but how can this still be the case like 3 years later? Like, how is no one sitting down and just, I don't know, fixing that system? Guys just dropped 3 times greater Horadum. 2 times. Yo, Shields and Huntrix, thanks for the subs, guys. The Agile Wolf bug is here to stay, it holds the game together. Oh man. What would we do without Agile Wolf bug? I mean, now they just deleted the aspect, so I guess we're fine. So I'm planning for the sword, we'll see a frost build. Well, I was very excited for Frozen Lord, but apparently it sucks ass. So I don't know. But I wanted to do charge bolts, maybe chain lightning. Maybe I'll try the ball lightning. Maybe lightning spear. Apparently lightning spear is pretty good too. So that'd be kind of cool. Some good old lightning spear. If I try to do a Warlock Hex Chains build. If you mean Umbro Chains, then yes, I've actually done that. But I didn't make a guide for it because I didn't enjoy it that much. But it's pretty strong actually. But you already have a lot of chains going on with Apocalypse, so I didn't really feel like such a build was really necessary right now. Buying this expansion was one of the least regrettable purchases this year. Nice. Do you often regret your purchases? So a fire lightning spear. Interesting. Do we have the eagle tag on this thing? We should have the eagle tag, but don't. Does it work? I'm not 100% sure if it's just like a tooltip bug now. We should have the eagle tag. So we could run the Quadly set instead of the Rizoka set for this, I realized. 25% damage per ferocity, we have 15 ferocity, so this is 375%. The crit damage as well. Stacks. So the whole set is quite a lot actually, that's rent. But you also have to put the ferocious aspect. In the eagle set, I think is this. It's only a 50% more. I wonder if I just want an eagle set. I don't really need the cooldowns though. I did not play Expedition 43 yet, but I guess someday. If I had to pick one class for the season, what would be my favorite and what build? Rogue with Barrage. Let me try to equip Quadly set and see what happens. Maybe it's all just Quadly. Where? Has a Thorns Dash variant of the poison one. What do you mean Thorns Dash? Just like Gorilla Hole that Thorns and with Rushing Claw.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Thorns with Armored Hide. Ah. Yeah, okay, so there's this thing here, right, where when you wait for enemies to deal 630 of your thorns to them. I guess this might even work with the kinetic. Could be kind of strong, actually. But it sounds like a kind of more clunky version of the Swarm build, I guess. I wonder how strong it is though. So I wonder if this stuff even works at all. Let's see. Because you don't have the Eagle tag right now, at least on the tooltip. But you should have it with Harmony. So I wonder if this actually works or not. Let's see. I guess you figure out if you're gonna do no damage at all. It looked really fun, but I'm still struggling on Pardon. Honest Thoughts, which is more difficult, Mephisto or Lilith? Mephisto is a much more difficult fight for sure. At least like scaling wise. Maybe not the mechanics necessarily, but he's just like, you know, doing way more damage and has way more HP and stuff. Okay, so I think we are getting damage buff because we are killing stuff. The Quadley set. Or, I'm sure, maybe it's just like trash monsters. This guy's like giga healing. Okay, maybe it's not working, I don't know. I guess I should do like a pit 100 again and see. But I feel like I would kill these guys so fast if the set wasn't working. Oh, I forgot to change my aspect now. We have this ferocious aspect. I don't really need that anymore. So now I can go supremacy aspect. And we should have a lot of damage. Yeah, you can just stutter step a little bit. With WSD, I just like, you know, I tap A like this and I just stutter step to the side a little bit. I'm just not 100% sure if I actually get the set bonus at all. I guess you can try to like not move. Let's see. Now we move. Okay, I think we are getting the buff. Even though it doesn't say we have Eagle tag on our skills. And the boss, it should be obvious as well. Gonna try to not move on the boss. But yeah, it's a bit inconvenient. I think I need to change the Rizoka set mostly. Like I already gave this feedback, but I would like it to have like a decay mechanic. Like more stacks and then like, you know, 10% of your total stacks decay or something every second, and you have to kind of like fight against the decay. I think that would make Rizoka set a lot more interesting than what it is now, where it's just like in the middle of combat it just falls off for like 3 seconds and then you have like no damage. That's kind of stupid. Makes no sense, I think. Oops. One second left, by the way. So here we have consistent output now, but it's less. But I also forgot to change my aspect. Still have a ferocious aspect, which you shouldn't have here. Now we can get supremacy back in. Gonna stand here. Let's attack. Okay, now supremacy aspect on the neck. I think it's 90, 135. The 30 stacks, you're gonna have like a ×5. Dude, supremacy is actually so cracked. It's crazy. And all we lose is a bit of attack speed from the ferocious. So yeah, I should do like something like quadruple damage with supremacy stacked. It's actually kind of huge. Oh, we finally got the max aspect as well. Nice.
Let's watch over this one.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, he has pit, outside boss. Okay, do more pits.
Welcome to my home away from
Ah, fine, okay. Nightmare dungeon. How many Paragon points you should be at Torment 11 and 12? I know, there's not really like a number for that. You know, some builds are like really OP, some players are better than others. Can't really give like a Paragon number for that. But obviously, you know, if you're not even like 200, you're gonna miss on major multipliers, because you don't even have all your glyphs or all your legendary nodes and stuff. You're gonna miss out on defenses. You know, defense is definitely the biggest obstacle to overcome when you go into Torment 12. It's not so much the damage. You know, you can scale any build to have like T12 damage pretty much, if you really want to. But most people just don't survive. So I think Paragon points are a good measuring stick for DR. Yeah, but I mean, if you play like an OP build, you just go like full defense and you don't need Paragons, right? So... But either way, by the time that you reach Torment 12, you're usually like around 200 or something. So... At 200 is when you kind of complete Paragons, and then it's just like kind of incremental upgrades from there. Okay, I think this is starting to work here. Try 105. Gothic 1 remake soon. I actually tried this briefly at Gamescom last year. And I found it interesting. But the demo was like super short and was kind of scuffed and clunky. I wonder how good it's actually gonna be. I haven't played Gothic 1, I played Gothic 2 a little bit though. That was kind of decent. But Gothic 1, I'm not sure about that. It's kind of funny how it's just like playing everything with Eagle set now, I guess. Just the stutter stepping is a bit annoying. Bloodseeker. No loot. Dude, I need like a recast ability for my gorilla. Just like the Abyssal Titan on the Warlock. Just like, okay, he's still active, just like let him jump into the next pack. That'll be cool. They have the technology, so that'd be sweet. Okay, 2 minutes for this 105. Slowly getting somewhere, I think. Boss. Should also try the multitude set on this, maybe. A pretty high attack speed. I think multitude set would work. Might be better than the eagle stuff, actually. I would have to not run gorilla main hall. I would have to run centipede main hall. Oof. Also run eagle main, centipede off. Let's try 110. My glyphs are still kind of under leveled. Well, can you see the current build I'm playing? Actually, I think we do have a Quill Volley. I'm playing Quill Volley now. I'm not playing the evade stuff anymore. I'm not sure. I think Cat has a Quill Guide. I'm not sure what he cooked though. It's normal Quill, not fire. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't try the Eagle Quill yet. I guess I don't really have to play the fire version anymore if I'm not playing Rizoka set. We're gonna be like a 3-minute run or something here. This guy's so tanky. What's wrong with this guy? I think it's because of the walls. Like the fire quills disappear in the walls. At least some walls, not all walls it seems. But some walls that just vanish. Maybe all of them. Okay, 2.5 on a 110. That works. Shroud gift bugged. You get stealth but no concealment. It was working fine for me every time I tried. Oh, do we go for Thunder God's Ring? You play Lightning Quill. Okay, what is the advantage of the other quills? Let's see. Explode at their apex, so that doesn't help us very much. Fly further and converge, dealing 100% increased crit damage. This is 158 twice. Times 5, right? How did I turn into Kerrigan? Well, I got abducted by Zergs. Left in some cave to rot. And then the Space Marines found me. Okay, this is 5 for 70. Actually 84. For some reason the tutor goes lower when I click this. So this is 3. It does shoot 5, right? Yeah, this is 5. This is 3. Interesting, it has like this Jaguar animation, I just realized. It's like the same as the Rake. Huh. There's still a Jaguar coming out. Interesting. I mean, you could try this, but what does he have fire damage right now, right? There's fire here, fire there. But it could go down like, I don't know, 2 tiers and just see what happens. But you also have to change something here. So I have to do this, and we get another aspect on the boots. Because now we have stuff. I could kind of see what happens. And we can play at range. So we can like send in the gorilla. Okay, we can like shoot wherever we want basically. And it will converge. So what do we do here? There's interdiction. If you had some resolve. Could have redirected force. But I think you're gonna keep the rest the same right now. Fell Soothsayer. Nah, I mean, maybe it helps with the clear actually. But we have so many hits. Not really big hits. So I don't think it's gonna be very good. Lightning damage has a chance to grant a stack of ferocity. So we could do this and this, and we have perma ensemble, armor, beast strike. So it's just like another way to get ferocity, but also we get some DR, right? There's also sky power. Okay, 21 ranks. I have here eagle, all gorilla. 8 more points. Yeah, we can try. I am playing PoE 2 today. And on Friday. You build a ferocity and get resolve of it. Even if the peacemongering. Yeah, but peacemonger is so bad, man. Okay, it's actually doing some damage. I wonder if it's more though. I guess we don't need the vortex very much now. We just shoot into packs. Slicer. Oops. And that is true, Noxcani. Secret lab, pretty good. And soon I will have the gaming desk too. You can't stop me. I am not using Signet of Palgain in a Torment 12 Undercity run. And the damage feels oddly inconsistent, I'm not sure why. Because you shouldn't really have like some ups and downs that much besides the gorilla. Oh, I think it's the Midnight Sun. Sometimes I forget to press Ravager, I think. Remember that. Yeah, I have the standing desk. When is the desk coming? It actually arrived like, I don't know, a week ago or so was the final part. It actually arrived in over like an entire month. They brought like piece by piece. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. But now it's here. So I'm probably gonna be showing that off soon. And now we get the pestilence aspect. Thank you very much. Ugh. I'm starting to think Signal of Plugin is core for any core build. You should stop that thought. I don't have time for Signet. That is exclusively for pushing. Oh, Merlin needs an elevator to reach it. I can put Merlin on the desk and let him, you know, ride up. Oh, that's good damage versus mobs anyway. Yeah, and you can freeze them and you have like all these CC bonuses and stuff like that, and Cold is good. So you need to figure something out for the bosses. But something that he cannot do is Signet of Palgain. Because plenty of bosses you will never stagger at all when you try to fight them and kill them fast. You know, like the target time for like the typical boss in like Torment 12 and their bosses and stuff is like 5 to 10 seconds, you know. Even if you do instantly stagger the boss, which is not possible with all of them, especially their bosses, the Signet of Palgain will not ramp fast enough. You need something else there. I should put this protein hard. I should maybe consider putting a Kapaleka charm, but when you do that, you probably don't want to go starless and all this like resource cost stacking anymore. But you get a two-handed aspect, which is kind of huge. But yeah, right now we have 0.75, you have 218. I have the starless. I have this. This. I have this. I have this. We have 753 resources for Kapaleka. I think I have to use it as a two-hander. That's a lot. Kapaleka is a 565% damage bonus like that. Actually, there's more actually. It must be pretty close to resource cap actually. I think it might have slightly too much resource cost reduction actually. Yeah, we're slightly overcapped. We can go to 0.25. That's fine. So basically we have 218 times 4. So those are resources that Kapaleka is using. Then we have times 7.54 multiplier. If I put it as a charm, it will be halved. So times 4.27. But now we have the protein hard charm, so we have roughly this. And here I would have to get... Okay, let's assume a fully stacked supremacy on the two-handed. That is 180 times 3. 400. Right, 540. Times 6.4. And here we have 135 times 3. That's 545. And then we get a neck aspect. What would that be? We can't really do redirected force without resolve stacking. Which we could do. We could do Glyn, resolve, redirected force. It should maybe be the next best thing. It's 120, 180. So if we assume this, it'll be a times 2.8. But then it also needs to be up. And then it actually turns out to be just a little bit better. And resolve stacking is probably dead with the patch notes tomorrow. So what would be the next best aspect? I guess for Rizoka set we would go ferocious aspect. That would be nice. I think I was running for that right now. Oh, there's Wild Claws. That's actually kind of good. That only works with Jaguar, and we have to hit them 100 times. Oof. Now what about this? It's actually kind of good stuff. I'm not sure how to get overpowered though. Dude, this aspect is so shit. I realistically kind of want to do that, unless you play like a fire version and you somehow get overpower. How do I get overpower? Dude, there's not even an overpower search on this tree. So the only way would probably be Banish Lords. Yeah. So it's basically just Banish Lords. Banish Lords is 4 stacks of all power. 18 each. So it's 72 equipped. The charm 48. Relatively weak for Spiritborn standards. Just so I can use this aspect and get a bit of additive. So I don't think so, actually. So it's Gen with a GA. I'm gonna save this just in case I really need the resource.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Okay, what is the difference? So we need an aspect that gives us at least 140% damage on the neck. And then the Kapaleka charm would break even with a Kapaleka equipped. And the advantage is we have a much easier time making a legendary weapon than a Kapaleka. So we will probably have a better weapon than that. So you don't actually need like a very strong aspect, even with that much resources and resource cost reduction. So maybe Kapaleka equipped is not the way. Now the downside is Supremacy ramping will be harder, which means we're going to be doing less damage at the start of a run when you put it on the two-handed. But okay.
Chart the course. Where do we strike?
We can just do Centipede secondary. If we go with multitude set. How's a multitude? 60. This is 60. This has the incarnate things. That may or may not matter. But actually it does matter slightly. We have Toxic Skin actually, so we can get a Centipede healing that triggers the temerity. And then we have 50% from that spirit. So it's 200. This is 200, so we should probably just do this. And you don't have to like stutter step around very much. We already have so many skill ranks anyway from Prodigies. Gorilla, Gorilla. Shouldn't really matter which, right? We have all tags anyway. At least on the quill. This doesn't really matter. This is Centipede. And we'll have Gorilla. We'll have Jaguar. It will not have Eagle, I guess. Okay.
Step up to my anvil.
I've only just worked with the supremacy aspect, that would be kinda nice. We attack very fast. No, there's no fix for Resolve tomorrow. But tomorrow we see Season 14 preview. So I was not really saying the truth there. So tomorrow Season 14 will be previewed, we see the patch notes, whatever. And, you know, there's a just about 100% chance that Resolve stacking is no more next season. So I'm trying to make a setup that is future-proof. Okay, something seems off here. I'm trying to figure out what it is. This is what it is, actually. What about my supremacy aspect? How am I 0? Okay, Jaguar, Centipede, Eagle. Where's the Gorilla? There's the Gorilla. Okay, so you have all 4 attacks. Okay, let's try a 108. We have fire damage here, and on the weapon. Can you still use Whisper Tree to level an alt? You can. And you should. We're looking for a Crown of Lucian with max resource. I'm not looking for a Crown of Lucian. That's like the worst thing you can do, actually. And this build. Capeleka with Crown is not happening. Because it has resource cost increase, and that kills your Capeleka scaling. You actually deal less damage when you equip it. Even if you figure out your resources. Okay, this actually seems to kind of work out here. I went to 108 instead of 110 to make up for the loss in my stats. I have like 2 items of fire damage right now that don't actually work. Season 14 they reduced the Obol's cap for sure. I'm not gonna touch the Obol's cap, that's gonna, like, you know, fix the Obol's dropping. You know, there's just way too many of them. And then it's fine. This is not the Innovate build, it's the Quill Volley build. Okay, 2 minutes. So 2 minutes 110. This is actually getting to the lunatic level. glyphs are way worse. I'm not even sure if I'm on the right ones. I hope to do something with baleful fragments. But for now, you can go imprint. Phoenix Supremacy was intended to cap at 10 stacks. Yeah, but somehow... I mean, they did this on purpose, right? They programmed it to go to 30. And then they made this into an aspect, and here we are. It kind of makes sense to cap at 10, I guess, in terms of like the damage it does versus other aspects, right? Even as a one-handed maintain that is not very hard. So it's kind of strange that they kept this 30 stack mechanic even after the rework into an aspect instead of a passive. Like as a passive, it was just kind of like, you know, how the class worked as a whole, right? And now as an aspect, it's like, okay, it should probably be balanced to be similar to other aspects at least, in some way. Also like this damage ramp throughout the run, and then like, you know, it falls off into lair bosses, and you know, it's kind of annoying a little bit. I really wouldn't mind if they kept Supremacy at 10, just to make sure that the rest of the class stays balanced, because it would be more convenient. But on the other hand, it's also kind of cool with the ramp, right? It's like you have like a long run, or like you do like a push or something. Okay, we can actually almost get down to 90 seconds here. Getting somewhere. There's no transfigurers. Actually, I need to change my skill tree a little bit. We have like all these like incarnate skills now, which are not activating. Can I tank this? Just tank it. Right here, tanked it, I guess. I think the boss, even without Sig, wouldn't be a big issue since we ramp the Supremacy as we go. You got your first Mythics here, so congrats. There's crit and poison. There's one. Crit multi. Can we equip some actual items here? So there's crit multi, no resource. How much do we lose from that resource? This, like that. Quite a difference actually. 17% DPS, okay. So there's some weapon damage. Dex. Okay, should be fine. This is fist, this is fire. This is poison. So let's just try this. Oh shit, I was still running with fire gems as well, I realized. So we're actually missing quite a lot there. So here's a crit neck. What's this? This is cold. Okay, let's see what I can do. I'm playing Quill Volley right now. 21 bone. Comes 26. This can be a bit better. It's like pretty mid. Okay. But you have to get rid of attack speed and poison now. Okay. Am I gonna play a poison Capelacable? This will be Stinger basically. That's 30% impact damage. 25% mortal weakened. And then 50% again. I wonder if it's actually gonna be a thing. Maybe I'll save this. Have another one with crit. There's this already. But it probably would ruin it. That's there.
Ancients, watch over this one. This should be interesting.
Revolt Wound. Oh, you can't protect the poison, so... Let's roll dex, so we block another option. And let's do focus reroll. It's a 50-50 to hit the attack speed. And we did, and we got Vuln, but it's super low. Fuck. Close. Actually, we hit the dex, I just realized. Oh boy. So there's the dex again. So now I try to hit the Vuln. It's a 1 in 3. Poison's still there. Oh! It actually worked! 28. That was insane. Okay. So in that case, we keep this one. Let me go back to this and get rid of the poison, I guess. No, we don't. Oh. We have life right now, right? Okay, it's a 1 in 3 to hit the attack speed. Actually, I don't need the prism. It's a 1 in 2 to hit the attack speed. Oh. Okay. Nah, let's just send dex, I guess. $150. Yeah, I'm not sure what build I will actually do with like the poison amulet, but I might try some stinger with like a similar setup. I actually need to go farm some dust at some point. I have 300 left. This can disappear pretty fast. Dex versus element. Usually I want element, I guess, unless you have gem strength. But gem strength will not really be a thing in the future, I guess. But yeah, anyway. We have crit, fire. Okay, let's just do this properly. And this amulet is also versatile. I can use for any element, so that's kind of good. Crit. More crit. I probably need some wool actually. It's 0.74, but I think we want to try to make this better. I didn't lock the poison, I just got lucky. Oof.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Okay. I'm gonna do entropic for this actually. Which is actually not bad because it gives you either some small upgrade or quality. So let's just send it. 2 quality. Insane. Okay.
The stars align. Stones to cut, gems to set.
Going for 0.75 from 7.74. I mean, how much damage is it actually? Let's see. It's a 1.17% upgrade. Not crazy actually. That was definitely not worth. But anyway, we have like 100 dust left. And, you know, maybe a day or something on the Spiritborn. So, besides that, there's no other plans for softcore anyway. We're fine, I think. Okay, we got... Wait, we need topazes actually. This is lightning that we're doing here. So to put the aspect there.
Keep your treasures close.
What's the difference? 288, 314. So the dex is worth like 6-7% damage. And here we had 28 fire, so I think the 28 fire would probably be a bit better. But okay. We have a bit better Kepleka now to crit there. In fact, no elemental anywhere. Nothing has elemental. So it's just the gems. So having elemental on the neck would actually be kind of noticeable. Dude, what's out of these circles? It's actually the Storm Feather stuff you could do. It's like 2 per cast, right? Consume 2 nearby Storm Feathers to shoot out 2 more. So basically it's like 1 Rushing Claw, spawn... Oh no, wait, Rushing Claw is not a focus skill, it's only a focus skills, right? Spawn Storm Feathers behind you. So casting a focus skill because all, if there's no Storm Feathers. Okay, so you can do like a Toxic Skin, and then a Ravager, and then a Toxic Skin, and a Ravager. So you could kinda do this, and then you get 2 extra feathers, so we go from 7 to 9. It's not crazy actually. We're doing Quill right now. Okay, we have the Fiat thing. Alright. We hit the Ferocity thing, we have the Centipede here. This, that, that is... Okay, we have a bit less resource cost now, but we have the Dex here instead. Should be fine. The Dex kinda makes up for the resource cost. The crit makes up for the fire. So I think the gear should be comparable, and I actually have the right gems now. Let's do Undercity. Let's do a bigger tribute. Let's do this one. It's +2 monster power. Glyphs are still kinda bad. Also the most important glyph I didn't level. Unlucky. SD4 trade down. Uh-oh. I don't know. Doing SDF. Where's this guy going? Quill is kinda it actually. Just testing the other. Do they need to do something like Multitude Set? Gives you all the ultimates of all the upgrades and all of the variants. Then let stuff go crazy. That'll be funny. Get like all the buffs. I mean, we're cruising for this. Let's see how Diablos will go later. And I can pit 110. Then we can maybe try a boss without that Sick Rune at some point as well. Because we kinda have to make a setup that works without it at some point. Mr. Bailey, swinging us up. Just one-tap that rare there. So that's a good sign, I guess. How's the game going? Pretty good. Not sure how much you've been playing the expansion, but it was fun so far. We're on class number 6. Oh, I think she's not in a AoE. Oops.
So much good I would have done.
Yeah, you can't spec into the ults. That's the problem. There's all these like multi-ult things, but they all have the same problem, which is you can't spec into the ults, and just the baseline ults is kind of worthless. You got something. Oh shit. The severed thinger, but it's not a +1. Okay, I think this is Mythic Seal number 8. Plus feed to Scourge, wow. Is the Druid Boulder build also good for some low-key T12 farming, or is Storm Shred better? I haven't tried Shred. But Boulder is very good and fast. For some reason we're starting without the extra ranks on the Ravager. I need to check that out. Need to put something so I can have the come up for Ferocity. Prankster. Yeah, I wonder if I could get rid of the Hashai Kazungi. Maybe we don't really need it on this setup. Let me just like spray and pray. Oh, unholy color, thank you. Oh, Epoch is the air sub adding crit damage necessary to D12. No. Epoch has plenty of damage for T12. Like, I was running with Endurance Faith Charm actually, and there was still like, you know, free tapping levels and stuff. 8. Amazing race. Whoa. What the fuck, man? Amazing race. That's funny. Nerd is concerned. He's guarding our Heartland home. He just went somewhere to protect. Might have too many now. I didn't establish on the previous run. Fuck. Jack and Shell. Okay. We have item contribution 3. Can we get something with Jaguar ranks or something? Centipede, Gorilla. We get Gorilla only when we walk in and press our button. Do you have any other multitude? Okay, let's roll this, I guess. Jaguar, Boba. Shit. But it has rest, I guess. Dude. Actually, the 20 resource I should have checked. Linta, Tutor Gorilla. V2 Eagle. So Eagle is something we have, right? No, actually. You actually need Centipede, I guess. Actually, I think we need exactly Jaguar. Because we have the Jaguar here and it's a Jaguar skill. And we will not have any other tags when we walk in. Okay. Oof. We can save this for now. Also we can save these here, salvage this other stuff.
Brings you to the ancient isles.
Let's get these here before this actually closes or something. Take some with you and you click the pillars, can you spawn the goblins? I guess so. I think you just take the wall plan from whoever is opening.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Okay, 2 to Jaguar. Oh my god. Same here. Okay, that should work.
Care for a game of chance?
To centipede skills. Crit multi. Yikes. We did hit a centipede and we did get Vuln, but mineral. So close, man. You could still roll it back and forth, I guess, but it can't remove anything, so maybe it's gonna save us. One sec. Okay, we're back. Where can you find this build? You can take a look at what Cat has done here. So he's doing Rizoka. He's also doing Quill Command. Neo, Harmony, Rot, Planes. Does he run Range Glyph? Yeah, okay. So it's kind of something like this, yeah? The Quill Body Guide. Yeah, it's kept it like a charm. And you put a Plains Power there. I'd like to see how consistently we could get these effects if we do what's it called? Circle? Mystic Circle. Casting is Centipede Skill. I wanna see this. And this. 27% armor while active. So we should actually be able to tell from the armor how reliable it's up. I'm not playing a Fawn's build. Oh, wait. We need the other one. Okay, it seems like there is actually a short delay before the buff falls off, and if you do this, you actually just keep the buff. That's all the armor. So the only other thing would be, what about maximum resolve? We have min resolve right now. Yeah, okay, we actually don't need more resolve. Ferocity, I mean. I wonder how this will go. And now we could definitely think about doing this circle stuff, because the circles will just move with us every time we Rushing Claw. They only move with Rushing Claw anyway. And the circles will just follow. Yo, Rainbow, hello. Thanks so much. With Plains Power, you have to be inside the circle, yes. So I don't want to play with Plains Power, but if you do this, maybe it's fine. I'm gonna get some Giga Barriers. Yeah, we might not even need a Protector. Maybe we don't even need an ult at all. Maybe we don't even need Prodigy's Tempo at all. If we drop Heshai Kazungi, we put Plains Power there. That's tough. We have to like math out exactly. Have like insane aspects. If you do Rizoka set, then you want Ferocious Aspect, and you want a Plains Power, and you want a Supremacy. So you have to drop both of these uniques. Put the Charm, Kapaleke. How much is Plains Power? I think it's 12% per. So on a two-handed it will be 24. We can have 15 stacks, I think. With 9, let's say 13 stacks. We can have 15 with Hunter. Or here's maximum ferocity. I mean, with enough ranks, you wouldn't need the +1 here. You can definitely get enough ranks that we can go to +2. So let's say we have 15 ferocity, 24 each stack. That's a 360 multi on the two-handed. And a two-handed supremacy would be 180, 540. So you would still put two-handed supremacy, neck ferocious, and normal plains power, I guess, on the glove. That's kind of wild to think about. But then you have the other problem, we can't really pull stuff together without Asha Kizungi. It's a vortex, I guess. I'll play a lot of Barb, yeah. Oh, okay, he has triple pit. Let's do this. And some alt hiding, I guess. Okay, let's see what happens with forest power. It's a bit less than might, but I get more barrier, I guess. You have a lot of barrier generation now, to the point where temerity is actually not useful anymore. I don't know what to put there. I guess we can just go more defense. We already feel decently tanky, to be honest. Okay, let's do 110. Send it. F. Uh-oh. We have protein heart, yes. Just gives us a bit of extra movement speed. Protein heart is just like a very nice charm to put into any Spiritborn build, I guess. If you don't really have anything else going on. Okay, 2 minutes. Dude, that's a super fast sticker actually, as well as like ding. So this thing a bit. Band of the First Breath. That's only a 60 multi-man. Dude, this is Spiritborn. We don't care about 60% multis. And Armored Heights passive effect. We already have that anyway. In fact, I should actually spec into it. I don't think I have spec into it. Actually, we do have this. But does anything of this do anything? No, right? So only here we get ferocity. But we don't even... Yeah, okay. That's actually no point. Oh, we have this actually. So we should spec into that. So it's 28% dot reduction, kinda nice. Passive retaliates. And dodge an attack. Peasants won't weaken enemies. Yeah, okay.
It is done.
More pit. This is a Kepi build that gets destroyed by a Sapper. I haven't noticed any problems, but here's a Sapper pack, so let's see. Yeah, I guess when they hit you, then you don't get all the resources back necessarily, but there's also with no supremacy ramp at the start, so we have like enough fail-safes built in that we don't really care about missing some hits or so. Like you see here, I have like 0 resources, boom, we get it back and so on. So it's kind of okay. I mean, Sappers don't really hurt you or something, just like drain the resources. But yeah, we have like leftover resource generation so that we are okay, basically, against Sappers. I didn't really notice any Sappers yet, but I guess I wasn't really paying attention if like they have Sapper. I noticed sometimes some packs go pretty fast, some a bit slow. Dude, the stagger is insane. What the fuck, man? We have such crazy stagger. I wonder if I should try a normal weapon. Do I have a Kappa-Legged Charm though? And like a not terrible one. We have a pretty terrible one. But maybe it's good enough for science. So let's get a quarter. Something like this. This dot, this weapon damage, fire. I have to roll less fire, I guess. I have to do it manually, so let's see. It's gonna be tough actually, because you have all the elements as well. Oh boy. 42. 50. GG. Okay.
Ancients watch over this one.
Step up to my anvil.
Yeah, we can't take enough, so. So I'm not sure if I should still run Starless now. When I have kept like a charm. Okay, it's still a 62% damage bonus from having Starless. In addition to the 50%, I guess. So the times 2.4. It's pretty good, actually. We lose out on the stats a little bit, but it has good attack speed and some core ranks. So Starless is probably still fine. It's also easy to get. So... Dude, the season is kind of weird, where, like, you know, mythic items are like the easy starter thing. And then you don't have mythics later. It's kind of hilarious. Okay.
Mainlander, what do you see?
So I guess supremacy here. And then... we have to make gloves, actually. So, ferocious. Maybe plains power, actually, and ferocious there. Maybe the plains power also gives us max ferocity, right? Refresh ferocity duration.
May you find your way back.
I think it's just the duration. We still have to get the stacks. Oh, it's a huge chest. Do the topazes in a weapon on a Spiritborn. Seems odd.
To break another sword.
This is fire. This is not... I think I have to make another glove. Surely. Big one. Thing is, you kind of want to masterwork some Vuln on this thing. It's good, but I'm gonna be kind of off with my Vuln requirements.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
First roll, 59 dot multi. $28 crit. Okay, 45 lightning, crit chance. I have to get rid of the crit chance though. That was easy. So what are the other gloss I made? Was it Dex or Life? We should probably go Life. They have Life. They have Life. Okay, let's just do Life. Is there a calculator, compare aspect, potential damage, or do you just have to run those yourself? I mean, Maxwell Planner will have the calculations, but you know, the entire game just changed. So give it a few months, I guess. Okay. I'm not sure how I'll get the ferocity. I wish I could equip another unique charm with the Mythic Seal on top of what it does. Yeah, I think just in general the Mythic Seals need a bit of work. Can't. Okay, I need some ferocity generation, but I can't put it on the boots because then it doesn't move with me. So I could only do it here. But then we lose the fear damage. We need pants. Can't even put basic ranks on it. Oh, that doesn't say. Wait. Okay. Basic. $38 ranks. So basic ranks are still like 8.5% if I have 4 of them. Actually, I'm only gonna have 3, right? It's 2 and it goes to 3. Not crazy, but easy to craft at least. Now I get the... I have to wait until 2 basic. Dude, I hope they're gonna move this arrow thing here when they can't roll. I could choose a stacks and I can't roll it into anything, so it just gives me an error. Instead of just not choosing decks. Can they fix that? There we go.
Mainlander, what do you see?
I think it's gonna go with armor. It's fine. Armor should be close enough to all res. But let's get a good number at least. How's it not rolling the dex? Because it has core and skills, and you cannot have more than 1 skill. And the dex cannot be changed into anything else. And the cube always has to change the stat. It cannot roll the same stat into the same again. Oh, nice.
What is a Fetris, isn't it?
Bone Spirit is a lot of fun. Yeah, I had a good time on Bone Spirit. That's cool. When you go for crit multi, you went for vuln damage multi. Yeah, you wanna like roughly even out your masterworks on them. So any item that can have both should have both. If you're a crit build. Or if you're dot build, you do the same with dot. And then you kind of try to roughly even out how many masterwork crits you put on them. The rest you have to like math exactly depending on, you know, how many weapons you're using, how is your crit rolls, and so on. And obviously you want to put the masterworks on the highly rolled values. So if you have one on your glove, but it's like 17, and you have crit that is like 50, then you obviously want to put the masterwork on the 50. And then you want to find another item that has a better vuln roll to put the masterwork there. But yeah, math. Do that. I made a video showing this off the other day. Okay, I wonder if we're gonna have enough barriers in. But we have this thing going. Apparently can see barrier for 20%, and we have the protector. So it should be fine. I'm not sure if we even want the protector anymore now. Maybe not. So maybe I was gonna do this here for the ferocity. We also ramp way faster, and we have another mobility tool. Let's see. Wonder if he noticed if he like squishier or something. I have this glove actually. Sky power, plains power, forest power, man. And two-handed supremacy. Holy. What a build. Let's see what happens. You got pretty potato Capelica Charm right now. I'm not sure if I actually want this gorilla anymore. It doesn't have so low now, holy. Let's try Hunter and put a defensive aspect because it's definitely a bit too squishy and we're losing barriers too much. And then we wouldn't need any reversal at all. And would have more ferocity. And we can go back to temerity, I guess. Yeah, it's a bit too scuffed. So I have no supremacy right now. Oh my god. Kinda crazy, the Temerity was actually doing the work here. I think it would be okay with the Gorilla and the Forest Power, but it seems like even without really reducing our toughness, this Temerity was actually helping a lot. Even though I have full barrier, like my toughness is way lower, I'm not sure why. Dude, I want to collect the fucking stone. Oh, I just realized there's actually no time penalty anymore when you die. Interesting. I just noticed. Usually it always said like 30-second penalty in hardcore. It's kind of funny. That was way lower now. I think the boss is also not necessarily faster. Okay, let's try Hunter. The problem is if I move with Hunter, I will not get my circle, so we still have to do a rushing claw after. There's healing, there's vigor. Let's not really execute, fuck that.
Stones to cut, gems to set, from creation, destruction.
We also just do Pants of Might aspect. I think that might even be better than Temerity. Because it's like the same pants and imprint Might. Would be kinda chilling. No video for Swarm Belt. It's recorded. Hey Crucible, thanks for what's up, man. How's it going? Let's see a Blood Maiden. Ah shit, he's a guy. That's the problem when you play softcore, man. There's people in your hell side. You can't do a proper benchmarking on Blood Maiden. Frenzy of Lead be cool. Jump over the target with synchronous to make vulnerable and pull them in and use kick and stun and kill them. Well, if you want to go really slow, you can do that, I guess. But that sounds fun. I heard the ranged frenzy throw is kind of good, so that could be something. But normally on like a build like that, you would probably just go ping gauger, spread it as fast as possible to everything, and you know, one shot the entire pack basically without doing any weird shenanigans. Wait a second, is he not supposed to drop his loot? He dropped no unique. What? Wait, what's the point of Duriel when you don't even get his uniques? Is that buggy? Can now drop uniques from his item from his hot chest. I guess I don't have it, so I don't get it. Why did I spawn Duriel? What the hell? That's crazy. It's crazy that someone else can just force Duriel to spawn even though they contributed 0 hearts. Like, what is this? That is actually wild. So not only is this guy polluting my benchmarks, but he's also even spawning the wrong boss. Great. Yo, a seed. Yeah. I think this whole like plains power shenanigans, it doesn't feel as good as before. That's an interesting idea though. But you can get rid of the gorilla. Questions, are we actually faster when we don't like constantly pull everything together? My damage feels lower. But if you want to do Rizoka set, we could have Rizoka set again now. I wonder if we can just have a full party of people opening the same chest and everyone spawns a Greek war guy and you get a Giga dude. The way that I know my Blizzard, that's exactly what happens. God man, the attack speed is too high on this build, what the fuck. At least on the other build you had a pole arm. And the rushing claw was not Giga buggy man, holy. With all these ferocity stacks. I don't even have actually more than 4 right now. Your Shard of Wrath is super easy to farm these days compared to the past. In the past it was like a horde drop. And that was even like relatively rare to even drop at all. Now you just go for a Shard and boom, you have a Shard. And always comes with weapon damage. So one of the 4 stats is already locked. And then you get some life, you get some crit or something and you're done basically. Dude, this animation is too fast, man. I'm just like rubber banding around, it's crazy.
To break another's work.
If you could our Cappadocia again. Put Supremacy here and no Escher and no Ferocity stacks there. Let's see. You could also try Rizoka set again. Maybe before I do this. Damn. You miss one more rank. Means either contribution. Actually, you need 5 more ranks. Made 15 either contribution. Can we do that? 2, 2, nothing, 3, 3. I mean, this is gonna be hard to get, so we have to get exactly those 3 charms with +3.
Many more to come.
Yes, boss killer. But you could also see that in the title. Can we get a triple pit? We can, actually. Yeah, they made it 2-minute timer now for Nemesis Slayer. It's kinda good. It's just strange that it has a timer at all, when you still have to reset afterwards, right? Like, if you get another Nemesis Slayer, even after the portal closes and stuff, I think it's not reset. You have to, like, manually reset dungeons. So that if you get another Nemesis Slayer, it's just empty. So that's kinda weird. I hear Rizoka set, sometimes I just like have to 0 damage, it's like so, ugh. Like, you just can't do Rizoka set, man. Right now. It's like this weird downtime and you just have to wait. At least for T12 you don't want to do it. Just go Multitude or go Eagle set. That's okay. And then Rizoka is like push only, I guess. Image feels good though. With this sort of setup here. Why did it take so long to get a circle? Kinda nice with the hunter jump though, we can have like teleport through walls and stuff. We have to cast hunter so often, man. It's nice to ramp supremacy faster, but also a lot of upkeep. At least you move fast between packs, so it's not so bad. My counterspell build is not uploaded on max roll, no. I'm not gonna make my own planner for that. Ignition's one is pretty good. There's too many stats like that across the classes. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. Not too much in some cases, I think. I mean, you know, some of them have interesting mechanics, but, you know, at the very least, you need to, like, not just hit like a red noodle once in a while. Once in a while being, like, 3 out of 8 seconds. That would be kind of cool. Ugh. It's kind of hard to manage the hunter, man. So much jumping. The circles. I'd probably prefer having a Shakazungi again. And pulling them around. Damage seems fine. It's gonna be relatively easy 2-minute runs, but it can't go faster than 2 minutes here. It kind of just hard stuck with 2-minute runs. Because of Rizoka said. Like, you cannot play this unless you push. Look at this. It's like 7 seconds to get to 50% and then half a second to finish her. Like, what the hell, man? Yeah.
What is a waitress, isn't it? That's it for that piece.
Okay, so screw this. And do I plan to start PoE2 cooking? First, I think I'm gonna like watch the whole announcement again, just as a refresher. Then I also have to finally look at the patch notes, and then we have to log in a little bit at least, get a warm up. And then I guess we have tomorrow to cook a little bit, but and tomorrow is gonna be busy as well because I get the PTR. I have to like start early, do D4 stuff, do PoE stuff, and then we have the PTR preview and so on in the evening. So we'll see. Yeah, not much PoE prep unfortunately, but it is what it is.
What brings you to the ancient
I have this weird like Black rectangle here. Huh. Okay, we have to put supremacy again. So now comes an interesting question. Do we go worm? It's 15 seconds, kind of a slow ramp, but it's also way more convenient because you don't have to recast it all the time. The Gorilla does give us barrier, but we have temerity. Also get us resolve. I'm not sure if we care enough. Makes enemies vulnerable, movement speed. I mean, nothing here does anything. That's the problem. And this guy... Like, no, these actually matters.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Gain 46% move speed. I wonder if there's like above cap actually. It doesn't say. It's plus or X. Any undocumented changes happened? Yeah, they made the Nemesis layer timer 2 minutes. That's what I know. I'm not sure if they changed anything else though. Ugh. Unlucky. Both been kind of crazy though. 50% movement speed above cap. Most of the alternate nodes are pretty useless. Nah, I don't think so. There's pretty good stuff here, generally. But you can't really fit all of them into any build, I guess. Wait a second, it says Devour's damage is increased by X% of your healing receipt bonus. Really? What? Wait, is that real? Why did it just show? It's when you have this upgrade. What the hell? This is the old rank 5 upgrade. That's kind of funny. % healing per second is like some big value there. Okay, so what do we put here now? Moonrise, maybe? Great storm aspect. I mean, it's a lot of the R. It's like half a defensive power.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Maybe did a little oopsie. I know I didn't actually. Because we were running Rizoka set. Went back to Multitude, we did Centipede tank somehow. So we had the Centipede ult now, and so the Centipede secondary. Jack, Gorilla, Eagle, Centipede. So we have all 4. This is at 26. Got a Kakaleka. Guardian. Supremacy. Moonrise. What's our attack speed? Could be at 83. 100. Okay. So we have attack speed cap. Hi, Night Wolf Reptile. ×2. Hello, blue. I take this down. The pulling is kind of helpful, even on this quill version. You might want to go Ashak Kazumi no matter what, just to like sometimes pull the stuff together, even if it's not every pack. Wait, I need Subo actually. I just realized we're running out here for no reason. Subo would help a bit. Definitely feels nicer though with the multitude set, because it just works. With Eagle set we have like the same multi, but then we get like one less tag, so harmony is a bit weaker. And we have to stutter step all the time, even on boss fights and stuff, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, sometimes the Ravager doesn't activate. I need to actually stop attacking to activate Ravager sometimes. Because sometimes it just doesn't go through. I need to like not hold down the right click. I think this feels decent. There's a guy. You can also keep our supremacy stacks way easier when you go from like content to content. You would lose them pretty easily when we have another ult. Sounds about Sick Rune. Let's do Vex. Vex. You don't have an Igni. Wait a second. There's something on my rogue or something. Only Oriax, Neo. Anyway. So it doesn't without the Sick Bug. It's actually not that terrible. I want to try to fire Quill again. Yeah, Devour is just kind of comfy, basically. That's like the main advantage. It's just comfy. Because you don't have to like recast it that much and so on. Let's do the same weapon, same neck. Because they're universal anyway. But we need another glove. Should make another universal glove as well with like all damage. Or dex. Create all one. That's actually a rogue weapon. A rogue item. This one was fire. A bit better. And it has the right imprint. Okay. So that has what we want. We go this. We go... What do we go? Gorilla. Eagle. This looks okay. This is okay. Okay, we don't have the supremacy rank ramped at all now. At least let's get a few kills here. Okay. I like the Mythic Ring, yes. The ring is really good for Capeleka builds. It's like roughly a times 2.5. I set up right now. Oh, ditch. Actually, I wonder if I can survive it. Probably not. Oh, instant, holy. Interesting. I think I had impairment reduction on all of my other builds. Like I was standing there and I wanted to test if I can rushing claw away, but I was permanently stunned until he ate me. So it seems like you need impairment reduction to actually get out of it if you get hit. And with no supremacy ramp now. That's a bit of a problem. I think I should probably cap supremacy at 10. Bring the baseline up a little bit. So now the quills just disappear in the wall. God. Now the quills just disappearing in the wall is kind of oof, I must say. Can I tank this? Why are these pangs like not actually where they should be? Interesting that this dual animation doesn't do that much damage. Okay, so you have ram supremacy now. I'm gonna try this again. What keys are we at? Okay, we have plenty. Okay, 26 supremacy now, let's see. So, yeah, it seems actually relatively comparable. But I guess you have to put in that it's like a bit clunkier. Because of the walls, it just like deletes the projectiles. Side sick again. My god, these mythics. The greater levels actually shit out mythics, that's crazy. Is it better to improve glyphs one at a time? And once you have them all on your board, then yeah. You kind of just go like tier by tier, you know? Or like 2 tiers at a time when you have only 5 glyphs. You only have like 10 upgrades or something, so... Depends on like how many plus ranks you get, right? But yeah, you want to keep like 100% or 200% upgrades for a while. And then eventually it goes down to 70% upgrades, so you kind of go tier by tier, and then at some point you push it as far as you can comfortably, and then you kind of go down again and do like 16% upgrades when you're 10 tiers below, for example. Okay, so 110 with the centipede setup and see. And the fire quell. So you can immediately start with the centipede, I think. Just to make sure you get the supremacy ramping. But I can never see this fucking stone here. Hey, didn't I recast it? What the fuck? I pressed the button. 5 stacks. What's this place? New spell and chest. I think it's always a cursed chest actually when you find one. It's kind of interesting. Can these guys drop progression gloves? It's kind of cool you can get cursed chests in. Dude, actually, look at these progression bars, man. There's 4 different bars on my right side. What the hell, man? We need more. Need like a boss health bar and a butcher. Wild though. Seems like these guys don't actually drop progression gloves. So they're like special or something. There's no progression gloves here. Ah, there's actually a little bit. By the cursed chest, if you have a fast build, are not crazy, but I think on a high tier, that would be kind of good. If you're like doing a slow run, like a 5-minute plus run, I think cursed chest might be kind of nice. Rage defensive no should be pretty fair. I usually live and then the other 2. And you can just check when you click one and see how your toughness changes. Actually, the defense nodes are more balanced than they used to be, because life is not multiplicative anymore for each node. It used to be like multiplicative per node, 2% every time or 4% every time and stuff like that. But that's no longer the case. I feel like Lightning Quilt is probably the way. I also don't have this terrain issue. I did say what I am planning to play in PoE too. It's gonna be crossbow, Moxley. What type of Spiritborn build is this? That's the type that everyone played first when it came out. Here's a triple pit, but you have to go through a horde. Unlucky. Do we risk it? Okay. Oh, pit 7. Look at that. Now we get XP. Wow. I had a mythic reward, yes. 2 actually, I think. Okay, let's do Quill Command. Let's do the Jago. The Jago Quill Spiritborn. We need the other glove. It's a lot more lightning damage actually. And more volume actually. Kita Supremacy. Kita Centipede. Yes, the 26 ranks. The mythic rewards felt a bit underwhelming. I think they're pretty good, it's just that you get spammed too much of stuff in other places. For that they're kind of too rare, right? But I mean, getting 3 sparks like that, I mean, that is not bad. It's just that we get way too many mythics in other places, I think. Right? 5 billion gold, pretty sick, I think. I mean, obviously the flawless Auronic gems is like what everyone wants. Because they're actually kind of like a nutty upgrade. But, yeah. I guess there's also Mythic Seal reward, or Mythic Charm reward even. Have you heard of any other drops, by the way? There was like this thing 2 weeks ago. And that was it, right? We haven't seen any others. I don't think I want to go Asher Kazumi again after all. Even if the cast it more often, but you also ramp Supremacy faster. Like I'm, you know, at this point I want to be done with the pit and have 16 stacks on the Supremacy. So maybe it's Gorilla time after all. And the pulling is kind of good. And it also just feels fun to pull them with the Gorilla. The Devour doesn't really do anything besides just give us the stacks. Gorilla at least gives us some stuff. There's Resolve, and actually we have Resolve somehow, I'm not sure how. I guess it's just from the passive Armored Hide generation, and somehow we're not getting hit enough. Which is kind of interesting. We have plenty of attack speed, we don't need Moonrise that badly. So finally getting our glyphs up here. Okay, monkey. Unstoppable. Barrier. This. I got this. This is 15% damage. And this is a lot of damage reduction. And a lot of slow. And we feared them. I think this is now once per attack and not once per hit anymore at all. Yes, maximum ferocity. Once ferocity. We don't really have any maximum ferocity anyway. We could have more maximum ferocity. We could have 7 if you get 4 more ranks to Jaguar skills and then take out the upgrade from the Ravager. So we would have 3 more ferocity. It's 15% attack speed. Not as good as 15% damage. But it's a lot of VR. So I think Centipede, Jaguar would be okay. Do we even poison them? Yeah, we do, I guess. Consumption, innate, pain, colossal. We should do the colossal, actually. I mean, with resolve stacking, we'd actually do a lot of damage here. I'm not even doing that, but you could roughly double our damage if we go ham on resolve stacking, right? We have 4 defensive tempers. This could also all be resolve. And Glins. It's like 58 stacks. So it's 116% from the colossal. So that's kind of good, actually. We could probably speedrun 2 minutes 115. That's not bad. And that's with multitude set. Anything new that will improve the build post-patch? No, Apocalypse got nothing in this patch. That was mostly lunatic. Wait a second, for sparking I need lightning and dot. I'm gonna do like spirit storm stuff, right? Oh boy. Those weird items. Should make there. Yeah, sparking damage is the dot version of lightning. And the spirit storms actually do sparking, I think. I'm just thinking if I play some stinger, you might want to do that. She wasn't even in the radius. Actually, we should go back to Isha Kazungi now, right? I don't even have Asha. And we should actually run it when we go to Monkey. So remove this. Asha has the same multi, but only when you have the Monkey up, I guess. But then doubled against bosses as well, which is nice.
It is done.
Maybe replace charge with touch of death for the cooldowns. That sounds like a terrible idea actually. But I guess technically you can do that if you somehow generate enough resources to spam it all the time. But then you can just use a better skill, right? I mean, touch of death costs a lot and doesn't really offer any like utility. At least if you spam something like crushing hand, you can get barriers, or with quill you can get vulnerable or something. Touch of death don't think it has any utility really. But then you also have no mobility, so I need something like Gorilla Radius, man. Get him to pull in the entire screen. How about that? Yo, Wesley Pipes. Thanks. Rod of Capit Charm. Oh my god. Wait, what are you trying to do? I mean, the counter sound build is pretty OP, but Capit Charm? What build is this? This is Quill Volley. Oh, dude, the second one today. Dude, never lucky, man. Never +1. I can 3-1 it now. I'm gonna 3-1 it. We're gonna get the +1, guys, for sure. Let's go. Okay, here comes Severed. This is Severed, right? You actually have 4 of them. I could have done it already. Okay, so here's one. Here's one. What happens if I put another one? It probably doesn't work and it's a different one, right? Yeah, okay. It has to be 3 times the same. Okay, guys, 3-1 Mythic Seal. We only get the +1, guys. Because without it, it's always gonna be useless. No. Unlucky. I mean, I'm not sure what's the chance for a +1, but it's like a 1 in 50 maybe. So realistically, I have no hopes of ever getting it. But hey, we got 4 of these actually. So we're like 10% of the way there now. And this with a +1 would be relatively interesting, let's say. Not sure about good, but interesting. But unfortunately, for some reason I forgot to add a +1 guaranteed roll. So here we are. Yeah, it works at a +1.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
Also, I saw that one of these seal upgrades was like +100% fonts or some shit. Actually, a kind of crazy amount of fonts. So maybe that alone would actually make like a Woomba build good. If you get like a 6-slot seal and then like 100% fonts on it. It's kind of crazy. Although it's probably additive fonts, right? And we have a lot of extra fonts already. There's like 20, 40. What else is there for fonts? Increasing your fonts by 30. Okay, it would be relatively noticeable. In fact, it's kind of interesting that it is so much on like a random seal roll. The typical random seal roll is like 10%, but some of them are just crazy for some reason. I have to pay attention to that. But the problem is, since there are like 5 slots, you can't really do much of them most of the time. Like, you're never gonna use a 5 slot. Did I create a payback order plan when Vest of Hail dropped? I don't think I had the original payback guide actually, no. I remember I had like Quill, Stinger, Rushing Hand, I think, maybe some more when the game launched. I did love the like first round of guides for Spiritborn, and then for Paladin, and then for Warlock. So I'm usually there for the new class. But I think payback was not something we did right away. Yeah, with Asher Kazungi, it feels much better. I think that's just gonna be the build for me. Multitude set, Asher Kazungi. And it just kind of feels decent enough, I think. But it's hard to go below 2 minutes. But I think this is okay. This is like lunatic level roughly. But this is with that Sig rune. Single target is okay though on this build, so I think without Sig we're gonna be fine. It has relatively good single target. Which is like insta killing bosses right now, but it would be like a few seconds without that Sig, that's okay. Nice mobility. I wonder if I should put like one like a hit to restore resource. To like get our Capitalica faster instead of one resource cost reduction. Might feel better. I think that's actually something that's holding me back in terms of speed. Because sometimes like my resources go to 0 when I hit nothing. And then I have to actually wait a few seconds until I get back to full, and then we start triggering Capitalica. I'm gonna try. I guess another relatively interesting choice could be we drop this. Maybe that is an option. A kind of interesting one. This would also allow me to change my do Tibbles on the Spiritborn, man. What the fuck am I doing? It has 1 to basic. Oof. 0.4 toughness. But I think the 15 barrier gen is kind of sweet. Plus 8% toughness. 2 potions. I could try both. Nah, that's fine, 19%. Standard. Indestructible. Oh, wait. It removed something and gave me a plus for the basic. That's kind of funny, actually. Literally, they give me the same toughness. They have the same rolls, 2 life apart. Okay, but this one is barrier gen, so we'll see. That's kinda hilarious. Okay, let's try this. It's extra damage as well. If you have the barrier, we might be okay with this. And maybe this is what we need. And then we could remove fitness and put absolutely nothing. Actually, we can do Talon as well. As we're playing Lightning, we can do Talon. Talon would be pretty good. Do we even have it leveled? It's 21. This one here, this is good. And we can do Colossal as well. Sort of exploit. I don't think we need exploit, so I think I just have the wrong glyphs there. If the barrier still works out, it might be a bit on the squishy side. But we could run something like Q rune. Let's see. Yeah, the only barrier we have now is on this guy, so it might not be good enough. $50 resource gen is kind of crazy, yeah. Okay, barrier does go up, but also goes down fast. Still have 4 million toughness. If you take this now and you make it a resource stacker, you're never gonna lose your barrier very much. And then when you fix sick, you can do bulwark. And then I think we're gonna be chilling. I should try. I'm just gonna remove sick and put bulwark. And then we're basically back to like season 6, guys. I don't know. Although we don't have Hunter. And we have Toxic Skin on the bar and Scourge. What is happening? But yeah, I think the consistency is higher because we just fill our resources when we hit nothing. And it's like really fast. And this reduces the downtimes. I think it's legit actually. Yeah, we actually still don't have any barriers sometimes. Because our gorilla is far behind. And it just drops. And we have to be in the area to get a barrier. So we're losing 66% damage from Viscous right now. We could put Drive Board, but it's kind of clunky on bosses. So even with that, we do a lot of damage in blasting. Oh my god. And if you want to be extra tanky and get the barriers, you can do Temerity. Then you can do the Tibble's Charm, or the other way around actually, you can do both. But Protean Heart is pretty good. You also get the extra attack speed actually, as realized. We actually have a lot of attack speed then, right? I know, most of the time you have Eagle buff for the speed. Bad. Every time I make one of my builds, it doesn't work like it does for me. You made a lunatic build, died almost immediately to the Butcher on T12. Well, I recommend whenever you make a new build, don't go to a Butcher on T12, but just familiarize yourself a little bit with it first. And I've played Lunatic Warlock for like an entire week, and Warlock in general for that. Okay. What was it? Barrier. Q. How about we try Q instead of Cry for now? Make it this. I don't have an Igni. I'm not sure if Igni actually triggers when I have Capital like a... I don't think it does it? Maybe it does. Okay, you can do triple pit. Let's try this again. Okay, I have to start leveling the right glyphs now, actually. So no more. Yeah, they're all 110 now anyway. So I have to do Colossal Talon. Pete! Yo, thanks man. Okay, how's our barrier situation now? Better. Not perfect, but better. If we had some extra barrier gen, you could put amethysts. I'm not sure if I have the nodes on the tree, but I think I do. Curse this place. You already definitely failed alt comfy at all. Crazy. We even have this defensive thing here, right? Great Storm, okay. Still 2 minutes, man. This needs to be faster. And it will be, actually. Okay, let's move Fitness and put Talon. Oh, we actually had never any points there. Oops. Okay, do have the barrier gen here and here. I'm using Multitude set, yes.
Step up to my end.
What is it? 18 barrier gen. $295. 317. Okay, it's like 4.5% damage for these 2 gems. That's not that crazy, actually. Sort of barrier. Drop Ravager from the skill bar. Nah, you need it. You need it active. Can't just have the passive. It's actually a multi for your resource. It's kind of big. Okay, now we are almost getting full barrier with just a bulwark. Dude, if they actually make multitude set work with supremacy aspect and they like instantly ramp the supremacy, that'll be really big, I think. That'll make this feel really good, because you just have a consistent, big output. And you also don't have to worry about casting ult instantly all the time, because you just have ults going all the time anyway. That'll be sweet. I think this would give like multitude set some real good quality of life and something that makes it stand out. These rats are so tanky for some reason. Why are they so tanky? Yeah, Stardust still does the Caprica thing. I'm running Stardust right now. We have roots. I don't have any roots. I have profane mind cages, holy. I kinda miss the like a red level number on the enemies there. With profane mind cages, you know, they were like orange or red even. Now it's just like it's green plus 3. It's all the same. How do you use all ultimate skills? It's on the set. You can assume it's intended at this point. I'm pretty sure the Stardust interaction is intended. But it's not just Stardust, it's any resource cost. And it's just how they made it work for some reason. But I think it's the only one that does that. So I'm pretty sure it's just like an intentional scaling mechanism for Caprica. Actually not enough small chests here. Such a small zone. thing is, if you do resolve stacking, not only gonna get like double damage from the Colossal Glyph, but we're also gonna not lose our barrier so much for Viscous Shield. And then this is really pumping. If you min maxes a bit and transfigure a bit, you probably get to like 2 minute 120s. I was gonna send to 115 and see what happens with my current gear. We have life on hit here right now. So that could be a crit. He is missing some defense. 2 defensive stunts actually. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's decent. That's okay. That's... yeah. It has a resource, I guess. And that's okay. Yeah, I should have like a life masterwork here instead of the crit, I guess. We felt really tanky earlier, but now we're not that tanky anymore with the Tibbles. And I'm trying to get both the Tibbles. I think that's one more, right? If you want to do resolve stacking. Indestructible. There's this one. Okay. Hi, Alexander. Is Eldraine just a random mythic? I mean, it's like more cooldown, more jumping and so on. It's kind of cool for mobility. And Flash Render is not a very strong item. Okay, let's do 150 and see what happens. Colossal is bugged and not working. It only doesn't work for dots, whatever it is for the swarm dots. As far as I know. Which does not concern me in any way, actually. Curse this place. Man, it's gonna be like 2.5 maybe. What the fuck? I think I sounded, man. Ah, it's Bloodseekers. That's why. It's crazy. What the fuck, man? Oh. Double drop. Yeah, but Bloodseekers will be 2.5. Bloodseekers always slow you down. shouldn't go to 120 then. I should rather just like make it like 2 minutes, not 15. We have 8 resolve stacks, right? This is damage too close. We don't necessarily... I guess we generally close. So I guess it's fine. I need to see how this actually goes when I put this glyph instead of exploit. But I think we should be fine. Can put it in the same spot even. And this is actually kind of an optimized Paragon board. We don't have this. I'm missing some points here. He's also missing something here. Could maybe remove a few things here. I think we might have too much attack speed actually, do we? I just saw 100% there. I mean, if it's GA would be at 100, I guess. Close. This is also missing a bunch of points. It's missing a bunch of points. All my glyphs are like super under tuned here. Actually kind of tough because I kind of want the defense. Spiritborn is like this classic get all the points kind of deal. 58.64. What is this? I don't think we necessarily need these, yeah. But it get doubled, maybe it's fine. Okay, it's a bit more than max, I guess. I think it's possible to get a Gorilla, Spiritborn, working at T12. You want to play Rock Splitter? I mean, you can definitely make Fawn's builds if that's what you're trying to do. Rock Splitter is hard though. Like it's really good for the start, and then it kind of falls off. There's not really that much you can get out. I guess with Resepa Zontek, it might get to the point where you can get a lot of like overlapping explosions. It might be fine to get it to T12 maybe. Didn't really try too much though. I'm gonna be a writer for a specific class next season, or just do what you want. I I mostly do what I want. But I will basically pass over some of the water guides between Macro and Lord Sora most likely. And then, I don't know. I mean, in general, I had a lot of guides this season. And then I made even like some random new ones, like the Divine Lance. Which used to be like Miku, but he didn't do it by the time I played it. I just made it, basically. But he will have that. And then, yeah, we'll see. The thing is, our rogue team is pretty stacked. So I don't really need to be on the rogue team, but I will probably main rogue, so we'll see. Maybe I'll do a bit more Spiritborn again. Especially if Spiritborns get like more builds, you know, that are not just completely overshadowed by the evade stuff. Then the Spiritborn has a lot of like cooking potential. Especially if they fix bugs and so on. Then there can be a lot of really cool stuff, so we'll see. And they used to do like a lot of Spiritborn guides. Spiritborn is also just like one of the more complicated classes to theory craft. What bugs does Spiritborn have? Ah, it's plenty. Spiritborn has like a lot of stuff not working right now. I only know half of that. I mean, I can't get it below 2 minutes, it's rough. But I guess this might just be Quill. You don't have the crazy coverage of Quill. I didn't really look at the at the vulnerable uptime. But I guess you can stay in the run and continue a little bit. But it should have perma vulnerable and everything, right? Of the Scourge. Looks fine. Boom. Are these lifelink? And they're lifelink, okay. I wonder if I can do something else. I mean, technically we can put a Cursed Touch on our boots. And then we have vulnerable there. You could even run the wolves if you really wanted. Unspent Glyph upgrades, wait, what? They need to nerf the wolves, they're too OP. I mean, I haven't really played with the wolves on every build, or in every class even. So, they're pretty good. And compared to other offensive runes in particular, I guess they're pretty good. Maybe they can give them only the Wall and not the Freeze, maybe? The link to this build? Not quite, but almost. It's a Quill Volley guide from Cat. Yeah, I definitely see myself like auto-including wolves a lot. But yeah. Okay guys, I gotta BRB. Just a few minutes. Yeah, we're back, guys. I had to take care of some stuff. I think we're gonna try to respec and do a bit of the other Gebelke stuff. What do I be? Something like this, maybe. I'm gonna do a payback. Wait, he did a quest and he got a Salic Mythic. Cyclops Crown of Ash and Ember. What the fuck? Wait, where is that? It could be that it just shoots up side quests a little bit. Okay, we could actually just do the same thing here before we change anything. More damage to weakened. How do we get weakened? Can do this, I guess. Let's see what happens when we do some stinger.
I can do what you want.
Boy. So, okay, how much damage is this? It's 48 times 7 times 200. It's like 700. And like a low rank. This is 270, 30%, 25%. Actually, they have a return as well. So that's actually a lot. I don't think you can actually beat this. But they have the sparking stuff, so maybe. The other Spiritborn also the 810. So if all that works with the Gebelke multiplier and stuff, should be kind of good. Let's see it. Blue Stinger. It's gonna send 110 just like before. Yo, Jew. Thank you for this up. Tomorrow, new season reveal. Yes. Tomorrow evening. Okay. It's kind of destroying the packs actually. Can I make this larger? What this build needs is Gebelke. Not capable, Pain Gorges. But I don't think it works. Actually, maybe it does. I'm not sure, actually. I'd have to check this. But I think I tried this in the past with something like Stinger, and I don't think it worked. I should double check. Pain Gorge will be kind of interesting. But the Stinger is actually kind of pumping. It looks cool. Okay. Now I get the Thunder Ring. I don't have slots for it. Can't do the Thunder Ring. And the Thunder Ring is not particularly good either. It's a 75 multi. With like a, you know, big chance. It's like 25% chance for 300, right? So this is actually kind of the opposite of what you want. 21 consistent output, 21 not just this random chance. And the Spiritborn has such big aspects. I would rather run a Moonrise over the Thunder Ring. Not that I've ever gotten the Thunder Ring really. I've gotten like 2 drops of it or so. So I have to like go ham on trying to get one. Because you can only get them from the cube basically. I don't think it drops my boss. Okay, we have to change our keybind though. Like, and it's kind of like a small impact actually, but I kind of want to instantly attack when I hold right click. The problem is that my character just walks in. I don't want the walking. But then we have another problem because we also have to do the same thing with left click then. Fuck. Yeah, I guess it is what it is. New season 44 tomorrow? No, they previewed a new season tomorrow. The season's will start in a month. The most fun bit I played is multi-shot. Dude, Tibbles just makes every build better. I don't know what to say. Even on fucking Kaepernick build, I'm running Tibbles now. Because they took our sapping board for no good reason. Good luck finding good Tibalts. Yeah, Tibalts is not that hard. It's a armor item, you know, it's relatively easy to get. I mean, okay, from the basic skill ranks or something, then yeah, sure, good luck, but if we, let's say, ignore that, and we can, because we have like 40 ranks in our skill here, it's okay to not have the basic ranks. And it's only basic ranks, it's not even like the, you know, specific basic skill that we can do here. It's not even that good. You're only gonna get 3 ranks, which is like, I don't know, 7% damage, or you can have like, you know, 10% toughness upgrade from like a defensive mod. And I'd probably prefer that, actually. Like, I just got one tapped by a sword, but I'm not sure how much barrier I had here. Yeah, I tell you what Sami can't do. And Tibbets is actually optional. You can play without it. I just wanted to try to make this comfier with the resources. You know, sometimes you just go to 0 resources and you have to like slowly stack it with just fitness glyph and stuff, which is like not really impressive. Tibbets is also a 20 multi. Plus I can drop fitness glyph for like, for example, talent glyph, which is a 15 multi on a secondary. And I think otherwise the glyph is the same anyway.
That it will know where to find me.
Finished so soon? It is done.
If they get all of the Kapaleka benefits and stuff, they should actually kind of hit like a truck. I wonder if that works. This might actually be like the single target solution for Stinger. If they all do 540, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, the Spirit Stones last 2 seconds, so we're probably gonna have like 3 or 4 of them out, and then they all pulse for 810. That's a lot. That's like 3.2k if it's 4 of them. Plus the impact. It's a lot of damage. This might just be the highest damage one, but let's try this. You have to poison them, but we do that, I guess. And we can get the 20 vuln there. And we have to do emeralds. I think it's a larger area now, right? That's 100% bigger. I think I would actually go for the 100% bigger instead of the 25 damage. Damage seems good enough. If the storms are also 100% larger, this might be worth it. But let's see. Maybe it's gonna try it. Is ferocity that important for a necro? Oh, overpower is pretty important. We're playing Spiritborn Hoda. Green Hoda, actually. But somehow... Okay. I didn't have my rage up. Oh, we see these lines now. Does it still do that thing where it draws? I think damage is lower. If I go into 110, I think it's really kind of slower. Well, let's see. Nah, even this guy here lives a while. Am I missing anything else? I have the wrong glyph. I have the lightning glyph right now. Okay. So it's gonna be Chakra Eagle. Okay. Yo, Datham, how's it going? Oh. Hi. Oh, totally missed my ult. Getting ready to play PoE 2 mentally, can't wait to fall behind. Uh-oh. Okay, can we fix the glyph? No. That's only for dots. Oof. Okay, it's scuffed. Can't wait for SF to make it to Diablo 4, and then we still get this item to become a count bout on every single craft. That's gonna be great, guys. Trust. Okay. The exploits bring items into SF will go hard. Holy. True, actually. Gonna be great. I mean, we got non-seasonal and seasonal characters playing together at some point, so anything is possible if you put your mind to it in this game. I think the Sparking Storms are good for like extended fights. Like here when the elites sometimes live a little bit longer and I don't one-shot them, then I notice how I'm a bit slower. But this has nice AoE clear actually because it hits everything around. It's like the entire screen basically. I don't need to really pull them together. Maybe you can even not run Golda and Escher. Mean. Okay. 98. This is multitude set.
An exit. Oh, sorry. Try again.
Oh, the crit and vuln pre-rolls. Okay. We don't even have to craft that swing, we just put life and dex and that's it. So it's kind of interesting. The impact damage, the small area, and the small area doesn't matter that much because it does the damage to everything anyway. Kinda wanna try this down. Let's see. And I think here we'll probably go for the bigger. Nightmare Dung. Okay, we got a triple pit. Quadruple pit even. Oh, so close. Apparently there's an achievement to do 5 times the same activity. You load in the game, one of my mercenaries is missing. Yeah, it's a necro thing. Okay, but if I just like blast into the pack with Pestilent Storms, is it killing stuff? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell because I also need to hit them. I needed something so I get my Midnight Sun resource back. So, I don't know. I have to check out a dummy, I guess, if it actually works. But I don't really see the ticks. I think the Pestilent Storms are not really getting the benefits, yeah. So I think this is just not working. Yeah. I don't think the swarms do anything. Just swap to this again. I think it actually feels pretty decent. It seems. With Stinger better than Quill. What a time to be alive. only have to be the same role. You need to make a new character, do 2 in a row and get the achievement. Wait, what? You don't have to do 5? Oh my god. That's stupid. Yeah, that's an oversight, I guess. I'm gonna wait for the, you know, 5 in a row. It puts me into the previous level. Wait, where the fuck am I? I want to find a Tal rune. Tal rune doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, so the swarm thing, I guess I have to go like for the swarm aspects and do like dot with them and all that. How does this compare to counter swarm? Since 3 each second for 345. So I think if I want to do like swarm stuff, the stinger stuff wouldn't be that bad. You lose the kinetic aspect and you can't like do it while moving and stuff. And you'll gain other stuff and you get core synergies and all that. So this would be like the non-Kapaleka thing, and this is Kapaleka. I think both of these seem to work with Kapaleka. I want to try the blue one more time. We do this. We do this. Let's take the bigger one though. Let's see if that helps. Yeah, it would be a good question if that actually works for the storms and stuff. Is that the initial impact does more damage? And here we have the vuln. We have a problem on YouTube, we can't see build links on any YouTubers. Maybe they're not putting any, but you can check the description of my stream. Okay, I can see... okay, I need to try to put storms, like 2 storms on the pack or something, and then just hit something else while getting Kapaleka, and then you can see the damage. But it seems like the storms work. It's hard to do though, because everything just dies. I need to do this on a higher tier, I guess. You go like maybe +5 or something. So here, I do see the damage, but I think most of the damage is still the impact. So I wonder if they're actually benefiting from everything. But you can definitely see the ramp there, like 1, 2, 3, and then it does more and more. So maybe... Okay, if the Capillary multiplier doesn't work for the storms, we would definitely do not do any damage with them, basically. Capillary is like a ×8 or so. So I don't think it's that. Supremacy should definitely work. Soundless works. Asha should work. So it seems like everything should be working. I think what might not work is the 30% impact damage. Are these storms larger? No, the storms don't get larger actually. So I guess you want to do this here anyway. I heard D4 trade is down today or something. At least someone was saying that earlier. Well. What else? Dunquill and Stinger. Am I a Rake Enjoyer? Okay, let's talk of Resolve. 656. Okay, this is 1800 every third attack. If all of them overlap. And this is the big kapow. Okay, I need to test this right now. Unpolarized Earth Druid, the Asper gives Earth skills extra crit damage on casting a storm. It's not blocking a thunderstorm. Is that intended? It probably works when you toggle it on, but you know, you'd have to like toggle it all the time, I guess. Or maybe it just doesn't work because you're not really casting it. And that's probably good because I don't want to be toggling this on and off every 4 seconds. That sounds like a nightmare. So, good.
I'll watch your back. I'm here if you need.
Okay, we don't get the Pengorger mark from attacking. I see a lot of numbers actually. Wait a second, 4 numbers? Why? It seems like it always hits. Ah. Interesting. So it always does the damage to the main target as well. Not just the surrounding ones. The Pengorger works. That's crazy. And we don't really care much. Like, the first hit will apply Pangos to everything around us. With Ravager. I'll try.
I can do what you need. Hey, the
I did not give up on Quill Volley. I think Quill Volley is okay. The fire and the lightning version are actually both kind of close. You just have the issue that it that this feels like the old Quill Volley basically, but it breaks on walls, so it's a bit annoying. So it's better in like open maps. And this one is just like all round, but it's like more of a ranged playstyle, I guess. Relatively small coverage, where here they can put everything to you and then blast. But yeah. Doing Stinger now. Let's put the Hashar here. We have to do Emerald again. With that. With this. With this. Ah, this could be interesting. Hi, Dave. Oh, we got a primary from Rid Chris as well. Thank you. Oh no, Diabloing. Start of a beautiful lifelink pack here. Somehow it feels worse. Kind of surprised about it. I need to figure out why. Oh my god. I was watching the skeletons. I wanted to see if the Pingo just kills them. Kind of, I guess. Maybe the Pingo is not doing as much as I thought it would. Didn't look at the number really. Maybe it doesn't get a certain multi or something. Oh my god. The same spot. Kill this pack one by one. They kill me one by one. I think one thing that would make Spiritborn a lot smoother to play is if you could activate incarnate skills while casting other stuff. I think I should probably do that. Make it like a no animation. Because like I press Ravager and it just like doesn't activate and it kind of feels bad sometimes. Holy swords. I'm not sure if they do fizz or fire. I think they're fizz. Actually have to repair. Can we kill them? You still have your aspects, right? Do you? I should try this in a Health Titan, so yeah. Maybe a Pink Gorgeous is fine for like T12. What's the idea of Pink Gorgeous? Any ideas? Stinger hits very little. So we boost that hit. Like almost all the other core skills have multi-hits, but Stinger doesn't really. It does have with this, but this is okay, I guess. So even if it was like half the value, Pain Gauge is kind of nice for the AoE. But you can't do Pain Gauge here, or here, or here, really. With this it could work. With Heavy Hitter, this would be kind of big. Because there's really only one hit, so I have full Pain Gauge value. So I'm gonna try this. My god. It is possible to craft a treasure bridge, yes. But I think there used to be like a 1 in 1000 or something, so good luck. We don't get like infinite sigils anymore like in Season 11. Oh no, there's people. My Helltide. Thank you. Benchmark failed successfully because there's like 3 bombs rolling around here. Should probably just go and kill like some boss sometimes. A few like Urivars or some shit. Or Butcher. I think Pain Gauge is not really the best idea here. I think he doesn't get some of these. Used to have that issue where a lot of stuff didn't work with Pain Gauges. I mean, how much worse are these compared to my other gloves? They're kind of the same, I think, in terms of stats. There's cooldown that we don't care about. Dex Life 1. There's also Dex Life 1. And all stats, there's like slightly better stats basically, but okay. So this should not really make the difference, yeah. I wanna try this one more time. Maybe a bit higher actually. Let's try like 115. So I can probably see things a little bit more clearly. I want to recommend the free unique charm. I mean, I don't have it here, I think. And even if we do have it, you miss the entire set. So I'm not sure if like just 2 uniques are worth an entire set. It's kind of hard. Lokran, Ibawaka. I mean, Lokran is kind of decent, I guess. It's a ×2. And then I guess Perdition. I don't want to wear a Perdition actually. I want to wear a Ibawaka. Like, what helm do you run? Let's try Kazungi. Yeah, I think Gorgeous is not the way here. But on the Crushing Hand I need to try for sure. It might be the way. Yeah, running Perdition is not happening. It's an 80 multi, but then you have absolutely no stats on it. Where it could be, you know, it could be Dex, Life, Res, Resource or something, or Resource Gen even on the Harmony. If you don't do that on a Kapaleka build, that's just like a waste of defense and you don't even get like a lot of extra damage. You go Protean, okay. You go Lokran, okay. Then you need to find some other thing, I guess. And equip the Harmony. Like all the stats in Perdition are kind of worthless besides a little bit of core ranks, I guess. And you're gonna be kind of squished, that's the other problem. No set. This is already kind of squishy, yeah, with just like the might aspect. I have might aspect and set, and that's it. So that's kind of rough. Actually, turns out. Wow. Wow, lunatic. Was it a rat? I think the rat is spawning the lunatics here. Barely see them. Can I tank this? Yeah. It's need like 2 million for a lunatic, roughly. The problem is the controls of Stinger are kind of fucked. Because it has this very small radius, you have to like constantly actually be in melee range. It doesn't just hit. Even though I have enough radius to hit. That's the thing. And then when I force move around, he doesn't always attack. Best spot to fight this boss man is crazy. He's a fucking rat. Spawning wild lunatics. Crackling lunatics. Actually, it's a pretty good target at me right now. Do we have the gems? We do. Okay. Okay. Did we change anything else? No, right? Okay. Okay, this is actually absolutely pumping. So I guess it's the lightning. Yeah, I think that's kind of obvious there actually. Did I? And I didn't even change the glyph. There's not even without a glyph. I forgot the glyph. Okay. Should have run Talon instead of Exploit. So this will be even more damage. 15%. Or even more actually. More like 20. How high could a tornado go in tower? I guess 130 or so if you try with the Signet of Pelgain.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Not too high. 125 to 130 I'd say.
Brings you to the ancient isles.
Okay, let's try the Crushing Hand shenanigans. Let's start with this one because I'm kind of curious about the Pain Gorger stuff. Barrier. Blocking increases the damage for 5 seconds. Oof. I don't think we block very much. We do this. So this is Gorilla. Which means we cannot run the Protector. But we get Barrier already, I suppose. So I guess this is probably a wormish angle. Let me go back to Eagle. And we have to do skulls. Okay, here's Hesha and here's Pain Gorger.
Where would you begin? Another cause.
Oh, actually, there was a triple pit, I think. Fuck. Okay, it's not a Pain Gorger. You miss the old days where elites had cast bars that filled up and had to cast to interrupt accordingly. Should play some vanilla WoW. Damage. Resources. Wait a second. I don't have Unstoppable. Oops. Posture check. Uh-oh. Thank you. Okay, what do we do? Do we need this? It's just a teeny tiny 100% extra armor, right? Hmm. So I guess we don't really have to run it. There's also 55 block chance. So we could do this. Let's just say that, wait, does the block chance cap out? What the fuck? 54? What the hell? It's not that many unstoppable sources actually. And if Multitude said we cannot go with the Gorilla, yeah. It would be nice to go Gorilla, just have perma unstoppable. Can do that on Stinger or something. Wait, what is going on? Oh, I did put it on the bar, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, damage seems extremely weak right now. Yeah, I think this whole combo that I'm trying to do here is not the way with Crushing Hand. This doesn't really seem like it. If we're going to 110, I think I'm gonna struggle actually. Which is kind of surprising. Base damage doesn't seem bad on this. Kapaleka, sorry, Pain Gauger should work pretty well with it. There. Belt mode is worse than 105 and 23. Well, I mean, there's one other stat that you're not counting here. You should check that out too. Two remaining. Oh my god. Yeah, so far this Crushing Hand definitely seems inferior, I must say. The Stinger was destroying. Not sure about this one here right now. Oh, one of them has fire, so I can't use that. How did that happen? In that case, I guess you go with the left one, yeah. Okay, let's try 110. Two pits back to back. Yeah, maybe just don't do the ping Gauger shenanigans. The Poison Crushing Hand with Centipede Primary slaps. Wait, what are you trying to do with the Centipede Primary though? Bloodseekers will surely not one-shot me. Some shit. Okay, I'm trying to see the Pain Gorger effect. But it kind of just doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, look at this. But they must have the Pain Gorger on it, right? Yeah, it's like behind the fear, it's kinda hard to tell. Ugh, let me loot the thing. But one of these guys is shielding. I just wanna get my fucking rock and go. Okay. Yeah, damage seems way worse, man, holy. I wonder if the two-tip is actually accurate. It might even not just be that Pingos is not doing anything. But yeah. It seems suspiciously low. Did I miss something? Jaguar, Eagle. Centipede, you have all the tags. Guardian. Okay, we need a plan B here. Let's get out of here. Zug bro. Thank you for up. But why does everyone know my build that I change like every 3.5 minutes? Okay, I think we had a glove somewhere, let's see. This one is all kind of crappy woolen though. Poison. This is only lightning. This is from the rogue. This is only fire. Nah, fuck it, okay. But you have to move the masterwork to the crit because the woolen is kind of shit. So I guess we moved the masterwork here to the woolen. It's like okay. I think it started at 26 instead of 28, that's fine. So all we have 46 and 24, and I think this was 33 and 33. So we got plus 13 woolen here. Minus 9, so I got 4 more woolen, wow. Only cost me like 100 million. I actually just realized we're not running... Oh, we actually extra squishy here because we don't actually get anything from this, right? 19 damage. Oh no, actually it's fine, we have always ferocity, that's okay. You don't have to worry about this part. So what do we do? Redirected force. We actually have some decent block chance now when you have armor tied up all the time. But it's not 100. Where else do we get block chance actually in this class now? $20. Guess I'll die. Okay, so redirected force is not really great then. It's still like okay. 56%. Redirected just 80, right? It's 60. Nah, okay. Back to Moonrise, I guess.
Fate must have plans for you.
Not sure if that's really gonna help us, but we'll find out. Yeah, I have multiple videos on cube crafting, Christopher, you can check those. Okay, it seems extremely shit. What is happening? It's very sus actually, how shit is this? Let's try the big AoE one. Since we don't have ping gorges anyway. Not on Maxwell. I'm not 100% sure what's the status of cube guides on Maxwell right now. We have Icy who has to rework every single resource article, so yeah, I know there is some stuff on cube crafting, you can find it there I guess. I'm not sure how much in terms of like strats he has put there. Okay, epilepsy time, let's go. Yeah, this one just seems way stronger, and it's kind of surprising me. It shouldn't be, I think. But it seems way stronger. I guess the other one is like mostly good for like a Thorn setup. So maybe this is like the intended way to play it. Close this place. I mean, it is a 2-minute run. It does seem a bit weaker. I think I may have had the wrong glyphs though. Kind of forgot about that part. What do we have right now? We have Colossal, that's fine. Menagerie is fine. Export is not fine. And Kenny is definitely not fine. Now we have another problem. We have to temper physical damage for this. And we want to run outmatch, right? So we don't have this leveled at all. So this instead of Kenny. This would actually be okay. I can start leveling it a bit, I guess. If I remove Kenny right now, we're gonna have a bit of a problem though, right? Not too much, actually. But I think enough of a problem. That's damage, damage. I think Spirit Storm build would work. I played the Lightning Stinger earlier on, which is actually very good. It's pretty strong. It's actually the strongest out of the core skills I've tried so far. This one, Nimbus Throttle Strike. Did I want to change anything else? This is only a poison one, so we have to not play a Campbell build for this, we have to do something else for this. So I can't really try this right now. Let's just send another one. Probably have this like very slow ramping here. They buffed the Nemesis board, it's pretty big, yeah, ×4, literally. Insane. Four times longer timer. So yeah, this part of Crushing Hand is, this upgrade of Crushing Hand is like the good old Crushing Hand, basically. I think they even toned down the visuals slightly, if I remember this correctly. But man, what are these clouds, dude? Look at this, man, what the fuck? I don't see anything, yeah. What the hell? I mean, it might be the map actually, right? It's like the dust. I guess it makes sense, but it's a bit much. What the fuck, dude? Actually, it seems like the easiest step is just hold down shift all the time and also just shift Rushing Claw around. Can I make it to 50? Oh. Huge. Okay, let's see a bit of health hiding. I'm gonna make planners for this. I don't know. That is good old copy pasta Caprica builds, I guess. I'm not really changing it. I'm only changing any of my items, yeah. Okay, let's see a Blood Maiden. Don't you dare. Any bobs joining me. We have only 13 supremacy stacks. Not very much. So we're missing like half our damage roughly. Let's see. Whoop. Okay. It's one more time, but properly. Let's just put, I don't know, random vex. Yes. You don't really want vex, but I don't really want to know. I don't really want to think about it now. What they're gonna do here? So just stand here now. See what happens. We don't have tick anymore. Fucking barb! Okay, I have to make him leave. He's teleporting. Okay. No! Okay, this is hopeless. Fuck. Dude, softcore, man. I guess my build testing is better done on hardcore after all. Let's go and send it at boss and see what happens. What is like a good... Maybe Andariel is a good training dummy? Should have seen it when I was playing Warlock. Good old times, man. Warlock enjoyers. Okay, this is no secret now, let's see. Not terrible. But I can't get through the second barrier, I think. And we have kind of stacked supremacy here. Yeah, I have crossbow on actually right now. I could turn it off, I guess.
Step up to my anvil.
Not sure why it's on actually. I think someone onto the group or so, like a few days ago.
Care for a game of chess?
That's one other thing we can do, which is... %20 cast speed. Oh. 5%. This is also something, actually. I mean, this is 20% damage, and this is... maybe enough to not go prodigies if you try. We attack really fast. You have a 120% attack speed bonus for this. Yeah, Sick is bugged right now and gives you like ×6 boss damage when you have the concussive stomp specs. Just like, yeah. Normally it would run Sick. For most builds at least. It's also a bug. The white Jaguar animation. Actually, it's a gorilla animation. It's a gorilla punching. That's kind of funny. Even with the Tibalt's regen. Alright, you want to do this. Is that enough? Actually... nah. It is not. We'd have to do at least 2-3 cooldown rolls, I think, to get there. And that would be pretty painful, actually. We have really big temperers. Don't really have like any items that I can roll cooldown here, maybe, but one wound there. And even then, it would be only when you're fighting. So I guess you're gonna go prodigies anyway. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's try it. Yo, hardcore prawn. Thank you for the prime. Good old Sarah, yes. How about Path of the Emissary? Yeah, we could do that, but then we're gonna be even squishier, so I have to figure something out for that. I'm already kinda on the too squishy side. My gear is not really optimized for this right now. I should be tankier than I am. But... yeah, boom. I think for a small AoE build like this, it would probably make sense to go Path. We don't build Razor Wings. Nope. Like, Razor Wings is pretty hopeless right now. Without the charge temper, I think this is not happening. Actually, I should probably try to go back to Pain Gorgeous, so this might be like a Pain Gorgeous angle. It didn't really work well on the Crushing Hand. I'm not sure why, because it seems to be okay on Stinger to go Pain Gorgeous, but maybe Stinger was just that good. And I was just debated. Maybe Pain Gorgeous actually doesn't work with like Kapaleka or something. I mean, I clearly saw the extra hits, but it might not work with the multi. Jeez, kiddos, hello, thanks for what's up. What's going on? Oh, I hope you're gonna see better days again. Not sure what's going on, but wish you all the best. Why no Glint's Anvil? Because only ethical builds are allowed on this stream, as you have seen in the last 2 days. Yeah, I'm not trying to make a Glintz build. I'm trying to, you know, make a... I'm trying to figure out how good is this class, right? For that, I don't want to get carried by Glintz. Yeah, I don't like this rake at all, I must say. If this works with ping gorgers, then maybe. But I'm kind of doubtful about it. But I don't really have like any kind of coverage that I enjoy here. It's kind of like small AoE. What do I get? I get a bunch of resolve stacks that I don't care about, really. I suppose. I could much rather just play Crushing Hand. Yeah, it's relatively easy to stack Resolve on this class, actually. You have multiple ways to get Resolve very fast. I mean, Resolve is the original, like, Spiritborn mechanic, actually, so... I guess that makes sense. They took it from Spiritborn and gave it to everyone. A little bit of Crushing Hand, which is like alright. What are plans for PoE 2? Do a Merc this Friday until PTR. We do like one playthrough basically, and then after PTR we might go back to PoE or do like our final classes here and then do more PoE and then do season 14. I want to at least do like 2 or 3 characters during 0.5 and then another 2 or 3 after the release, after the reset that I'm gonna do later. Because of 1.0 coming later this year, I need to be kind of in good shape, I guess. So we have some work to do.
It is done.
Protein Heart. Is that better? I like my movement speed actually. Two bosses, 2 pits, I guess it's alright. And we are missing how much right now on conversions? 40. Okay, we're missing like around 10% damage here. 9% damage from conversions. Something to consider. You want to use Diamond Mind on any Warlock build that is not Apocalypse. You can always just put in 2-piece raids. The big grey swipe looks kinda cool. Doesn't really seem to do that much damage. I think if we could like infuse some of these core skills with a bit more utility, it'd be interesting to like have double core on this class. Like I have this something for resolve building, and I have the crushing hand for more damage or something. Dude, these fucking saw blades, man, what is happening? It does feel a bit on the weak side though, I must say. Surprisingly weak. Maybe not surprising actually. 1100. Just doesn't have like a very high number compared to some of the other cores, I guess that makes sense. So screw this, I don't even want to play it. Although, Engorger, let's try this real quick. I'm going to specifically hit only this one guy and see the Pain Gorgers. I do see no... Ugh. It's hard to watch their health bars. Let me try to find another pack maybe. Here. Okay, the top guys definitely have Pain Gorgers on them. Okay, that's nothing. I think it's not getting a like a multi or something. You can see the ticks a little bit. That's like nothing. Okay, let's go this. See what she's got us. Did you think about a aesthetic variant on Lunatic or 600 Wrath? I did. And my conclusion is no. The problem is that you always start your run with 0. And the only way to not like instantly get one shot is to use Warlock instead of Agrom. And then a Tibbot's Will together with that. And then getting... I mean, Tibbot's Will would go into the Dirge build anyway. But you have to go Warlock. And then you lose out on a bunch of stuff. And the TLDR is... For my Napkin Math, Salic would be like around 20% less damage. And then it's a question of... Are you actually getting even tankier? You might not even be tankier with Salic. But I might try it on a PTR and see. If it makes it actually close to immortal on a Warlock, that would be kind of sweet. But I don't really trust it right now. And there's the other advantage, which is there's no animation for Warlock compared to Agrom. But yeah, you have like less jumping, you have to do like more tortured wretches, and you have less of them, because that's going to be an unstoppable source for Tibbalts. Unless you want to transform into Lunatic all the time, which you don't really want to do. So there's a bunch of like clunkiness, I guess. If Dirge didn't drain you in town, it would be better. I asked the devs to change that, so let's see. But they are always starting a run at 0 resource, is kind of fucked. Maximum resource is good for Lunatic because of your weapon and your amulet. Okay, is there any more Capitalec stuff actually? Actually there is. Pretty important one, so I think this one is going to be pumping actually. So we do this. 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 I need a BRB.
quiet here. Mostly.
Okay, guys, you're back. Boah. I have like only one focus skill on the bar. Well, actually, does the vortex trigger stun stand? Let's see. How do you see how many autos I've opened so far? It's a good question. On season you don't see it anymore, I think, because they moved the whole renown thing there. So internally you can see it. I have to bulwark. Okay, what if we do the vortex? Oh, that does work actually. That's kind of nice. Okay, let's start us with Note Sick. See what happens. Ethical build. Does anger management's damage buff stack with blood mat? Well, the berserking buff can only be applied once, but the damage buff, yes.
Ancients, watch over
I think I should do a lot of damage. It has a 50% ramp when they attack me. Expand Colossal Outmatch Spirit. This build is pretty much better on towards well. Is it worth to have like a hit chance to restore? I think I still had one because it made it like a bit more consistent. Damage. High jam. Ouch, that thought of great man, holy. Okay, here come the Bloodseekers. And the boss. You have no Seeker Rune right now. Kind of funny how the boss dies before the Bloodseekers. What's happening? So Payback seems to be fine for like the physical setups. Payback is kind of decent, I guess. What's that this thing? Oh, wait. The helmet gift looks cool and Echo Warlock Barb. Oh. Haven't tried yet. We reached the 266 million Paragon acquired, right? Hatred's downfall. Is there any way to make certain items available? If you're talking about Tybalt's Whale, it's very hard to get. You have to use a cube and upgrade unique. I don't know. I guess it's more for like a male character. Oh, maybe it's fine. I don't like it too much, to be honest. Is there a way to teleport out of a dungeon to adjust the entrance? Yeah, you can press leave dungeon here. It was min power and the stats were garbage. I mean, the power roll doesn't really matter anymore these days, right? You have the power reroll, so that's fine. It's just kind of expected that they roll it any time. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's just pants. It's okay if they're like not crazy stats and you can fix them later with better rolls. Try to get the Thunder Gods. Good luck with that. Oh, is that a prankster? Does the prankster ever disappear, actually? It's just running around in his bottles. I see him, like, running around there. What is he doing? Oh, he's stopping. Let's see. I never tried to let him go. I think he's just chilling there, actually. Interesting. Wait, how do you have only 10 supremacy? What the fuck? Did I just never cast my ult? Okay, let's see a Andariel. Oof. With no sick. What's up, Kagami, by the way? Wait, where's my supremacy aspect? What? I have no stacks. And the guy just disappeared and I still have no stacks. What the fuck's going on? Now I got 5. I guess because I TP'd. But I TP'd straight into a lair. It's kinda wild. I wonder if I can do something different here to ramp the supremacy better. Maybe I can go Hunter. Can we dash for this? Holy, wait. Wait, you can dash for this? What? Really? What the fuck? It doesn't actually do any damage? What's going on with this beam? Okay, it does do damage, but it seems like they nerfed it actually. Like a lot. Interesting. Like I'm really squishy. And the beam does nothing. Okay, I want to change something here. Let's get rid of this shit. So this is Jaguar. So we have to do this basically. Actually kind of tight on the cooldowns now with the Hunter as well as I should kind of press it all the time. Am I missing attack? No. Yeah. I love my defense now, though. What about the low life variability melted heart and death mask of Nimue truck? Holy. Well, where are you gonna get all those resources? Just charm stacking? And then what? Like, what's the point even? You don't have any resource damage scaling. Like, there's no extra damage per resource on the rogue. Like, what do you want to do? I guess with Beastfall or something, but I mean, you're not using that, clearly, so... The faster supremacy ramping is nice. They wouldn't need it if they actually make supremacy work with the multitude set. Then we're kinda fine. Oh my god. The earthquake, man, holy. I was like, what is hitting me? They actually see it, probably. I don't know. I'm not even sure if the earthquake is affected by the centipede main hall. Is there another way we can do this? Yeah, it's kind of a struggle with the gorilla skills. Because I want to use the protector. Like, the protector just seems like the overall nicest ult. Because it has a 6-second timer, which is like comfy. It's short enough to ram fast, but also not too short to make you annoyed. Hunter is too short, it's like 3 seconds. And so is this. I think the Eagle's even shorter. Unless one of them lasts way longer. Best rune farm, Undercity. You're weak with crit and everything, got like most of the equipment, all you can do is T10 any directions. For Warlock. I mean, which build are you doing? Lunatic. Yeah, Lunatic you don't go for crit. That's like not a thing. So I should first of all get rid of that, because you don't really have a good way to really scale it up. There's only like in the push version I have that. It's a non-crit build otherwise. Wait a second. I just like auto-casted the Eagle. And it goes on cooldown and then... oh my god, I just realized. That is even worse than I thought. Look at this. So I have this supremacy buffer now, and then I auto-cast from the set. And then I just drop my supremacy stacks. What the fuck? Let's get a few more actually, let's see. There's a 5% chance to trigger. Yeah. Actually, wait, I did get the stacks. From the autocast. No, this time I didn't. What the fuck? So I think that's what happened there earlier. While you have an ultimate skill active, your skills gain that ultimate spirits type. Interesting. Yeah, it's basically just centipede angle. There's one more thing, which is this. This is back to Asha Kazungi, I guess. Can do this.
I make pizza.
Oh shit. Thank you.
This pizza pesto.
Uh-huh. Okay, I hope that no Italians are in chat. Thank you. I wonder if this vigor cost reduction actually helps, but I guess not. I can make vulnerable here, which is kind of comfy, I guess. But I already have vulnerable anyway. Let's do this. Let's do this. And let's do that. How many T12 Whisper caches is it? 8. I think of 7. Having starts the mid, now I want something different. Is it worth to go rogue or nah? Yeah, rogue is pretty good. I mean, it's not like OP like Barb is right now, but it's really good. And rogue has probably the largest variety of strong builds actually out of all the classes. I hear some giggling in the other room, guys. What happened?
Yeah, with the emoji. Al dente.
Al dente.
You see?
Yeah, nice emote.
The...
Okay, let's see this. Either you try every build from Maxwell and Necro, you get destroyed, you try yours and you're immortal. I don't know, I mean, I would imagine they probably do similar resolve stacking shenanigans and stuff, right? Maybe you just don't stack your resolve fast enough in the others, and like I made it so that you can stack it pretty quickly early in the fight. Oof. Okay, Tasha Dev is a no-go, man. You have the same problem as before with the long delay, I guess. I can't really get the pop stars enough. Although, there is a solution. Not a very good one, but we can try. That's a new lunatic tower push setup. Well, Signal of Pelgain doesn't give you any damage until you freeze. And then you, like, you know, kind of ramp it up over time. So, if you're just like speedrunning, it doesn't really do anything for you. This is only for like 10-minute runs. And maybe your resources are not high, so make sure you get more maximum resource. Make sure your resources are always at 100%. And so on. And then do the thing that I explained in the push version with the Signet of Pelgain. Yeah, I'm not such a Touch of Death enjoyer, I must say. With Widow's Web, we actually have like the instantaneous explosions, and then it kind of feels like not super clunky, but this one is already kind of slow. It's gonna be like 2.5 minutes. And it's not even the damage's fault necessarily, it's just like you have to hit them 3 times and then it starts popping. And you have to go up your entire unique charm just to like actually get the explosions so that it can deal damage at all. So you can basically never really speedrun with Touch of Death. It's kind of sad. I would like Touch of Death to be like a sort of minion, like a water ally build, dude. This is what they need to do. They need to give Touch of Death some like monk water ally style unique, man. And then you have these swarms, just like the allies, just like floating around and killing shit. And you have like a summoner Spiritborn, man. That's what we need. That'd be fucking cool. And then they're gonna make an Uliana build. And then we're complete. You had 317 rounds. Okay, 317 rounds is pretty good, I guess. It's more than I had. But yeah, you're freezing normally with the wolves. So usually after like 1 CC phase or 2 CC phases, you should kind of be ahead compared to like another multiplier on your ring. Obviously, you know, assuming a similar starter ring. But yeah, Signet is 20% damage per second frozen. A typical multi is like 60% or 70%, so it's like 3 to 4 seconds of freeze, and you will break even. And then usually once it becomes unstoppable after that. And then on the next round you do more damage, and so on. And then on the bosses, it kind of like ramps up really hard, because I think stagger phases are 6 seconds or 8 seconds. So every stagger phase, like after one stagger phase, if you triggered it with a freeze properly, you like nothing can match it even. And then after the second stagger phase, you know, you really start melting the bosses. So that's how Signet of Pelgain works. I did try Pelgain actually way back with Lunatic. Before I knew about the whole bug with the bosses and the stagger and stuff. And it was really good, but I couldn't kill the bosses. But now that we know how to kill the bosses with Pelgain, like it's definitely the push setup. Is that suddenly everyone is making a Spiritborn video? Maybe your algorithm is just showing Spiritborn videos suddenly. Because I'm playing Spiritborn. Yeah, you can teleport a Timus type. Wound crit, this, and attack speed. Aiming close to max roll. That seems good. I followed the max roll evade Spiritborn guide. No, I cooked it up from scratch. But I think the max roll guide is close enough. The main difference is the quarterly set. And I like the Shattered Vow a lot. So Shattered Vow and quarterly makes it very comfortable, I think. And I did get some feedback to Ignition. I'm not sure if he's like working into the guide now or not.
My demon,
Or maybe he has already.
mostly.
Okay. I guess he doesn't like the quarterly set as much as I do. Yeah, I did quarterly. And no Widow's Web. So I had Shattered Vow, no Widows, and quarterly set. No, I didn't post it. But maybe I should. This build evade counter some another one. I was like cooking Kapeleka stuff today. I was doing like a whole day Kapeleka today. To get a bit of an idea of what's going on. So the lightning stuff is pretty good. We have lightning quill, lightning stinger, both pretty good. The physical builds are not that great. Payback, I guess, is relatively powerful. But yeah, crushing on is okay. Rake felt pretty bad on the physical side. I didn't try to fire Rake actually. If Rake only hits a single target, it is 100% increased damage. Hits enemies again. So we have like 3 hits here, I guess. I'll have to try this stuff, I guess. Pulling in sounds kind of nice. Yeah, you want to kind of scale up the ferocity stuff though, and this means you kind of want to go Rizoka in the ferocious aspect and all that. And I really don't want to do this. But yeah, the potent sting is nice, the Nimbus Touchal Strike is nice. The Unrelenting Assault is nice. This I would have to try with a Fawn setup, I guess. I haven't tried the Greens Crushing Hand. The Kill Command is nice, the Claw Volley is nice. Those two I have no idea. Touch of Death, oof. And yeah, the payback is okay, so this is kind of like where we're at. A mythic amount of charms and seals. Yo, time for a mythic charm, holy. Let us know what you get. Let's see if I get some nice mythic reward here. Nope.
Let's reconsider. Go. I will see you again soon.
How easy is PoE 2 to get into? It's getting rough, slowly. But it's definitely easier than PoE 1. I think it's probably time to do some PoE action, guys. I'm gonna switch over to PoE category. I'm gonna prep a little bit. I think I'm gonna start with watching the announcement again, because that was like 2 weeks ago now or something, and I've forgotten half of it. So let's do that. Yeah, hard suck and pit 130 for summon a barb. Yeah, sounds like there's still something big missing in 130. Okay, where do we have it actually? I just want to enjoy my pizza and watch the announcement again. Hi, Oppenheimer. Deal pun is such good fun. Glad to hear that. The content reveal. Here we go. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers. Okay, let's go. So I'm not gonna watch. Wait, is it actually a 1 hour thing? Oh my god. Without the Q&A. Was it that long actually? Holy. Anyway, let's send it. And then I guess we're gonna go through the patch notes as well and some stuff. You have 46 is all 6 and get one shot. Something sounds off there.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live.
So this starts in 2 days. I want to prepare a little bit, guys. So I'm gonna watch the announcement and chill, and then go through patch notes and some stuff.
We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Those in darkness
Time for the trees.
once lay dormant. Now return. We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
Ah fuck, I totally forgot they're gonna bring the Genesis tree. Interesting.
We become one. You are completely alone.
I remain loyal to the king.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find. Now see how your story ends. oblivion.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now we promised that this one was going to revamp the in-game, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi.
So the one thing about this is that a lot of the League mechanics are now kind of like large clusters of maps, right? Similar to how we had the Citadels before and so on, but even larger than that. So it's going to be like way easier to kind of like search stuff on the Atlas, I guess, because you're not looking for individual maps, you're looking for these large, you know, clusters of maps basically. So it's going to be like you just scroll through really fast and you know where you are basically. I think it's going to be actually feeling much better while keeping the Infinite Atlas actually.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clairfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight. After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him.
Yeah, how big is the patch, guys?
In each
Any
area in the
guesses?
Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
Fight for your life, guys. One augment. Damn.
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters. After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items. As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects. Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it. Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6, 7, or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclast. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground. The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclast to find sources of verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you runic ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times. Runic ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die. Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way, even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play. But the Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with runic ward. Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns, while Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign too that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge,
Top 5.
containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from.
Age of trees.
Using
of
this
trees.
knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge
There's
unique
another primeval, guys. The Lord of Trees. You were working on your breakfast meta tree, but you got sighted by the yogurt tree, and now are deep in the yogurt and granola brekkie. Oh god.
weapons.
PoE time, yeah. I've not really been catching up much. I need to also check all the uniques and stuff. I hear people talking about some cool crossbow or something, or grenades thing at least. So I want to see that. So I want to catch up with like watching the announcement again.
With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage. There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effect duration. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example.
I don't know, it's only the example section.
Is not normally available. Using
maximum ward, increased maximum ward.
You can also create a new type of currency
chance to afflict ailments
called alloys.
As a suffix, I would say this is maybe useful.
Using
remnants can be collected from 50% further away. That's kind of nice for Chaula. Do I play Chaula again, guys? I've already done 3 times, I think. I always go back to Chaula somehow. Oh man. Not this time, I need to resist the call of the Dreamer. Increased mana cost efficiency, 20% on the helm. Seems kind of nice. But I have a feeling this is a prefix.
Regular metals alloyed with verisium. New modifiers not...
Totems are not minions, right? Minions is only like actually acting things. Flask gain is charge per second. Okay. Cast speed, attack speed. Interesting.
Normally available can be directly crafted onto your items.
Using
imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple Remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the Remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many Remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenyn. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her, and this begins a new major mechanic for Expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenyn. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenyn has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
Your favorite stalling technique.
Now,
Let's hear
after
it.
you've defeated Medved, you will find another logbook. And this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore
Looks kinda
one
cool, though.
sector, and you can go as deep as you like.
Like the art looks very nice.
There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become. These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker. Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby. On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun. Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside.
I wanted to change the fight. You walk into the top right instead of top left this time.
Now, we're not going to spoil the boss.
I thought it was always
but
to the
one
top
thing you
left.
should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danig should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time.
Oh.
Forge some objects of power.
Okay, armor, yes, strength int. Bypasses initiators below half. Lose all runic bindings when you shapeshift. Get an equal amount of armor potential. Okay, it sounds like some spellcaster slash shifting druid thing. Okay.
The creation of which has been
Could be
lost
fun.
to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off.
You read like maces.
There is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the endgame. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Ismeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map.
Or you wanna be Spiritborn? Spirit Walker? And catch some bosses? There's an name.
Now,
With
just
the
like the
monkey,
normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor
Really gonna get
nodes
so
after
fat
the
when
boss,
he's in his 30s.
and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree.
No.
Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree.
Look, man, it's so excited. More trees.
Like this one,
Yeah.
that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to
I
an
really like
adjacent
this,
map.
man, that they just like TP out,
Before
man.
you
This
fight
is so
them
cool.
again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge
It's so
this time.
funny. It's
There
like,
are
nope.
also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one, which lets Ismeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed,
Can't wait
giving
to
you some
tree.
incredible loot potential.
Dude, you don't need to touch grass, man. You have trees at home.
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire
Yeah,
Atlas
man,
tree.
let's go and do it.
Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to
Pretty
make
cool,
sure
actually.
that you
I
have
like this.
choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is
I really
no
like
longer
this
the
actually
pinnacle
of the
of
Arbiter. Like, I think Arbiter is such a cool like target, right? Like for like a speed run or like, you know, like a practice run or even just like a community challenge or something. I really hope that in the future we're gonna have like, you know, 1-2 Arbiter or something. That's like a speed run category kind of.
Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock
Composited
keys for
into
pinnacle
another
bosses in
tree.
the usual way,
Oof.
exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location. Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses, but in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to, so let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In
The
Return
Bed
of
of
the
Souls
Ancients,
is
the
the
first time you
abyss, like the place where you jump down to the boss, I think. Like where you also craft with abyss and stuff.
approach one of his Delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of Delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into Delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map. but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears. If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him. And that means entering the Raven Trickster's
Yeah, I've
mirrors
seen
in
it,
an
but
attempt to
you know,
locate
it's
him.
been a while.
Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start.
Not sure which mechanic I want to go first.
As you do
or
deliriums, some of the
maybe I'm
special
going to do
encounters
Fortress
will drop
first, and
liquid
then we'll see
emotions.
Abyss maybe.
Normally these emotions can be used to instill amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well.
I guess in general journey for like one character is you know, you play for the campaign, and then you do like the Fortress, and then you do like each league mechanic, or it's a whole like cluster of maps once to unlock all the points, right? And then I guess you're probably gonna be like 90 something already after doing all that, because you're talking about like probably 150 plus maps or something. So yeah, then you basically just go into Infinite Atlas, right? And I guess you're gonna find these clusters of maps again. I wonder how this is gonna work. If it's just gonna be like mapping, or if there's like a one-time thing where you have these clusters of Breach and clusters of Ritual and whatever. I feel like this whole idea of like having clusters of maps is a good one. So you kind of just have a common theme and you just like set out for like a mapping session, and you don't really have to think much about like changing things or like, you know, encountering different things all the time. Breach looks insane with the crafting tree. Yeah, true actually. For SSF, maybe Breach is the way. Yeah. Why Fortress first? What's the logic behind it? I just figured it's for the quest line, right? And you get like a lot of the points there.
Each one now has the ability to add
The Fortress is like kind of the overarching endgame quest line, right? And then all the others are just league mechanics. So, I don't know, maybe you're gonna go Breach first and then Fortress and then the rest or something, I don't know.
mods to jewels, allowing you to
Breach is just for jewels. Oh really? Not for all items? Okay. But that's already kind of nice, I guess.
specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For
Do
example,
we have the trees actually?
Liquid
Did they show
Despair
them?
will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or
Very
air
good.
to an item slot. Now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels,
Oh,
allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you
That's
to add
huge,
critical
actually.
hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or air of effect to your jewels. But there are many more. Once you've done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm, is revealed. But it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness.
And then we double this.
In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge. So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder, and not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, Potent Liquid Melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also,
Kinda cracked, man. What the fuck?
allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an ancestral Flame Blast? Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple Simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next.
Sanctuary
When you first do
tomorrow.
a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree.
Tell me, put it up.
In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry and must be fertilized with hive blood. So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else. Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it. To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash. And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone.
Wait, what hotkey did he use to split it like this?
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion.
Shift, okay.
Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get. There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her, but in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before. In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body. Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss, and defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute, but if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards, so in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge. But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now, of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new endgame storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a Pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each endgame questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time. This shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way that shows you how far
Anyone knows what is the Enigma in the Patriarch and Matriarch halls?
through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better endgame experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies. Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all 3 of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked, the power of the Sacred Wisps. This node is free and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies, and your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment. And this one, which is my absolute favorite, the Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands. Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the Frozen Talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion. Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 Hollow techniques. Channeling Hollow Form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease. Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
Kind of crazy actually. It's like just like straight up double the
Finally,
runes. Besides the weapon. It's only missing weapons, right? But it's basically just doubled. I wonder if I can put iron runes to get like more ES and stuff as well. If that actually interacts with the chest and stuff. Maybe not, but still kind of crazy.
As gloves, and 1 as boots. Finally, your hands. The ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier.
It doesn't work, okay.
For example, these gloves add some physical damage,
Still be nice to get
cold
resistance
damage,
stuff.
lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage.
14 fire, 20 lightning. Extra fist, cold lightning. Okay, so we have fist, cold lightning and 2 attacks. This becomes extra. The life gain with attacks becomes more after crit. And there's fire rest, lightning rest, which is the maximum. And okay, it's a maximum and you get half of it. Okay. So maybe this is not such a complicated system after all, actually. It just seems like upgraded mods for the most part. I mean, the res, you lose a bit of the res, but you get the maximum. And you have evasion and maximum energy shield per level. So where's that coming from? It's just like it takes the base, I guess, and then gives it some extra.
Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly...
Like, it actually seems like a very crazy, like, look at how much damage this is, right? Like, these attack mods here, each of them is like worth a few % damage maximum, right? Like 1 digit. But each of these is worth like at least 2 digits in terms of DPS. Like 10-15% per mod with those values. It's kind of crazy actually, because the typical Ascendancy node is like 10 to 15% damage. So just the 3 attacks extra mods are already worth more than a typical Ascendancy node. And you get more res, max res, okay, not more res, but you get a max res, you get a life hit on hit, you have more defenses. There's a lot of offensive suffixes. Yeah, there could be like a crit chance, attack speed, skill ranks is a thing for melee skills. Yeah, it seems like this node could be very powerful, especially if you kind of combine exactly the right stuff for your build. But it's like a trade league ascendancy basically.
Of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new forward to
Bruce's Wedding Assault seems so crazy. Like I played it before they buffed it. Like look how large this is, man. What the fuck? When I played this, it was like 3 times smaller.
You can come up with
4 times smaller, I don't know.
Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a 2-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful, for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a Raven Righteous Fire. That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between. Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you kill enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life. Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you. Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for
It's
yourself.
kind of crazy.
Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time. The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic wings. If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them. Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel, Voices. Voices is simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots. Equip it and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center. One of the things we are concerned
where does it
about
drop, though?
is how long it takes for
This used to be from Delirium, right?
add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky
Delirium
or
Pinnacle?
rich,
Maybe, yeah.
one with 4 jewel slots. Equip it and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
Yeah, I'm watching the reveal again because, I mean, this was like 2 weeks ago now, right? And kind of need to catch up again. It's a good overview, so...
One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league. As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if
This
you
is a
know
really
what
good
to look
change,
for.
yeah.
We'll cover just one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss. We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience. Now, as this is an in-game expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map. Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. Turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are at their core. A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment, fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle, leaping into action when you're on the move again. What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day? The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite 2-story estate features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages for
Parties
your
on the table.
visitors. You can alter the walls to create as many or few rooms as you like. Last but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
Stop that. We won't disappoint you. But if we do, you've our permission to beat us most violently.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity Dodge Roll effect. As you sprint, actual Divine Lightning wings will form out of your back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage or escape from combat. For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through. Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause. Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force divinity has over this realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue. The pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline, added this expansion. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets, a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop, and much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes. That's not all, however. The Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally, there's a tab for your Djinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 050.
P4 could never.
This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1 or 2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release. 050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release. The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an ARPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point, and so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right, the next big update is going to be 1.0. Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand. ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we'll be working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch.
Okay. Should we play SSF in PoE too? Is it Crip actually blasting SSF? I suppose he is, right? Path of the Elves. Yeah, he is. Nice. Yeah, SSF is a very good experience. Okay, Wonkas sent me a lot of stuff here. League mechanic and runes. Are these official videos, by the way, or are these creator videos? Should we just check some of them? I have a lot of links here from Wonkas. Okay.
Inscriptions. These are my life's work. The more I studied, the more I began to see similar shapes in the stars above. It was then that I dedicated myself to becoming a rune seeker.
Ah, there's a new tree as well.
As Pharaoh so kindly explained, runes are very powerful and ancient inscriptions, and they can be socketed into your items to grant them more power. During the League, inscribing symbols into remnants will let you choose between a bunch of different crafting runes.
Okay, this is also only an announcement, right?
Enhance your
or is there more?
When you come across a remnant, it has a number of slots ranging from 2.
There's the same stuff on the announcement, actually.
Lots of unique effects. At this point, you're all
this is
sorts
new,
of
wait.
unique. With Alder's Legacy, you can create another 100 or so runes with all sorts.
Okay, there's more. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's watch this then.
When you come across a remnant, it has a number of slots ranging from 2 to 7. The more slots, the more powerful the remnant encounter.
Okay, no 8 anymore.
The more options you'll
I
have
guess
to
it
choose
changed that
between.
from 8.
At the start of the game, you might find yourself crafting simple damage or resistance runes that are available at a lower level than you would normally be able to get them, giving you a decent power boost. But things quickly get more interesting. There are 22 runes for adding or modifying Runic Ward, a new resource that can protect you from death. Using these runes, you can add an extra defensive layer, or turn your Runic Ward into an offensive weapon using Kalguran runic skills. There are also 13 runes that add powers specific to weapon types, like this one which gives a chance for grenades to explode a second time. Or this one, which gives you a new buff called Druidic Prowess, when heavy stunning enemies. In addition, there are 20 stunning enemies.
Kids with spells grant free rage per stack. Interesting.
In addition, there are 22 runes designed to give you power at low levels, like this one, which gives you a bunch of elemental resistances.
Damn, what?
Or this one, which gives you a ton of spirit. These runes are designed to be powerful, but drop off in value as you level up. They're great for power leveling a second character in the League. We also have 6 runes that can be used to expand the pool of modifiers used.
Can roll marksman modifiers. Can roll decoy modifiers. Okay, so you have to socket them and then craft basically, but you can't like remove them again. I guess socket bound means you can't change it anymore. Can roll berserking modifiers. Can roll destruction on weapon. Wonder what that is. It's probably like slam stuff and so on.
When doing high-level crafting. So for example, you can socket Katla's Gloom into some gloves, and it will enable the crafting of a bunch of new decay modifiers that can be used for damage over time builds. After socketing one of this type of rune, use regular exalts or chaos orb time builds, and it will enable the crafting of a bunch of new decay modifiers that can be used for damage over time builds. After socketing one of this type of rune, use regular exalts or chaos orbs to try and craft the new mods.
But I guess you can start on like a base, right? On like a white base, and then add the socket first, and then you can try to do stuff this way as well. We don't have fossils yet and stuff. But I guess you have unveiling as well. That could be useful.
There are also several runes that have one-off powerful effects on items, but are bound forever into the socket. Like this one, which allows any item to gain another suffix.
That's kind of interesting. That is like relatively easily beating most typical sockets, right? Like a typical rune is like 14% lightning res or some shit. And then, okay, there's like the bigger runes later and so on. But if you just take like a greater, you know, like lightning res rune, that's 14%. Like it's so easily beaten with just like one greater exalt. You get like almost anything you're gonna slam is gonna be better than that, basically, than like a standard rune.
Or this one, which allows you to create a jewel socket.
Yeah, this is even crazier, man. Like this can be like a 5 mod, like corrupt the jewel or something. I wonder how hard it is to get them.
This series of runes that can.
Oh, you can make everything to chaos. Interesting.
Convert any elemental mod from one element to another. There's even a rune that can upgrade any other rune, allowing you to upgrade them beyond the normal limit.
Wait,
The last
what?
allow another. There's even
Upgrades of socketed
a
rune.
rune that can upgrade any other rune, allowing you to upgrade them beyond the normal limit.
Oh, look at that. Huh. Perfect body rune. Okay, 75 life, man. Damn.
The last one I want to show you today is Aldur's Legacy, a special rune that can be socketed into any Kalguran or Ezomite unique to destroy it.
Create a rune imbued with that item's power. Oh no.
But create a new rune that takes some of the properties of that unique. So for example, use this on a trample toe to create a Legacy of Trample Toe rune. Socket into any boots and, just like the unique it came from, you'll deal 10% of overkill damage to all enemies in a 2-meter radius. Or how about the Legacy of Twisted Empyrean? Destroy a Twisted Empyrean, and you can add cold damage based on your maximum mana to any weapon. With Aldur's Legacy, you can create another 100 or so mana to any weapon. With Aldur's
Bramblejack.
Legacy, you can create another 100 or so runes with all sorts of unique effects.
I mean, the +1 charm sword is kind of omega lol, I gotta say, but okay. Maximum quality is 40. Okay.
At this point you might be thinking, that's a lot of new runes. And you'd be right. This is the runes of Aldur after all. But we didn't want the old runes to be left behind either. A significant number of the old runes that were not being used have been buffed as well.
Oh, they go to 18 now, and that is a perfect version, which is probably like 24
this
or something.
crafting system significantly better. Explore everything runes have to offer in the Return of the Ancients update on May 29th. See you there.
Okay. It is what is it? Legacy of Aldur.
Runes.
Kind of crazy, but I need to figure out, okay, which uniques does it work with? Is this
maximum
Ezomite?
Mana to Imperium.
So here it says Kalguran, 200 maze.
Socket into, for example, use this on a trample
And this is Ezomite
to
boots.
create a
Can we see this here? I guess this is only a new patch, right? Trample toe, it just says boots. So they just like took some random items and made them Azomite, I guess. There's a list on PoE 2DB, okay. I should check that out. Lore. Runes of Alder, rune crafting. Alder's Legacy. Can we see it here? Where is it? I can watch a Dreamcore video, I guess. The new Emerald Council's head, including socket and these runes, might have some potential. I guess you could do some pretty crazy stuff. I wonder how SSF viable all of that is, but I guess we'll see. I can find a list though. Hardcore trade. Wait, what? Is this just Google? Don't tell anyone about darkness enthroned. But it's finally useful, I guess. I found it pretty trash before. In the PoE 2 forum. Yeah, someone said it's on PoE 2DB, but I don't see anything. Like, there's even like the Alder's Legacy page here, but it doesn't really have anything. This? Ah. Here we go. Oh, we don't really have anything though, but okay, at least we know the items, I guess, so we can get an idea which one of these. Okay, let's load them all. Does this work? I have to like hover longer. Why is this not preloaded? Oof. I have to like hover everything one by one to load it. Okay. Does it work now? Bramblejack, Black Braid. I guess it might be the armor applies to LA, but I mean, this is a normal mod. Kind of strange that like nothing here is like special. The bleed, I guess. Well, it doesn't even. Okay, I guess I have too many loaded anyway. Here's some endurance stuff. Rage when critically hit by an enemy. Holy. I mean, a lot of this stuff seems like relatively whatever. Maybe there's like movement speed or some shit like this. Cannot be ignited, could maybe something, or ignite duration reduction or so. Jo, 2 var 1 sfängelse. Classic would ignore. See my link. Ah, Runes of Alder unique. Set 19. Wait, this is a different list? What is the difference here? Here it says 60. There is Nemes. Ironbound. Arrows return if they have pierced a target which had fully broken armor. That's an interesting condition. And only for arrows, okay. Fizz bow login. Hits this weapon have 1 to 4 physical damage per 1% block chance. Okay, seriously, what? 5% increased block chance per 100 total item armor. And 12% block chance. Interesting item. Warden bow. Can we see the upgraded version of this? It's the upgraded version here. No, because it's like a super low level bow. Herald of Ice, armor break. But you can armor break with freeze. I usually do armor break with, I think it was a stun. There's like the stun thing. You can put that on normal bow. Yeah. But you have to play a physical build basically. Or maybe not even. Like if you get an armor break somehow, it might be fine. So this could be kinda good, I guess. Let's see what else there could be. The Unleashed. You don't have a page yet, I guess. Oh. And we haven't seen what the keyword does yet, runic bindings. Rage grants increased armor, I guess. Stun threshold, it's like the same helm actually. They're actually exactly the same helm, just this one has dex and this one gives stun threshold and this one gives armor. I wonder if we can get something like Unwavering Stance. Would be kind of oof though. No sprint. I mean, this is like kind of yikes. We saw this one with a charm. It was a charm slot and the charm charges actually. I wonder if we can get the onslaught helm. Has 4 augment sockets hidden. Wait, is that new with the 4 sockets? I remember this helm, but I don't remember 4 sockets. I wonder what they're gonna get from this one. Just has a bunch of random stats. Accurate bleeding could be kind of interesting. This is kind of crazy actually, the accurate. If you can get this. There's also this effect here, Violet. I think Violet is pretty strong. If you can get this effect, I guess like a smaller ratio, but even if you get like a quarter of this, like 1% up to 50 or so, could be kind of nice. Base crit maybe? Flammability, magnitude. Block chance, okay, we saw this one. Pin. Unaffected by slows. Iron reflexes. I wonder if they actually give you like a full keystone when you do this. I mean, what would they give you as like a partial effect here? If not the full keystone. I guess they can do something like, I don't know, 50% of evasion is converted to armor or some shit. Which could, in some cases, could even be an upgrade, right? If you don't want to convert all of it. Intimidate. Wait, does it still do the permanent? I thought they changed this to not be permanent anymore. Maybe that's a no tooltip. Maximum quality is 40. We saw this one. Cereal's Grit. Kalgurin Forge Hammer. Oral Vazara. I always wanted to make a build with this thing. I think this is a very cool item. Hi, Nika. Dude, Swalen is there. What the hell? Yeah, it kind of remains to be seen, I guess. Like, you know, how crazy they're gonna let you go, right? Like, can you actually get the lucky block there? I guess you might get a lucky block, but maybe you take more damage from blocked hits or something. Like, I wonder what it will allow you to get here. Ah, wait. Is this like the highlighted mods that you get? Trample Toe? Let me see. Where was Trample Toe? No. What are the highlighted mods? Like we saw in the video, they had the overkill damage, yeah, so it's not that. Are these all the uniques that can return to the ruins? Yeah, it seems so. Or at least most of them. Ember Fuse Light. Interesting. Power charges. This one seems kind of random. Light radius, I guess. Strike, steal, splash damage. Now, if we can get that, that's kind of crazy, eh? Like, this is actually kind of crazy. Tyranny's grip here. If you get the splash. Even if it splashes at like 50% or some shit, that could be kind of good. Slam skills you use yourself cause additional aftershock. Okay. So we saw the mana thing. And this was at full value. And the crazy part is this is from a two-hander as well. This is notable for splash on strikes already. Yeah, okay, at least it might be like much more accessible if you're not on that side of the tree. Okay, damage, fire damage has first chance to block is kind of good. I've actually used this shield at some point. That's kind of good. It's a lot of damage. %1 of damage as fire. Okay. So you can do this one as well. It's also the new one here. I guess most of the new uniques are there as well. Cannot use life flasks. Oof. Non-unique life flasks apply the effects constantly. Oh, what? Recovery from life flasks cannot be instant. Recovery from life flasks can be applied to anything other than you and less flask recovery. Huh. Rite of Restoration. Gain a stage when you spend a total of 35% of your maximum mana while in the area. Dude, you can proc this 3 times in one swing if you could use your skill. Now I have to remember a count in 0.1, man. Oh no. %40 more armor evasion energy shield per stage. That's kind of interesting. There's a lot of recovery, but it doesn't have like really any armor or ES besides this buff. Yeah, I played Cold Chronomancer it was in 0.3, it was really nice. Did it ever as cold or stopped in endgame? No, I played it from the start basically. It was like Ice Wall and... What did I do actually? I think I blew them up with fireballs or something. It's kind of nice. I heard I buffed Chronomancer. Maybe I should like revisit that build and update a bit. Sylvan's effigy. Okay, this is the totem. Okay. The Raven's Flock. Okay. Deordain is like the jump thing. Chance to deflect is lucky one on low life. Dude, can you finally give us like 100% chance to deflect, or is that just not happening? One grueling madness in each. Okay, what's this? The first grueling madness on a target slows the movement speed. Targets lose one grueling every 2 seconds that passes. It's 95% cap. Amazing. Why did it do this? Why can't we just like enjoy 100% deflection? Why do we have to suffer like this? Oh man. Hits at this weapon have no critical damage bonus. Gain explosive rhythm every 2 times use a grenade skill. Remove all explosive rhythm on reaching 10 to gain explosive fervor for 10 seconds. Okay, so I have to use 20 grenades to get 10 seconds of a buff. That's a lot of skills. Okay, what does this do? 15% attack speed per different grenade skill you've used recently. Cause the grenade skills to ignore their cooldown and fire an additional projectile and makes grenades explode on any impact. What the fuck? Dude, this thing has 307 to 717 physical damage. Cannot load or fire ammunition. What the fuck is going on? Reduce cooldown rate. Oh shit. Okay, so no crit, and you cannot use any shots. You have to use only grenades. Okay. So this is the weapon that people are talking about, I guess. The thing is, if you are playing such a build, do you really care that much about the no cooldown? I guess a little bit, but realistically, on a great build, you're not gonna have issues with cooldown because you're already building your setup to just be functional, I guess. So the main thing you get here is attack speed. And then maybe you can spam it a little bit more. I guess you can do like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just like hold down number 4 for like 3 seconds, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold down. And that's it, basically. Here's the video where I showed that unique. I mean, I kind of understand how it's gonna work, but I guess let's watch it.
On Path of Exile. Today, we'd like
Thanks,
to showcase 2 new unique items. First, Nightfall, a shield of the Breachlord Tull herself. And then, Redemption, a Trathan weapon of absolute destruction. These are both being added in Return of the Ancients. Tull ruled her frozen, barren wasteland with an eye cast outward to worlds beyond. She wanted more for her brood, and being the formidable breachlord that she is, she waged war to get what she wanted. Nightfall gives you the opportunity to wage war like a breachlord.
What the fuck?
Using Soaring Midnight, you throw the shield outward. If you do
Pretty cool.
nothing, it will return to you. However, using the skill again while the shield is airborne will teleport you to the shield and slam it down for ultimate devastation.
No, it's pretty cool actually.
Catching the shield or destroying ice crystals will reset the cooldown, allowing you, in the right condition, to become an avalanche yourself. Now another ice crystals will reset the cooldown, Nightfall or destroying ice crystals will reset.
Okay, so when you teleport, you don't get a cooldown reset. But it's pretty short cooldown, it's like 3-4 seconds.
In the right condition to become an avalanche yourself. Now another unique, Redemption. This is certainly no ordinary weapon. It specializes in all things that go boom. This weapon was created during the peak of the Trathan Wars, and wielded by none other than Ratha Azadi herself. It was designed specifically for her to send a message. Never again would a rival house doubt the ferocity of House Azadi. This modified crossbow cannot use normal ammunition skills, but is particularly effective at leveraging various grenades to demonstrate your explosive rhythm. That's because this isn't really even a crossbow at all. In fact, we've made an entirely new base type for this unique, which you can find at endgame and craft to be a rare item too, including having a more grenade-oriented mod pool.
Oh, shit.
Guaranteed.
Armed with Redemption, and once you have caused enough trouble,
Oh, how'd you like this?
you're ready to unleash Explosive Fervor, which causes you to ignore the typical cooldowns of grenade skills, on top of dramatically increasing their fire rate if you fire a medley of grenades, allowing you to go on an actual rampage, obliterating everything in sight.
You have any idea where this drops?
Hit the dirt!
You'll be able to find Nightfall and Redemption as in-game unique items in Return of the Ancients.
I guess there's just
Join
like
us
random
for
drops
the
or what?
release of Return of the Ancients on May 29th.
Okay. The bitrate exploder. Pinnacle boss? Is it like... Wait, which boss would this be? Is it like Expedition boss or something? Trathan. Okay, maybe I'm gonna load up something like Galvanic until we get this Copium. And then we can do like a respec, I guess. Expedition with the exploding theme. Maybe, yeah. Cool, I don't know. But it didn't really... I wonder how much this cooldown reduction really matters. I think the attack speed is huge, the damage is huge. Actually, how big was my crossbow in 0. Was it 0.2 or 0.3? I made a pretty big crossbow. I remember my crossbow was like twice as big in 0.2 than it was in 0.1. If I remember correctly, it was at 0.3. When did Abyss come out? Abyss was 0.3, right? I think 0.2 was Huntress and the Wisps and stuff. 382 is not possible in May items. Yeah, but it doesn't have any flat fizz. I need to log in, actually. Explode on impact is gonna feel really nice. I wonder if that really matters. You can just go short of fuse duration and stuff like that if you really want, but I guess with this we wouldn't have to do this, and then it would still feel smooth. Pretty sure you find a flat fizz rune. Yeah, I have a flat fizz rune. There was actually a flat fizz rune in the data. I remember I put this like accidentally into one of the builds that I made right at the start. There was like a flat fizz rune, but I think it never existed actually. Is it still there? I wonder. That's 60% fizz. Yeah, so I removed it now, but there was like a flat fizz rune that I had in one of my setups. Ah, here, temple rune, this one. But I don't think it exists. So but maybe they made it now. Oh boy. I think it was this one. Might just be a weapon swap or buff. I wonder if you could get to keep the buff if you... I mean, first of all, you have to shoot 20 times to get the buff. And then you have 10 seconds to use it. So yeah, I guess you could do weapon swap shenanigans. Where you wait for the buff and then you swap to like a bigger weapon and then you blast if the buff doesn't drop when you unequip it. Yeah, I'll watch more videos. But I want to learn about this thing, right? Because it's something I might be going for. Okay, 249 to 780. Did I break this? I think it was... Yeah, I think it had attack speed and then I put onslaught on it, so I break this thing. But this is a... Actually, this has similar damage. 300 to 700 or something. Yeah, 300 to 700. Okay, so this is actually pretty big crossbow. This has the same damage as this one. And this is T1 flat and T2%. And T6 hybrid. So this is already a really big crossbow. But it doesn't have the ranks, I guess. There's no ranks. There's no attack speed. No onslaught. It's a slow base as well. I mean, the slowness might not matter that much with grenades anyway. Okay, so you're mostly missing the ranks, I'd say. The ranks is kind of the big deal here. So this is... How much is 5 ranks? Like double damage or so? A bit less than double damage, I guess. They're nerfing ranks. The big deal is no crit. I don't think I've actually made a crit build yet, to be fair, in this game. I think none of my builds are actually crit builds so far. Maybe one of my spellcasters, I don't know. So, crit is not really a thing as an SSF, so it's fine. Yeah, it's sanctified, I sanctified this thing. But it got worse, actually. it was even better. So it was a bit better than this. Because I had like Divine really nicely. But I got like super low roll on the Fizz. Super low roll on the Onslaught. Everything was fucked. Grenade doesn't crit. Wait, what? Are you sure? Do I have a grenade here? No. Dude, this build was so fun, man. This was so cool, actually. Kinda tend to do it again. But I think I'm gonna try the lightning version this time. What do you mean grenade doesn't crit? I got Giga buffed. Oh, really? Wait, they buffed it? How did it buff this? It's already insane. What did it do? Anyway. Actually, here's the channel. You can see what else is up. Rise to the challenge. It's like many little videos, I just watch them, I guess.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding a set of challenges for
Unique crossbow 0% crit. Yeah, I don't care about the 0% crit. I don't think I'm gonna make a crit build anyway. Like in SSF, going for crit is like not happening really. So it's fine.
the first
Unless you have like, I think on Huntress I made like a crit build. I think my lightning spear was like a crit build and stuff, but that's because it's Huntress, right? You have like infinite crit and stuff. So yeah, in that case you can do it. But if you don't have like built-in Giga crit scaling somehow, you're not gonna do it.
time to a PoE 2 league. Every 2 challenges you complete will give you a piece of the Knight of Aldur armor set, so it's worth giving them a shot. To check out your progression
Sanctified
and
with multiple
requirements to
existing
complete a
values rather than
challenge, just
rerolling.
hit
Oh
H
shit.
to open up the challenges screen.
That's really good
There
actually.
are 8 challenges in all, and they progress from pretty easy to pretty hard. To complete the Rune Seeker, you'll need to find remnants with an ever-growing number of slots and use them to craft new items. The 7-slot crafts can be pretty challenging.
Wait,
with 6 ways
okay, so when you sanctify, are all values multiplied by the same number, or is each of them individually multiplied with another number? Divine Sync. I mean, PTR is gonna be like 5 days after launch, right? It's definitely enough time to get to like 95 plus and, you know, finish the build and so on, I think, if I blast. That should be fine. All... Okay, so all get the same number. Is that what's happening? Like this might... Like if all of them get multiplied by the same number with the 1.2 multi, that would be crazy. If they're all randomized, it will kind of even out most of the time. But if they all get the same number, it's actually kind of easier to get like a good outcome, I feel. Because, okay, like, you know, it's like 0.8 to 1.2, right? So anything that goes down is like disregarded. Okay, half of them are gonna be trash, or at least downgraded. And the other half will be equal or upgraded. And like this, it's kind of easier to get ahead, I feel. Because, you know, okay, everything, like half of them are just getting better. No matter what, and you don't have to do like this weird, okay, like this one got better, this one got worse, and so on.
waves of enemies, so attempting one of these fights could require some skill. Throughout the campaign, there are many optional bosses. To complete the Hunter,
they're changing
you'll need to
sanctification.
hunt down 6 of them. The last 2, Akthi the Final Sting and Anunda the Sandworm, can be pretty tough to find, being in the Kari Crossing. In order to track them down, follow the dry riverbed. You'll find their arena at the end. The Ascendant requires you to gain all 8 points of your Ascendancy class by doing Ascendancy trials. Getting the final set of points can be pretty challenging though.
Okay, so this is
You'll
all
either
relatively
need to
easy
defeat
so far.
Zarok on the 4th level of the Trial of the Sekimas, or defeat the Trial Master from the Trial of Chaos by finding all 3 keys. Of the 2, the Trial of Chaos will take you much longer due to having to run the trial multiple times, but the Trial of the Sekimas is more challenging, so you'll have to decide which of these 2 paths to take. The Reliquarian is simple. Identify 50 different unique items. Having a tough time finding uniques? Jardo, the Atlas Master, has a lot of abilities that specialize in finding them. To complete the Artisan, you'll need to use a bunch of different crafting items, all of which come from Remnant encounters. For the Cartographer,
Yeah, the
you'll need to
crafting thing
allocate
sounds
your
good.
entire Atlas tree, all
Wait,
300 nodes.
how far can the corruption modifier go that randomizes the values beyond the normal range? It's like plus minus 10%? Or is it also 20? Like what's the difference then, I guess? It's also 20, so it's the same as sanctification. I guess just with the difference that corruption can also have other outcomes. Okay.
You can do this the slow way by completing all the maps inside the fortress.
I'm probably gonna try
but there's
Tactician or
another way
Gemming.
too. Each time you defeat the Arbiter of Divinity, you'll gain the ability to automatically complete a large section of the
I need to
fortress.
check out the ascendancies though, what they changed.
Find keys to his fight by searching for citadels in the Atlas. Each of them have big glowing beams so you can see them in the fog. After fighting them 4 times, the entire fortress will be completed. And last but certainly not, each time by higher Atlas trees. Listen, you're having a tough time finding uniques? Jardo, the Atlas Master, has a lot of abilities that specialize in finding them. To complete the Artisan, you'll need to use a bunch of different crafting items, all of which come from Remnant encounters. For the Cartographer, you'll need to allocate your entire Atlas tree, all 300 nodes.
Oh my god.
You can do this the slow way by completing all the maps inside the fortress, but there's another way too. Each time you defeat the Arbiter of Divinity, you'll gain the ability to automatically complete a large section.
I don't really understand why they do this. So there is like this whole fortress thing, and you kill the boss and boom, you auto-complete like 30 maps. But why did they add this auto-completion in the first place? Like, what is this? It's kind of strange, like, right? You do like the boss fight and suddenly you have like 30 points to allocate at once. It's like, pff. What's the reasoning exactly? For the blasters? But are these maps like good? Are they like special in any way? Like what these... I know they have like a special encounters, like we saw like, okay, there's like different bosses and there's like these random maps with like all the mobs are in strong boxes and all the mobs are in essences. And I guess you can only find them in the fortress. The super injection of the dopamine. Okay, so you basically miss out on all the special maps and then you can go do League mechanics instead. And otherwise you can do this stuff here. So I guess generally you always want to skip this as much as possible, right? Because League mechanics are probably more juicy. And here's just like random stuff that you don't really want to do. So you just auto-complete it. So I guess this is probably how it's gonna go. You just path straight to the tower, kill the boss, and there you go.
Of the fortress.
Kind of sad actually, because I feel like this whole like fortress idea is kind of cool. But then I'm probably never gonna do it. So it's like,
Find keys to his fight by searching for citadels in the Atlas.
Wait. These are the same citadels as for the Outer of Ash. This is the Iron Citadel here.
Each of them have big glowing beams so you can see them in the fog. After fighting them 4 times, the entire fortress will be completed. And last but certainly not least, the Vanquisher. This challenge requires killing 3 pinnacle bosses, the hardest fights in the game. Tangmazu, the Bodark, and the Vessel of Kulamark. These are the pinnacles.
Wait,
Tangmazu,
what? Okay, they must have buffed the Kulamark, right?
And the Vessel
Kulamark was kind of a joke.
Of Kulamark. These are the pinnacles of Delirium, Ritual, and Abyss Leagues, so you'll need to do these 3 quest lines in order to do this challenge. One important thing with the Vessel of Kulamark though, is you need to defeat him at full strength. That means risking the item during the boss fight by returning the finger and defeating him anyway. Now, as I said before, and defeating him anyway. Now, as I said before, every 2 challenges you complete will get you pieces of the armor set, so you don't have to do all of them to get some rewards. But if you do, you'll be able to show off your prowess, because everyone in global chat or in the forums can see how many challenges you've earned. You'll also get this totem decoration for your hideout, meaning that forevermore, people who trade with you will be able to see that you were there and you defeated the League. Try out these challenges and more on May 29th in Return of the Ancients. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
Okay. Twitch drops.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. During the launch of Return of the Ancients, we're running 2 weeks of Twitch drops, as well as a supporter
Well, actually, you don't have to do the quest version. It says you have to defeat them at full power, Wonkas, for this challenge. You have to do like the real version.
streamer campaign. During the first week of launch, you'll be able to claim the Arbiter of Ash waypoint by watching your favorite creators in the Path of Exile 2 category for 3 hours. In week 2, you can claim the Wendigo's Crown helmet attachment. Support your favorite creators by gifting 2 subs or subscribing to 2 channels in the Path of Exile 2 category to claim the Verisium Parasite pet.
What the fuck is this?
In the Path of Exile 2 category
to
claim the
subs.
Verisium Parasite pet.
Dude, this thing looks fucking ugly, man. Holy. Login.
Embrace
Everyone needs that
category
pet.
to claim the Verisium Parasite Pet. Embrace the infinite void with the Arbiter of Ash waypoint. Should other exiles visit your hideout, they will be covered in ash upon entering.
Cool.
Become the Nameless with the Wendigo's Crown helmet attachment. It offers 6 variations, allowing you to choose any combination you like, with or without visual effects. In addition, the helmet attachment tracks your kills across different types of monsters, be it beasts, humans, demons, constructs, or undead. Not all Verisium spawns desperately want to end you, some simply need a little love, like this Verisium Parasite Pet. That's a good boy. All of these items are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thanks for watching and have a great league start.
The pet is great, actually. Ritual mechanics recap. Is there also new stuff in these?
When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her, but in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable.
I mean, the 6 bosses at once sounds kind of crazy.
In order to gain
but I guess you can try to run it on like a white map, right? You just like don't roll mods, and it might be kind of like okay or so. Like, bosses are not necessarily that crazy if you don't juice them up. Ritual, holy. They confirmed it's slightly staggered, okay. Yeah, so maybe it's like, okay, like, you know, one boss loads in every 5 seconds or something.
With the Nameless
and then
King.
maybe they're like capped to like 4 at a time, so once one dies, like 5 seconds later the next appears or something.
You need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him.
So it means there's no more fragments, right? It's all quest-based now, every time. There's no fragments. There's no, like, what is this, a gateway thing where you put in the fragments, and so on. The tiny space, yeah. There are fragments. Okay, the breach has the... Okay, the breach has the fragments, I guess. Okay. For the pinnacle versions? Ah, okay, so you have... Okay, how does it work with the King of the Mist, though? Like, you fill up this bar, and then you get the invite. I thought this would just give you the invite and the quest then, basically, and then you have to go to that map, and then eventually you have it. But this also means that you can never just do the boss when you want to, right? You always have to take the thing, do like 10 maps, get there, and then have the boss ready to go when you want it.
And get Aoife's body.
Like previously you just had the fragments and you just go, right? You can kill the boss like 20 times in a row if you want.
To release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League. the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss. And defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name.
Okay, I've seen this. Then you have multiple bosses. It seems to be like kind of the same as we just saw.
Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. This one, which makes maps during the rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear.
Okay. It seems like this is like, there's not really any changes on that from the preview. You need to see these ascendancy changes. Okay, let's see this
In
one.
Return of the Ancients, we're making several much anticipated balance changes to the Chronomancer and Gemling Legionnaire Ascendancy classes.
Okay, here we go.
Let's take a closer look at some of them. Starting with the Gemling Legionnaire, we've expanded on how the Gemling interacts with quality on his gems. Every socketable skill in the game now has an additional quality option available through the Advanced Thaumaturgy Ascendancy skill.
It's just an additional effect, so you still get the base effect.
Once allocated, simply hold Alt while hovering your skill gems to preview an additional bonus granted by
25% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. What the fuck? It's 23 quality, yeah? Wait, it says 0 to 10. Why is it 25?
gem quality. You're gonna see some amazing effects. An example by gem quality. You're gonna see
Ah, so he has 23 quality on the gem, 5 from support, and then 22 from global. So he actually has total 50. Okay, so that's where it comes from. So he has like times 2.5.
some amazing effects. An example is Fireball. Instead of firing only 2 additional projectiles, why not fire up to 10 in a circle? Combined with consuming a fire infusion, you can fire a devastating ring of explosive projectiles that then each explode into another ring of smaller firebolts. Another example of an added quality that may also add quality to your life is Explosive Shot. Instead of having to reload after every shot, you can gain 2 more rounds in your
Damn, son.
magazine for a burst of deadly impact. With the Gemling Legionnaire's mastery of gems, he is also able to conjure a powerful barrier from his socketed skill gems.
Virtuous Barrier. Conjures a glittering barrier that accumulates protective gemstone modes of each attribute type over time, but loses a random mode when you are hit. You gain a random every 2 seconds. Maximum of each attribute of mode is 3, plus the number of skills you have, which require that attribute. Okay, so let's say you have like 9 skills. So you have like 6 maximum each, let's say. Single attribute skills grant twice as many maximum modes. Okay, so even more. Okay, so let's say something like 8 maximum. 1% increase maximum life per strength. 5% armor, evasion, energy shield, mana regen, int. Okay. So let's say I have 8 of each. You have 8% life, 40% armor, ES, dex, and per dex thing, and then 40% life regen, 40% mana regen. But you lose a random one when you are hit. That's kind of nasty. But again, 1 every 2 seconds. So if you get hit every 2 seconds, it's fine. Unless you lose a random one, and then the random gain needs to hit that one again. So maybe you don't actually get that back immediately. There's level 1 of the skill. True, it might actually scale up. I guess it's probably not gonna scale the effects, it's probably gonna scale the cooldown. Like how fast you get them or something. That's probably like the main thing that will scale the levels, I imagine this. What's this? Misclick. Let me check. I don't think so, actually.
Named the Virtuous Barrier. Each socketed skill gem empowers the barrier, making its effects stronger depending on the gem's required attributes.
But there's a lot of stuff here.
With the Virtuous Barrier skill providing some much needed defenses, and the additional qualities of over 200 different skill gems, it's more than meets the eye, and we look forward to seeing what you can come up with for your builds. Onwards to the
We don't have any info about the extra quality, right?
Chronomancer. First off,
200.
let's start with one of its new notable skills, Phased Form.
Take 4% less damage, 4 seconds after being damaged. Take damage equal to 4% of that hits damage. Damn. That is insane. Whoa. Okay. That's crazy.
With Phased Form allocated, and due to your mastery over time, you are able to take less damage, causing a portion of that damage to be taken after a delay. This serves as a pretty strong defensive node, especially as the delayed damage only applies to hits, so you just straight up mitigate any damage over time effects. What makes this really cool though, is that by taking Temporal Rift,
Removes the damage. Oh my god, it removes the delayed damage as well. What?
the delayed damage from Phased Form can entirely be negated. If you take a big hit, then use Temporal Rift, not only does your life recover back to what it was, but the delayed damage is just eradicated. Now some changes to existing Ascendancy skills, starting with Inevitable Agony.
Does it have anything good offensively? Well, the thing is, it's much harder to scale defenses than it is to scale offenses in this game, right? Like, a defensive ascendancy is relatively good, because it's very easy to just destroy the entire game anyway, with like raw damage from items and stuff. Like, this is extremely strong.
This has received new visual and gameplay effects, such as displaying your stored damage to bosses on static life bars. Also, now when the this has received new visual damage.
Actually, I need to detect this curse, right?
Inevitable Agony. This has received.
And I should have shown the thing. I tried this a little bit and didn't like it very much. So you need like 2 curse on it, and then
new visual and gameplay effects, such as displaying your stored damage.
Like, I had a problem that when I blast bosses too fast, then it wouldn't really do anything. Or sometimes they go into like the face and it wouldn't do anything.
To bosses on
I
static
didn't like
life
this.
bars. Also, now when the stored damage reaches a lethal level, the effect will trigger immediately.
Okay, yeah, that is useful
To wipe
actually.
your
Yeah, this was a big problem with this.
enemy out.
Because I would just kill them too fast and then it was completely pointless.
The Rapid River passive skill,
This is actually really good
which
now.
made recoup occur much faster, has been removed. But a lot more recoup speed investment has been added to the core passive tree,
It's no longer a curse. Oh.
allowing
Damn.
a lot more
Dude, Chromancer looks insane,
builds
man.
to
What?
gain access to this power. Additionally, a highly requested change has finally come. Time Snap and Time Freeze can now both be allocated without requiring all 8 Ascendancy points.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, Now and Again has been changed.
Cascadable spells have turns and chance to echo. Repeatable spells have turns and chance to repeat. That's kind of cool.
To cause your spellcasts to have a chance to alter time itself and both echo and repeat. Both roles are
Dude, I'm kind of tempted to make a Chronomancer again, to be honest.
independent of each
At least on hardcore, this is gonna be crazy.
allowing you to unleash a
Maybe I'm gonna save it for hardcore later.
powerful burst of spells all at once. Try out these changes and more on May 29th in the Return of the Ancients launch. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
Yeah. Yeah, I played this Chronomancer like 2 weeks ago, and that was really good. And this thing's like insane now. Like with that sort of damage reduction, man, you can go ham. That's crazy. Like you don't even need the cleanse necessarily. The cleanse is a bit of a luxury, I think. It's kind of nice in some cases if you don't really have crazy recovery. Like this is not bad, especially if you're like ES based. You can like, you know, get all of your S back and so on. So you can take big hits, return again, and so on. That's kind of nice. And it has a very short cooldown. Look at this, 5 seconds cooldown. So kind of nice. And then there's probably going to be even less because I think there's a cooldown recovery and like the small nodes and shit. Manual cast comet. Like Jonathan intended. This is a very long league. This is the full hardcore ZF with this one. Are you gonna start hardcore ZF? You're probably using temporary rift for mana anyway. Yeah, the problem with that is it teleports you backwards, right? So when you're just mapping and blasting, you don't really want to use it sometimes. Like you don't want to be too reliant on it unless you have like mana on kill or some shit. So if you have that, or you have like mana remnants or something like that, then it's probably fine. You don't really have to use it much, and then in the boss fight you can use it. But yeah, like it always teleports you back 4 seconds, right? You have to keep that in mind. So hell no, it is like the 4th build to me. Okay. Mana on kill for mapping and use this on bosses, yeah. Yeah, this is kind of good for sure. Like you can like giga tank shit and spend all your mana and then use this. And yeah, this is gonna be really good actually. This is really strong, I think. Crazy. Chronomancer is really good. You need to see these ascendancy changes. Yeah, I wonder what the Gemling will have, man. Gemling can have so many cool things. Man. Expedition exploring the ocean.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. In the Ruins of Alder League, logbooks are seeing some big changes.
But you don't necessarily
need it.
It's
time to go seafaring like true explorers. Yes,
you
can explore the ocean. To the southeast of the Atlas lies a vast ocean with new environments to discover and treasures to unearth. In the Ruins of Alder, while doing expedition encounters, you might find logbooks, and by using these on the ocean, a small part of them will be revealed.
Caster.
As the fog recedes, you'll discover many new islands, most of which you won't have seen.
Oh, this is actually new stuff, yeah.
All of them will contain expedition encounters. In these encounters, you'll need to blow up the remains of buried Kalgurans, bringing them back to life only to slay them again and steal their loot. Expeditions now also include the Ruins of Alder crafting remnants, granting immense opportunities with a wide selection of recipes. But there's more than just the buried dead. Each island has all sorts of things to find and explode. In the bleached shoals, you'll discover siren eggs throughout the area, as well as clams that contain a surprising amount of riches. As you destroy the eggs, siren spawn will emerge from the water. But be careful. If you destroy enough eggs, the siren herself will arrive to defend her children. On this craggy peninsula, you can find another camp of the kin, hiding in their hovels. Blowing them up should get them out of there. And while you're at it, you can free some of their caged beasts.
I don't think I've seen that long video yet.
Exiles in order to watch them fight with each other.
I guess there's like more examples of the gloves. I've played a lot of Monk already.
In this inland heath, you will find a gigantic remnant with a series of smaller runestones. Each one
maybe he's gonna try to like play one character, collect all of the unique gloves, and then like make a martial artist and see if I find like a unique glove that has some cool effect or something and build around it.
Will activate another slot on the massive remnant, allowing you to craft almost any recipe. But there's still many more. Free trap wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. In order to explore the ocean further, we'll need to acquire more logbooks by killing runic monsters, indicated by large flagpoles around the dig site. With each logbook, you can explore more of the ocean,
now see logbooks.
and you can go as deep as you like. There are ancient vaults, a bunch of new bosses, all sorts of underground areas, and a few other surprises.
Wait, what is that?
All sorts of
Wisdom Geo. This looks a bit like
underground
Owl.
areas, and a few other surprises. There's just so much to see and explore.
The animations are really
And a
cool in the
few
Atlas, man.
other
Bam,
surprises.
look at this.
There's just so much to see and explore. So join us for the release of The Return of the Ancients on May 29th. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna get real Delve at some point. I think that would be one of the things I will probably add at some point, right? Like the idea of Delve and like the ambience. I really love delving in like the earlier leagues. I did like some leagues where I was just like delving all the time and like, you know, with in-game music and the in-game ambient sounds and stuff. And you could just sit there for like 10 hours and delve. And you were so immersed. I love that. Delve was like so immersive. Ultimate Smackdown Unique. Build guides just got buffed. You can tame bosses. It's kind of funny how they're making their new videos here. Like it's like they have like definitely a new strategy. I think they haven't really done this as this before, right? This style of thumbnails and so on. Kind of funny. Follow the cues. Okay, streamline the campaign. Embrace your botanist side. Okay, where's the martial artist? Channel the hollow form. Okay. I need to get some water, go. One sec. The trailer's almost 5 million views. Wait, really? You mean like the announcements or what? Twitch tops, content review. 640k for this one. Now which one do you mean? Monk is gonna be so brokenly good. Okay, let's see.
The dreamer showed me a path. But through discipline and training, I have forged my own.
Ah, here. Official trailer. What the fuck?
In return,
Forged my own.
in Return of the Ancients, we're adding the third Ascendancy class for the Monk, the Martial Artist. The Martial Artist took his training into his own hands and has spent decades mastering his proficiency of hollow techniques, building his body into the ultimate weapon. The Monk may still walk the Dreamer's path, but the Martial Artist redefines how, mostly by punching things very hard. Let's take a look at what he has to offer, starting with his exclusive skills. Hollow Focus rings a death knell for your foes.
Okay, ethereal bells periodically appear next to you or hits immediately destroy the bells, creating a shockwave that damages nearby enemies and causes a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. Bells are themselves always primed for stun, they can be culled, and hits against them are always critical hits. They're always... Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Bells appear in 3-meter radius. Duration is 21 seconds, every 2 seconds. Okay, limit 3 bells. The fact that you can cull them is kind of interesting because you can just generate power charges like crazy with cull.
Hollow Focus rings a death knell for your foes.
Or you just like hit them with this one AoE and they go boom, right?
Ethereal bells constantly appear around you, and hitting them causes them to shatter with a powerful
That seems crazy.
shockwave. These bells can always be culled and are always primed for stun, so
So you get like a power charge every 2 seconds if you want.
using them with Killing Palm and Staggering Palm is ultra useful. So
Dude, what? This is crazy.
using them with Killing Palm and Staggering Palm is ultra useful. These bells are also always critically hit. Why does that last bit matter? Well, Hollow Resonance thrives on critical hits. The final step for the bell-centric part of the martial
Critical hits with other skills will cause the bell to ring out, damaging nearby enemies.
artist is strapping a bell to your back, which will ring out whenever you critically hit an enemy, delivering damage around you. Both of these bell skills are also quite good at stunning, which will come in handy later.
Yeah, this is basically the build I played like 2 weeks ago here, what they're doing, Whirling Assault and Staggering Palm. And now you can just get Staggering Palm, you can get the power charges, like you can get everything, man. It's crazy. You can do like the charge staff thing
Also
with the power
quite good at
charges, you can do the Falling Thunder power
stunning.
charges. Like, this is insane,
Which
man.
will come in handy later.
Like, you don't have any conditions, you just do it.
If you prefer keeping your distance from the fray, Hollow Form lets your astral projections do the dirty work for you.
It's kind of funny. Channel to create fleeting images of your astral self and your target. The images perform a socketed melee attack. Once, then vanish. Target that crosses the energy if possible. The image cannot perform channel skills or conditional skills. Consuming a power charge creates additional images. Okay, images can be created from 6 meters radius. Spends 80% of socketed skills cost. Consumes a power charge to create 2 additional images. Damn. Sockets can consume charges, 30% less attack speed, 15% less damage. That is actually extremely good too, I think. If you have power charges though. Not without, I guess. But it could be useful like when you want to be like far away, right? Maybe that's in some boss fights or something could also be nice.
Fray, Hollow Form lets your astral projections do the dirty work for you.
Never played Monk, I'm ready. Yeah. I think Monk is actually my most played class. I don't know of Monk. I think I have like 3 Chayulas. And I think one of them I made as a respect at some point to the other one.
While channeling, you constantly spawn clones of yourself that attack with skills of your choice. You can also spend
Looks
power
funky.
charges to spawn triple the clones for maximum damage and maximum ruckus. And for
That
the
is
3
insane.
of maximum damage,
Like, you just have the bell. You don't need like this other bell. You don't need to go for crit or something, right? You just have the bell spawning every 2 seconds. You walk in with a bunch of power charges.
and maximum ruckus.
This is crazy.
And for the 3 of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course, the martial artist has plenty to offer besides new skills, such as taking pride in his Ezomite training
This is also really good. Gaining additional rune-only sockets.
by tattooing
It's like all the rest, man. Like, right? You just load it up and you have rest.
runes into his flesh.
And then you can respec it later.
Runic Meridians gives you 5 extra rune sockets to play with. Perfect for all the new runes you can find in the Runes of Elder League. If you want to focus on chaining together attacks, Martial Adept
When you gain combo, gain additional combo. Damn. Minus 0.2 seconds, so current energy shield recharge delay per combo expended. That's kind of interesting. Baseline is 8 seconds, right? So basically you do like 1-2 combo attack and it goes down by like 0.8.
and Martial
Skills can build and retain combo regardless of weapon set. Gain combo from all attack hits. So does it mean you can use like a mace? Base is 4 seconds? Wait, did it lower it to 4? I thought it was 8. You can use a bow. Wait a second, what about crossbow? You do like rapid fire? What is a rapid shot? It's do like and then punch. It seems kind of crazy, yeah? Like, you can just build a combo and then walk in and kapow. Combo points go brrr. What's this?
Hi.
User experience improvements. Okay, we're gonna watch this later. Yeah, this is kind of interesting, actually. It's also kind of strange because the whole thing is about, like, you know, you have your Fists of Stone, you're like melee attacking and stuff, and then you have this. And now suddenly you're like the fucking crossbow monk. Like, what? You just whip out the crossbow, rapid shot, and there you go. Okay, what is like the biggest combo thing? I think it goes to 8, right? I think the biggest combo thing is like 8. Or is it always 4? I don't remember exactly.
Master are tailor-made for you, generating massive amounts of combo to spend on things like these, and protecting you while
Culmination. Can get up to 10 combo. Yeah, look at this, man. Support skills is for combo 30% slower, so skills deal 40% more damage per combo expended. It's 40% more. Supports melee attack spells. Tempest spell requires 4 combo to use, limit 3 bells. Can you have more than 4 combo and then cast 3 bells at once? No, right? I think you have to do them one by one. But it's still, you can do like, you know, rapid shot bell, rapid shot bell, rapid shot bell, and then, you know, start whirling, boom, 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 and that's it. Like, you're gonna build these bells in like 2 seconds, flat. Ancestry boost the bell is free. Oh shit.
you do it. Remember how I mentioned being good at stunning might come in handy? Way of the Mountain covers you in a stony carapace when you immobilize enemies. The stacks are easy come, easy go, but provide massive benefits.
Okay, 100% surpassing chance per enemy power to gain Mountain's teachings on immobilizing an enemy. Up to 30. Lose a Mountain's teaching when you are hit, or when you use a sustain an attack that benefits a Mountain's teachings. Okay, while you have any amount of Mountain's teaching, attacks you use yourself and attacks granted by this ascendancy class deal 15% more damage. Enemy hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your maximum life, but before, okay, deal 40% less damage. Okay, so this is basically like a wannabe armor thing. You have 50% more stun thresholds. All Mountain teachings are lost if you go 20 seconds without gaining any. Okay, so basically, it's like you build ES for the big hits, and you have kind of armor mitigation for the small hits. So I guess that's basically what it is. And then maybe a bit of evasion. And 15% more damage. It's kind of crazy, man. But you have to do immobilize, but you get 50% more. And then the mitigation. Kind of good.
Causing your attacks to deal a lot more damage, and reducing the damage you take from smaller hits to a tickle. Last, but certainly not least, let's put on some nice normal gloves and... wait, what the heck are these? Way of the Stone... wait.
10% less damage taken while on low life. Okay. Wait, which mod transfers into that? So these are evasion, increased evasion, fizz, life, and cold. Okay, so the cold should be 6. Okay, let's see if we can predict what happens. So the cold rest should be 16 cold rest and 2 maximum cold, right? The fizz is like extra fizz gain. I know what evasion will do. I guess maybe just more evasion or some shit. I guess the life is like the less damage taken at low life. And I don't know what the int will do. Something yes,
certainly not least. Let's
Oh,
put
mana.
on some nice normal gloves and...
Oh shit, wait. So it gives you the same cold res. And the maximum. More global evasion and energy shield. Are you serious? What? 21 cooldown rate. Wait, is the int the cooldown rate? Oh my god. 10% less damage taken while on low life. So the life mod transferred into less damage taken while on low life. Really? And the evasion mod transformed into more global evasion and energy shield. And also this thing just has 360 ES evasion and 120 ES now.
Last,
Wait, it didn't even have ES. Why does it have ES now?
but
It just gained ES for no
certainly not
reason.
least, let's put on some nice normal gloves and...
Interesting. One per player level. They're all converted into okay, so it is like just like a fixed base, I guess. Yeah, I guess you will be like generally ES evasion anyway, so it's probably fine to have the hybrid here. And then this means any defensive mod probably becomes this more global evasion ES as well. This 10% less damage taken on low life is kind of interesting. But how do you do this? Okay. So they actually made it the res 1-to-1 now and give you maximum. Kind of interesting. So if 2 maximum cold res, if you don't have any other maximum, that's already like 7% damage reduction to cold. Kind of nice. And the int is the cooldown, I guess.
What the heck are these?
I wonder if you're gonna roll some really weird shit on your gloves that you normally don't put there.
Way of the Stonefist
Chaos Inoculation gets you low life. No, Chaos Inoculation always at full life, not a low life.
transforms any gloves you equip into fists of stone until you take them off. These gloves grant truckloads of evasion and energy shield, but more importantly, they transform the explicit modifiers on the gloves you equip, and yes, it works on everything.
Yeah, I really wonder what happens when you equip some unique gloves.
This...
Okay, this has armor, life, skills, strength, and arcane surge when you deal a critical hit. Okay, so what the fuck is gonna happen now? Okay, so prediction time. I think the skills will probably remain, that will I get a bonus. Similar to the cold res. I don't know what the mana will do. Maybe mana on hit or some shit. I guess the armor will just become like armor evasion ES again. Strength. Strength is probably like melee damage or some shit. And arcane surge, I have no idea. Oh, increased area of effect of attacks and quality of all skills. Power charge on critical hit. What the fuck are they doing, man? What? Wait, so which one is the arcane surge? Okay, what is the arcane surge and what is... Okay, 18% more attack damage while on low mana. Maximum energy shield per player level. Wait. Evasion rating per player and maximum energy shield per player level. This thing has 600 evasion and 240 ES on a glove. 60% area. Okay, but what is what?
And yes.
Okay, I think the strength is probably the
works
area,
on
if I had to guess.
everything.
So the strength is probably the area. Okay, the melee skill ranks are gone. What do they... Okay, there's 1 to melee skills. And then there's a power charge on crit. Is that coming from the skills? Maybe it's the 1 level and the 10 quality? It's probably the +1 in the quality for the skill ranks, I guess. And the 30% increased area of effect is probably the strength.
Yes, it works on everything.
It had 31 strength.
This...
Okay, and the mana transformed into more attack damage while low mana, and life transformed into less damage taken at low life. The thing is, you don't really want to be a low mana. Like, it's kind of hard to be in that condition. And then the Arcane Surge transformed into Power Charge on crit. That is a completely wild, man. Power Charge on crit is insane. And if you can do so with Hollow Palm, you can get crit very easily. Even on SSF character.
That.
3 fingers, that's it. So you have Armor, Fizz, Reduced Attack Speed. I wonder if that does something funny. And Giant's Blood. Oh boy. Low mana is easy to reach with high level gems. Yeah, okay, I know you can run out of mana easily, but you have to like exactly balance your mana in a way where you stay at low mana. Like, I'm not sure how to do that. You know, usually you just wanna have mana, right? Like, you don't wanna be out of mana. So 3 fingers will always be OP in a game about trees. Okay, what does Giant's Blood do, man? I don't know what this will become. I wonder if it's gonna give you some other, like, keystone related effect. This is the one where you can do two-handed dual wield, right? Is that one? Increase stun build up. Okay, so this one gives you Hollow Palm technique. Immobilization build up. Area. Attacks gain more global. Okay, so here we definitely see like a bit of a pattern already, right? We have the Fizz again, we have the evasion. Dude, even this fucking low level unique has 100 ES. Crazy. But it was a very different number on the other one, yeah. Actually 360, 120. Okay, 5% reduced cast speed. So the downside is just negated, basically. The strength becomes the area again, immobilization build up instead of stun, and hollow palm technique. Yeah, it's gonna be very hard to preview. One hit quality, true.
And yep.
Hand of Wisdom on action. Oh shit. Okay, so int was the cooldown, right? I don't know what that dex is. Attack speed per dex. I mean, these are unique mods, like who knows what they do.
Even these.
Cold damage to attacks per dex, area effect per int. Yeah, okay, these are like custom mods, basically. They just made some.
That.
And it goes from lightning to cold, but also it's more, right? This is 1 to 10. So average is 5.5.
Yep, even these.
And this becomes average 7, but I guess you lose the attack speed.
That.
And this is int, and the other one is dex
even
scaling.
These.
Yeah. So now you want to scale dex for a cold. So that makes sense, I guess.
Need.
Runeforged Fist of Stone. Oh, you can do that too. Thunder Fist. More global evasion. Okay, let's see the left side. More attack. Leech 13% of physical as life. Leech life slower. Chance to poison is calculated from your base chance to inflict bleeding. 5% chance, 5% damage taken recouped. Increased quantity of gold dropped by slain enemies. What the fuck? Okay, grand skill level 19 Jetted Palm. Wait, they made like a different version of this Thunder Fist. 50% chance to gain Onslaught. Unarmed crit, cold damage to unarmed. Demon Stitcher. To maximum runic ward. Another 43 maximum life. Increase attack speed. Sacrifice 26% of maximum life to gain half that much runic ward when you attack. Oof. Wait a second. Sacrifice 26% of maximum life. Wait a second. That's a bit yikes, actually. Okay, Sina Echo. Okay, attack speed, surpassing chance per enemy power to gain mountains teachings on immobilizing an enemy. If you have the way of the mountain ascendancy passive skill. Okay. I mean, you already have very high chance. I think it's 100%, no? Oh, how much was it on the ascendancy? Immobilize enemies at 50% instead of 100, so that's kind of nice. But they already have that, right? I think this is part of the item, actually. You're going to need a PhD just to play as Ascendancy. I mean, there's definitely, like, you know, specific uniques you can just make an entire build around, right? Because there's, like, I don't know how many Uniqlos there are, like 20 different Uniqlos or something. And most of them seem to have something, like, build-defining, basically. Like, you know, you have Hands of Wisdom of Action, you have the Thunder Fist, like, these are just their own build, right? Kinda, or at least, like, a scaling mechanism. Like, the Thunder Fist is definitely its own build. And Hoa is, like, relatively universal, I guess. You can kind of take any skill if you want. You can do a full Runic Ward low-life build with Demon Stitcher. Yeah, I mean, you could, but what's the point exactly? Like, okay, you can do, like, CI and don't sacrifice any life, but then these claws are just shit, right? 13 attack speed, a bit of ward, a bit of life, the end. Like, you would never do this. So it would have to have somehow Giga Runic Ward. Like, we saw the example of the Brass Dome that gives you, like, 1000 ward, for example, right? And then there's other modifiers. So let's say you somehow get to, like, 5000 ward, right? And then you sacrifice, let's say you have, like, a 2000 life pool. You sacrifice 500 at a time to gain that much ward. So you would have some insane sustain if you can get that much life on every swing. But yeah, somehow, if you generate that much life, maybe. But how do you get that much life? Even with Leech, that's not happening. Like here, there's like 30% Leech. Like, can you get that much life? Maybe. And then there's like stuff like, I mean, if you have some multi-hitting ability, like, this is like on attack. This is like once per click, basically. And if you have a multi-hitting attack and life on hit, then you can get to the point where maybe you get like 500 life back every time you attack, right? If you have like Staggering Palm going, you do Whirling Assault that hits like 10 times, and you have like 50 life on hit, then it kind of checks out. Can you sacrifice life and die? Or will it just stop at 1%? Maybe if it stops at 1%, it might be fine. I guess if it doesn't just stop. Yeah. Now that they finally put build guides into the game, they make it impossible to write a build guide. Yeah, I need to figure out how this works, I guess. It seems very helpful to do this whole, like, in-game build guide stuff, but I have no idea how to even set this up. So I have to, like, check this out, I guess, when it's live. You can't not have instant leeches immediately, there's some cooldowns. Yeah, but there's life on hit, right? Life on hit is a thing. And that is instant. You got no info on that at Maxwell? Yeah, I think they said that they are working with like the guide websites and stuff like that, but I'm not in the PoE True team and I have not been like checking out anything. I haven't been talked to anyone. So they probably have something ready to go. And maybe they even have it in the guides, I'm not sure. But I'm not in the, like, you know, actual team. So I usually just do my own thing.
Needless to say, there's a lot to discover about this one.
The in-game build guides is legit. It's a great addition. Yeah, I think it's gonna be huge for the popularity. This is probably like the single most important change of this entire patch. It's the build guides change. Not any of the content. It is just like, you know, universally making it much more accessible. Because now, you know, the quality of guides and like the standards for guides has significantly risen. And you know, like people will flock to the good guides, right? Like people, like, you know, the whole like, okay, this guy plays this build and he makes that guide, and if it's a good guide, people will play it, right? It's like Enquiries Archwitch, but now it's like in the game, right? Everyone's gonna play it. So
that's what the class can do, but how does it come together in practice? We've got a couple of in-game...
Remember to paywall your build file. Good strat, yeah, for sure. Let's do that.
...builds to show you, to demonstrate the might of the martial artist. First up, the snowbound executioner wields a big staff, bells, and a very well-toned body to ice out his foes. Shattering Palm and Herald of Ice mow down packs of enemies.
Dude, Shattering Palm is so fun, man. I played this actually in 0.1. It was so cool.
And continuously trigger the shockwaves of both our bell skills. Because we're constantly freezing enemies, we're generating lots of mountains teaching stacks to keep the damage flowing and protect us while clearing. And we're also taking full advantage of Way of the Stonefist.
Attacks gain 90% of extra cold, onslaught, crit, cooldown. Boah. And you can still socket this shit. 1.1k Eva Gloss, 300 ES. Yeah, this seems very fun, fair, and balanced, I must say.
With this monstrous pair of gloves. Against tougher targets, we switch to Ice Strike and deploy even more bells per second with a Temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even more damage. If you'd rather a little more cooldown,
Level 30. Wait, what is level 30? Bills per second is a crazy stat.
Stonefist with this monstrous pair of gloves.
Requires level 30. That's what I mean. Okay.
Again,
yeah, okay, level requirement is whatever, right?
Tougher targets, we switch to Ice Strike and deploy even
Musk be furious, man. He needs to get high level gloves.
more bells per second with a Temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even more damage. If you'd rather a little more fisticuffs, we've got a banger of a Hollow Palm Technique build for you here. If you didn't know, Hollow Palm Technique is a keystone on the regular passive tree that turns your fists into weapons in their own right.
Okay, so 0.1 crit per 10 ES. So the gloves we saw have 300, that's 3 crit. Then you have a body armor, let's say like 500 and some like Eva or so, right? I'm not sure how much the hybrids will really get. So it's like 8 crit, and then you have a bit of more, like you can easily get like 10, 12 base crit or something, right? Maybe more even, if you really try. If you don't go so much hybrid and more ES. And then a bit, yeah, we can pretty reach like 12 to 15 base crit or so, pretty reliably. And then a bit of attack speed as well, because why not? But the problem is like Hollow Palm Technique, I remember trying this. So Hollow Palm Technique is like insane in the campaign, but then it like falls off really hard in late game. Because like the quarter stuffs just get really big at some point, right? But maybe with like the nerfs to skill ranks on weapons, I heard they were nerfed. Maybe it's not so bad. So maybe it's gonna stay Hollow Palm and enjoy the attack speed and the crit. So there is like, maybe it doesn't fall off that much anymore actually. Because you also scale your armor items, and you can scale a crit way better with this compared to a quarter stuff. And then the crit kind of makes up for the loss of the quarter stuff scaling, I guess. You never see that Hollow Palm Titan. I heard the stories. Nerf to +5 at T1, Battle Essence is +3 now. +3 is still pretty strong, but at least it's not like ridiculous now. But it's probably still the best suffix, right?
So it's perfect for Martial Artist. This particular build uses Staggering Palm's avalanche of projectiles to power up its Whirling Assault.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of funny, like all the stuff they're showing I've already played. But now I'm kind of pumped to play it again. Like here's the Whirling Assault Stagger, there's the Ice Strike and the Shattering Palm.
And also gets great use out of Way of the Mountain,
and the
thanks to
stuff.
how much it stuns enemies. But the centerpiece of the build is Hollow Form, and the huge benefits it gets from power charges. While clearing, we can rely on Killing Palm's inbuilt power charge generation. But what to do about bosses? Well, we've made sure Killing Palm can handle those too. With Culmination and Aelith's Chimes.
It's a linear support. 25% surpassing chance to get a power charge when expending combo with supported skills per combo expended. Okay, supports melee. Can get up to 10 combo. So the combo is when you just like hit with any melee, right? So you can just do like Whirling Assault, get lots of combo really fast, and then you can get 2.5 power charges when you have 10 combo. That's all of power charges.
Providing a power charge engine, and Martial Adept cranking it into overdrive. which means when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse. So, which path will you choose? Decide for yourself on May 29th when Return of the Ancients launches.
Dude, I need to do a crossbow monk, man. Hit him with rapid fire to build the combo, and then a rapid shot, and then do kapow. The fucking crossbow monk, man, it's real. I remember like when 0.1 launched, I think they showed it with the weapon swap stuff. That was like one of the first things they showed about the weapon swapping, where they were doing like a monk, and they put down the bell and then they were shooting the bell with the rapid shot. Rapid shot 2 per hit is gonna be crazy. Yeah, exactly, man. And you have instant weapon swap now as well. Like literally just press the button, hold it for like half a second, you have 10 combo, you put the thing down, and spending 20 combo instantly starts recharge. Let's see actually. 0.2 seconds. Okay, so they made energy shield recharge 4 seconds delay now. So you basically don't need any energy shield recharge stuff, right? Or like, okay, you need to recharge rate, but not delay, I guess. But I guess you might still want to have a little bit of passive recharge because reasons, right? So, damn. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Isn't a new price check for console? I have no idea. Ignore that link. Okay. Interesting though, I gotta say, this monk stuff. Breach, rework, is there anything new here?
When you first do a breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order
New
and
GGG
asks
video.
that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches,
I've seen this
and
one.
you'll notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic.
You didn't see this one actually. Okay, let's see this one.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. We've added a ton of new quality of life features in Return of the Ancients. Here's a couple you'll find useful in the endgame. The Atlas now has a search box that updates live as you type. If you have a specific map you'd like to run, just key in the name of it and you'll be able to locate it instantly.
Nice.
Hitting enter will move you from map to map, allowing you to easily move between them. This works on more than just map names. You can find biomes, powerful bosses, or even specific mods. Really anything about a map you can think of.
Oh, you can also find the fracturing orbs and stuff then. That's kind of cool. Or the +1 abysses and this kind of stuff. Headhunters. Interesting. Meyer login. So, I mean, Meyer is actually an okay map these days, I guess.
And this can come in handy if you get specific tablets that you want to use with specific mechanics. So for example, if you get a tablet that adds extra essence encounters...
It doesn't apply for greater essences, what? You want to check the other new class or not interested? I'm gonna check a bunch more videos, so don't worry.
You might want to run it with a... And this can come in handy if you get specific tablets that you want to use with specific mechanics. So for example, if you get a tablet that adds extra essence encounters, you might want to run it with a map that boosts essences. By typing essence in the search box, you can find maps that will affect them, like this map, which causes essence packs to have 2 rares in them. Now that we have trade market search built into the game client, we've also added the ability to price check items you find more easily. Shift-Alt clicking an item will now instantly search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we've added the ability to enable and disable each modifier individually.
Shift-Alt.
Letting you see exactly how each one affects the item's price. And that's not all. The Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some serious tabception. This tab is a dedicated storage for various boss fragments.
What the fuck is this? Why are these so large? Okay, there's like some expedition stuff. Are these like the pinnacle encounter things? Dude, what is this, man? There's like something breach. I guess it's like the breach encounter. This is like the expedition encounter, and this is, I don't know what the fuck this is. The nut. Ritual.
There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each tablet type receiving 6 tabs of storage. Finally, there's storage for your Jinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which also get 6 tabs each. Speaking of changes to stash tabs, with the Runes of Aldo League, there's a ton more runes that have been added to the game. In order to fit them, we've modified the Socketables stash tab. There are now 5 substashes for runes, Kalguran runes, soul cores, idols, and ancient augments.
What the fuck is this? This is from the Val League?
The Socketables stash tab.
Dude, I can't wait to never find like half of these runes.
There are now 5 substashes for runes, Kalguran.
Okay, Kalguran runes.
Runes, soul cores, idols.
Okay, idols are from the wisps, right? Is that from wisps? That's the talismans. Or is that true? Hopefully Navy Mechanic shits them out. I mean, the Kalguran runes probably, right?
And ancient augments, giving you much more space for all those runes. All these features and much more are
these are
available in
talismans,
Return
okay.
of the Ancients launching May 29th. Thanks for watching, and see you at launch.
Okay. Yeah, the tab is nice. I have the fragment on the PoE 1, right? So I will get it now, just like that. I don't think I have to buy it again now. Okay. Talisman is not a weapon type for Druid. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay, let's see the breach thing
You
real
still
quick.
have to kill
Let's see if
monsters
there's
as
anything
fast
new
as
in
you
this
can
one.
to keep the breach open. But now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hive Blood, the tree has withered. To get Hive Blood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hive Blood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree.
Okay.
In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer,
Rune.
a Marshal of Zesh.
So there's like the same guy from PoE 1, right?
These
I
monsters
actually haven't
also drop
played
wound
this,
gifts,
really.
and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns
Oh,
and
I remember, he
expands
has like this really weird voice, right? He's like super loud.
abilities. When you first open the Genesis Tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry, and must be
PoE
fertilized
1
with
is a
Hive
testing
Blood.
ground at this point. Yeah. It's kind of neat, right? Like, you think they're making 2 games, but it's actually just 1.5 games. Because they just copy-paste everything around from one to the other at this point. I mean, it works, but it's kind of funny, right? It's literally like, the same tree with like, okay, a few adjustments and blah, 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 right? Like some of the notes are different. But yeah, it's like the same boss. It's the same mechanic. It's kind of funny, yeah? Like, if you actually look back, like even years back, right? If you look back years in PoE 1, you see so many things that have come from PoE 2 into PoE 1 before PoE 2 was even out, right? Like, it even starts with stuff like Sanctum and like, the Candlemas boss and, this kind of stuff, right? Like, you see all these things that come from PoE 2 from like 4 years or 5 years ago or something. It's kind of interesting. He was scary as fucking Gauntlet because of the shotguns. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they're like doing exactly the same in both games, but they have definitely a lot of overlap, right? And then they're kind of like taking a lot of stuff from one into the other. And I mean, it's fine, right? It's a successor. But it's also kind of strange because I haven't really seen like a game where they are developing the predecessor and the successor at the same time like this, right? It's kind of strange. Like they're developing both games at the same time. And they're kind of like putting the same stuff in both as well. So it's kind of interesting how this works. You know, like in like Diablo, okay, we had D2, at some point the end, right? We had D3, at some point the end. We have D4, you know, the other stuff is not being developed. Let's leave the Warlock aside from D2, right? So there is no like cross-pollination with development or something like that. Like this in other games. Like, I don't know which game would do this. Maybe there's like other genres where some developers do this. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely kind of interesting. RuneScape has done this heavily for years. I think PoE 1 will die with only Jonathan. Wait, don't they have like a new team now and like the split team with PoE 1 and PoE 2 and stuff? It doesn't really look like PoE 1 is gonna go anywhere anytime soon. But I think that the biggest problem that PoE 1 has is the onboarding, right? Like with more, like no matter what the fuck they will try to do, I don't think they have any chance of really onboarding players in PoE 1 anymore, like on a significant scale, right? Okay, some people that really like PoE 2, maybe eventually will transition to also play PoE 1 or whatever, right? But like basically PoE 1 is just like a dying breed. And PoE 2 actually has a chance to capture a new audience and keep it. So I think this is kind of how you have to see it. Like, I can't really see the PoE 1 numbers massively increasing, or like not even necessarily staying stable. Yeah. So I'm not sure like what the numbers look like exactly right now. I think like some of the recent leaks were still pretty good and pretty well received because PoE 2 was a pretty big success when it came out, and you know people were kind of hyped to see some PoE 1 updates. Plus the PoE 1 updates have been like very intermittent, right? They were not really stable 3-month leaks anymore, or even 4. So people were kind of hyped to come back to play some after a long time. But yeah, I think once PoE 2 is out, PoE 2 will be so successful, and this will just be like the absolute cash cow for them. And PoE 1 is just not going to be that anymore. Yeah, so PoE 1 is just sustaining them until PoE 2 is finished. And I think then, well, we'll see. They seem determined to try to make PoE 1 happen. And it's still like, you know, where they started, and they have like dedicated devs and whatever, but I wonder if it's really gonna get that big updates, and if it does, is it gonna be worth it? 6-month league. They just had the best league ever in Mirage as far as player enjoyment. Yeah, it definitely looks like a good league and stuff. But, you know, either way, you know, if you like look a few years into the future, even if PoE 1 keeps getting good updates, you know, over time, more and more people will drop out, and I think fewer people will come into PoE 1. That's what I'm saying, right? And PoE 2 already has that problem, that it seems too much for some people, right? And there's like people that say, oh, I'm gonna wait until 1.0 to try out PoE 2. But PoE 2 at 1.0 is already such a large game that it will already discourage a lot of people to even really try it and really go deep, I think. And they're kind of just repeating history here, I feel. But at least they have the guides in-game now. And the guides in-game will be a huge deal for this. That's what I said earlier. The guides in the game is the number one most important change they've ever done in this game, I think. But yeah, we'll see. I'm kind of excited to see how like PoE 1 versus PoE 2 numbers will develop over time. PoE 1 will be new Ultima Online. They never reached D4 audience, but there's a huge area between PoE 1 and D4 audience for them to profit. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a huge amount of interest in PoE 2. And I think PoE 2 will actually be like a real competitor for Blizzard. So we'll see. It's still like a different audience, you know, it's still like the more hardcore ARPG audience versus Blizzard, the more casual ARPG audience. And there's like, you know, plenty of people that play D4 that have never even heard of Path of Exile and all that, right? And that would never even consider playing Path of Exile, no matter 1 or 2. But PoE 2 will be like a large enough game for Blizzard to have to notice, at least. So you don't play PoE 1 at all, but you hardcore PoE 2, yeah. I mean, I have, I don't know, almost 4,000 hours or something in PoE 1. But yeah, most of that was like years ago, so I haven't really played that much, especially since D4 came out. I didn't play much PoE 1, but I'm a big enjoyer of PoE 2. Like, PoE 2 is definitely more my kind of deal. And, you know, old PoE 1, I like old PoE 1 a lot more than modern PoE 1, I must say. Because streamers play both games, I feel like most people do. I don't think that's really true. I think there's like a relatively distinct audience between PoE 1 and PoE 2, and of course there is some overlap, and you know, some of the streamers have like their audience, you know, like the people that are actually like gaming a lot in PoE, in like the whole PoE sphere or something, right? They might play both and watch their streamer play both and all that. But I think there's definitely a distinct audience between the two games for the most part. I'm not sure how much overlap they really have. LE is dead for me as well, unless they pull their shit together, and that generally saddens me. Yeah, I don't know what LE is gonna do, honestly. Like, they have not really shown that they managed to, like, you know, take their initial launch success and turn it into, you know, reliably, like, you know, scheduled good updates, right? Like, the updates are generally good, but they're like 3 times as rare as PoE and D4, right? Like, D4 just pumps out a new season every 2.5 months, like, or sometimes faster, right? And PoE technically does the same with PoE 1 and PoE 2 at least. And then comes LE, where like the average season is like 7 months or something. Like, oh my god, man. Like, the updates are usually kind of good, but they just don't keep up, right? They have like literally like a third of the content over the time span. So it's crazy. Once every solstice, yeah, exactly. You think PoE 2 is new player friendly? I mean, more than PoE 1, I guess. But honestly, at this point, like 1 year ago, I would have said, yeah, for sure, you know, PoE 2, let's go. You know, it's like, it's definitely like way lower complexity and all that, you know, there was just not that much stuff. But now we had, like, this is like the 5th update right now, right? Or like the 4th update, I guess. And they have added so much shit. And it's definitely already getting quite a lot. Not to say that, okay, it's impossible to kind of like dig in and whatever, right? But if you just kind of like load it up and start blasting, you know, there's a lot of stuff to learn for sure. Especially if you don't know PoE 1 and all, like, how everything works, right? Like, if you know PoE 1 already and you know how, you know, generally stuff works in that game, right? You know, how the classes work, the skills work, and, you know, the resistances and the defenses and the damage and all that. And you're gonna recognize a lot of things in PoE 2. You know, PoE 2 is... it's still PoE 1.5, basically, right? So it is very close to the original in terms of, like, what is actually in the game. But it's a lot, anyway. The team at least trying to introduce people to mechanics. Yeah, like in PoE 2, it seems like this is like definitely a pretty good onboarding experience now, though. With like the new endgame quest line, it's like, okay, you load it up, you go through campaign, like, okay, you go through the campaign, you kind of know what you're doing, right? It might take you a long time the first time or the second time around, but then eventually it's gonna get better, right? And then you get to endgame, and then you're like, oh, Atlas, what now? But at least you have actually like, okay, I'm gonna go there, do the Abyss thing, I'm gonna go there, do the Fortress, I'm gonna go there, do the Breach thing. And then kind of like after doing all that, you can just say, okay, I'm done now, right? You just play it for like 50 hours, your character's like level 94, and you just peace out or something, right? And this is like a leak for some people. And I guess that works. So it might just be that, basically, right? Where you kind of keep it low complexity, leave out all of the crazy endgame crafting, you just like complete all of this stuff once. And if you really want to make an alt then, right? And then it can go deeper. You think it will take, yeah, of course, like a new player that has never played the game will take more than 50 hours, right? But as sort of like a returning, sorta casual ARPG gamer, right? You take your 50 hours and you spread it over a month, and you just complete like, you know, one world tour of PoE 2, and then you log out, right? So this is kind of like how I imagine this to go for some people, or for like a lot of people. So that is kind of good, I guess. Right? It's just like, oh man, I haven't even played the last half year. I don't really know everything again. But you just load it up, you go through the campaign. You know, the campaign is same old, you know what to do. And then, oh shit, what now? What was the end game again? Oh yeah, that was this Abyss thing. But, you know, then you have the quests, right? The quests just tell you, okay, go there, do the Abyss stuff. All right, easy, right? You just follow the path. You do like 20 maps. You kill the Abyss boss, done, right? And then, here's the fortress, right? You go there, okay, you do the fortress, done, right? So you have enough structure, I guess, so that people that forget everything come back and kind of like puzzle it together again. So I think PoE 2 does a way better job at bringing like kind of like lapsed players back, basically, with that new system now. I guess we'll see how it will develop over time, but that's like my expectation at least. And PoE 1 doesn't even have that. PoE is just like, okay, here's the Atlas, go complete all the maps. And enjoy, right? So it's definitely a bit different. Yeah, and D4 is like super simple, right? It's just like, okay, you load in level 1, go war plants, and you know that's the game now, right? You just do war plants, and you can literally just tell people 2 words, right? It's okay, I guess 3 words. You know, do war plants, right? And that's just it. and they will have an okay experience. And being okay, you know, like going through the entire game and having okay efficiency, it's gonna be fine. If you just tell them that and they don't know anything else, they can kind of get through with this. So I think unless people are going to use a new Twister tech, they're going to hate playing Twisters. All the debates will mean shitty with terrible rotation and positioning. Yeah, I heard that the Twister stuff is like super clunky. I haven't tried the Twister stuff. I'm more the, you know, lightning spear kind of guy, I guess, when it comes to hunters. But quite some people like multiplayer in RPGs. Yeah, I guess the RPG that did multiplayer the best is actually D3, right? I think D3 just had by far the best multiplayer out of all the RPGs. In D2, it takes a synchronized team to defeat P8. Are you sure about that? Red runs, let's go. Log in, farm +5 main stat. D4 is way better at that. I don't know, man. Like, what is good about D4 multiplayer exactly? Like, the balance is like completely all over the place. You don't have like any sort of like coordinated team play outside of like, you know, a few teams in the world that do like serious tower pushing. Like, it's just like all completely random, all over the place. I think build diversity is important. PoE2 is definitely have more discoverable builds. Yeah, PoE2 definitely gives you a lot of options, and that is actually with 5 missing classes, 4 missing classes still, right? We're still missing axes, daggers, traps, swords, and flails. It's a lot of shit, especially all the melee shit that we're missing. Dude, I can't wait for Twisting Blades. Can we get Twisting Blades in PoE 2, man? With Dash and Shadow Step? Oh my god, man. Dude, imagine we're gonna play like, you know, Launch Deathtrap TB Rogue again. In PoE 2, man. Log in. Where's Shadow Imbue? Oh, give me that. Dude, imagine them do this, man. That'd be so sick. Give me Shadow Imbue and Twisting Blades, dude. That's gonna be good. And then Dario Rogue, holy. Now it's watch Barb clear multiplayer for you. It's ×2 as strong and ×2 as fast. Follow the Barb. Yeah, if it was only ×2, it's more like ×200. I haven't seen all the new lineage supports. Yeah, let's see what will happen there. We need a crossover take. Dude, we need like a D4 PoE 2 collab, man. Let's go. Holy man. Dude, when are we gonna get like a real RF in D4? Like we have Oradin, but it's not really that. It's kind of close, but not really that. Then you have like the Hurricane Druid, is also not really RF. Like, then you have like the Spiritborn Amulet, that's also not really RF. Like, where's the RF? Yeah. Where's the RF in PoE 2? When is the Templar coming, man? Dude, they're waiting for 1.0. I'm pretty sure before the Shadow, they're gonna bring Templar and they're gonna bring RF. And then 1.0 is gonna be like the biggest patch ever. 27 million people are gonna log in. 25 million of them is gonna be on Pox's channel. RFing around. It's gonna be great. We have, yeah, there's like the Raven thing, but it's not really RF. Pox is gonna play it maybe, but it's not really RF, right? We don't burn shit. And it looks kind of wonky, so... Yeah, exactly. He's gonna wait for the real deal, for sure. The Firestone Spiritborn, yeah, but like first of all, it's not a build because it's just really shit. And then second of all, it like, constantly drops off and stuff, and you know, it's not... yeah. They needed to change that thing. Let GG design a few bosses for D4. That'll be cool. Oh my god, what is this here? What?
That will give you a plus to your evasion and
This was shared earlier. Immortalize has it in S tier. What? That seems very optimistic. I mean, I haven't played it in the expansion yet, but before the expansion it was really bad. I can't really imagine it to suddenly got such an upgrade. There's info about the gloves. Okay, so just like most of the stuff that we've already seen. Yeah, okay. Missing details, levels. Okay. Yeah, we've seen exactly that already. Check these uniques.
Hi, I'm Mark.
The Auspex and Facebreaker. Okay, this is something I wanted to see.
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we'd like to showcase two more unique items. First up we have the Auspex, an attire to drive your foes mad with. And then, a remake of a Path of Exile 1 classic, Facebreaker, which provides a variety of ways to bring the
boxing gloves. Kind of funny, man.
Ultimate beatdown on your enemies. These are both coming in Return of the Ancients.
So, how does Facebreaker actually work? Because they have Hollow Palm as well.
In ancient times, a lost child was taken in by an Asmeri village. The Auspex of the village declared him an ill omen, as their crops soured and their days darkened. Thereafter, ravens gathered and mists descended, following him, driving him deeper and deeper into madness. Harness that madness and become the Auspex yourself.
Okay, enemies in presence gain 1 grueling madness each second. Chance to deflect is lucky while on low life. Okay, we saw this earlier.
Summon a singular Mist Raven, a minion that will ravage your foes and kill.
So we can play a Falconer now. Let's go. It's basically Falconer. Grants you a frenzy charge for each enemy it culls. This minion uses your culling strike threshold. What the fuck?
Enemies. The Mist Raven has a unique command skill, which causes...
I think perma charms is the laziest way to bring Mage Blood into PoE 2. Ah, yeah, it's true, that was the Mage Blood, but have you seen it already?
...to dive at your targets, shattering reality and creating an explosion of madness.
No. Okay.
Enemies killed by the Mist Raven will also grant you frenzy charges, giving the Raven extra utility.
Yeah, this
The
frenzy
Mist
charge
Raven
generation is kind of
also
insane.
causes enemies in your presence...
Okay, slows potency of increase the slowing potency of deals on a target by 10. Okay, maximum of 10.
...to gain grueling madness. A slowing debuff
Is slow just movement or is it everything?
that empowers your other slows to be even more potent. Finally, the Auspex also makes your deflect chance lucky while you're on low life. It seems the Mist Raven does a good job of instilling fear in your enemies.
Seems like a pretty good chance
Next
actually.
up we have...
Wait, what are the stats on this thing?
Enemies killed deeper into madness. Harness that madness...
Okay, 1k evasion and that's it, and a bunch of life. So the stats are relatively terrible, but the frenzy generation is kind of legit. The problem is it doesn't work in boss fights, you can't call anything there. Unless you play martial artist. And you just cull... Dude, wait, can you like just cull your bells and get frenzied that way? I wonder if you can do anything with that.
and become the Auspex yourself. Of madness. Even empowers your good job of instilling fear in your enemies. Next up we have...
The charms in the game are not worth chasing? Dude, the unique charms are crazy, what do you mean, man? Getting like perma, unique charms and stuff? Sounds kinda good actually. But I wonder what the Mage Blood will do.
Facebreaker. The Ezamites and Eternal Empire have a bloody history. Some enjoyed the thrill of battle a little more than others.
Has 8 to 12 physical damage. 3 to 4 per boss's face broken. 1% more unarmed damage per 5 strength. 3 to melee strike range while unarmed. Can attack as though as using a one-handed mace while both of your sand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use an crit one-hand mace's damage use this item's damage. Okay, so Hollow Palm is specifically quarterstaff attacks, right? And this is specifically mace attacks. So there's like no combo you can do between that. And it has physical damage.
Follow in the footsteps of the Red Wolf with his legendary gloves. While equipped and your hands are empty, you can use all mace skills with just your fists.
Weak!
This is the ultimate Smackdown unique.
Got you!
As you progress through the campaign, you too can collect teeth of enemies you've pulverized. As you break their faces,
Her boss's face broken. Oh, so you can use it as a trink item and then it gets stronger. Oh shit. Each boss encounter icon on the word screen is a face that can be broken by beating the encounter. Wait, so if you do this as a late game build, do you actually have to go for the campaign bosses again? Or can this be done in like the map bosses as well? Rare monster encounter icons do not provide any bonus when broken. Okay, so this is actually like, you have to do like a world tour for the campaign, right? Because else, like there's no limit or something. So it's basically just like secondary quests. Yeah, the campaign bosses are also map bosses. Ah, wait, actually, this works, right? If you haven't done the campaign boss, you can get it from the map boss. So it should work, at least with the quest it works, right? You can get the things in the maps as well. Like if you don't do like Candlemas, and then do like a crypt map with a boss, you can get the live thing there, right? You think crit immunity from jamming changes is viable for going armor evasion? I don't think that crit immunity really has much to do with any sort of like defenses that you care about most of the time. Like, at least on softcore, you kind of just ignore crit and sometimes it happens, but most of the time it doesn't, so you don't really care much, I think. It's kind of nice though for hardcore especially, I think.
You can track the bosses you've smashed on your map, with each granting you added physical damage.
That gets a lot of damage, huh?
Facebreaker provides offensive and defensive benefits for stacking up strength, so you can become a true face-breaking powerhouse. I mean, just check this out. Hammer of the Gods? How about Fist of the Gods? You'll be able to torment minds with the Auspex and break faces with Facebreaker as unique items in Return of the Ancients. Join us for the release of Return of the Ancients on May 29th. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
Why is this a Sanity class? No, this is a warrior. The class is warrior, and I'm not sure what a Sanity they played here. I guess a Titan or something, which is like for slams. Yo, damage, thank you.
To torment...
Unarmed Monk and Facebreaker. Now this is for warriors. So, you know, Unarmed Monks already have Hollow Palm technique. I guess technically you can play a Monk and equip these gloves. Now the question is, what happens when you equip these gloves on a martial artist? So that is gonna be interesting.
Just check this out. Hammer of the Gods? How about Fist of the Gods?
It's kind of funny that I activated a fist here, kapow. Then you can use both skills.
You'll be able to torment minds with the Auspex and break faces with Facebreaker as unique items in Return of the Ancients. Join...
Other weapon types. Let's see. Okay, what else do we have? We wanted to see the breach stuff, if there's anything we missed there.
So for example, you can place this amulet worm gift into the tree, and it will give birth to a random rare amulet.
Fist into bells.
But the Genesis tree is capable of much more.
Yeah, you'd have to like somehow allocate Hollow Palm, I guess, if you want to do this. And then, yeah, the problem is also the stats, right? For Facebreaker, you want to go like full strength and nothing else really. And it's like mace skills also need full strength, and then for like all of the quarter stuff, he like decks in, so you have like a big stat problem.
As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more
Yeah,
and more
like you got
control
chase
over
items
what kind of
now.
items
Yeah,
it
like
will
the
birth.
sockets.
So for
And
example,
like the extra
this branch of the tree
free
will allow you to control which
Spirit
base
Gem
types
red.
of amulets can be birthed. And as
Can
you
it be
go
any aura? Is there like actually any downsides for like the more costly auras?
it will even allow you
Or is it just like, okay, jackpot, you hit like a 100
to
spirit?
create new base types that you can't get anywhere
Lament, Portent, and Absent.
else. Like this
Okay, so -1/-1, and you get Eternal Rage.
one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free.
But then crafting it, man, oof.
Or this one.
Corona Amulet. And the thing is, I usually also want like skill ranks on the amulet, unlike the endgame amulets, right? So it's gonna be tough, man. Because it's so rare to get skills. It's also kind of good.
Which has a rune socket in it. To the
There'll be 3 rarities for the auras depending on spirit cost.
left and right are branches that will let you
Yeah, but it just gives you the aura, right? There's like no downside or so. So it's just if you get like a higher spirit cost one, it's gonna be like just more GG basically. Format amulets are easier to craft. That's true, I guess. But still, like what do? Do you just like chaos spam until you get skill ranks or some shit? I'm not even sure how I would even approach this. But yeah.
control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes
Dude, can I respec the entire thing at once?
at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well.
You like the delirium amulets more of 2 instills? Yeah, the 2 instills are kind of cool, but it's gonna be so rare that you get one that actually has a combo that you want, right? Like there are so many notables, and I don't know, let's say for the average build, maybe like 10, let's say optimistically 20% of the notables actually apply to your build. And then, you know, the rest is just like not useful or even a downside potentially. So you need to hit something like a 10% and another 10% or so. So like you're not gonna suddenly change your build in a big way to accommodate your weird double instill amulet, right? So you're just gonna have to deal with it, what you get, but it has to be something that already works for your build.
You have a bunch of new base types like these.
Then you're going just as softcore as
also
F for the first character, you know, I haven't really played the game in like half a year.
Entire new classes
I'm
of
gonna go
mods
with
that can be
softcore.
added. The right-hand branch
And
of
there's also way too much new shit, right? Like hardcore as F is gonna be a suicide anyway, with all the new bosses and stuff.
the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
Org Annul, Desecrate, Exile, Fracture for 1 in 3. Yeah, true, if you do a Fracture. But the thing is, if you hit a Fracture on something, like on the wrong thing, I guess if you have 4 good mods and then you Fracture one of them, like, you know, no matter which one you hit and it's a good one, then you can still keep crafting from there. And then it's going to be relatively easy. With only 3 mods you want to craft, one of them would be Desecrated anyway. So it's basically two mods you need to hit, and then one you Desecrate. Yeah, Org Annul. But the thing is, Annuls are extremely rare. Like, I don't know how many I have on standard, but not many. So, realistically for SSF, this is like not happening, so you have to YOLO a bit more.
And on the
Fracture can
left-hand side,
break a
you can
100 Spirit
unlock
Amulet. Yeah, it doesn't break it if you already have 4 good mods and then Fracture one of them. But it's not exactly like the mods you want. Then you can still kind of go from there, right?
entire new set of mods for minion characters.
They're much more
This
common.
stuff is
Yeah, okay, but is it like, you know, temple shenanigans, or did they actually change the drop rates?
Actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here.
Oh, this might actually be useful. This might actually be good. Maybe you can actually get this sort of currency here, right? Annul and whatever.
But there are all sorts of goodies in these too. Like being able to create new catalysts for jewels.
Caster modifiers, fire, for jewels. What the fuck? Nice, you can go from like, you know, 12% ES to like 14%, let's go. With like 20 quality on your jewel. Man, why are they doing this?
Or a belt that gives lightning damage.
1 to 30. Okay.
Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the
Okay, so why do we have to birth it first? Why can't we just... Look at this, requires 8 hive blood. It's like absolutely nothing. So why can't we just like get the breach stuff?
and you can
That
then
seems
use
so
it on the
unnecessary.
Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well.
Breach, man, you have to feel the
When you
weight
enter
of
the
the hive
outskirts
blood.
of their
and-
realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for
Hi,
wound
Q guys
gifts,
only.
so you'll want
Like
to do as
54,
many
yeah,
of
I will
these as
never
you
play
can.
D4 again, I think. For sure not.
But your
Especially not
real
tomorrow when they drop the new patch notes for Season 14.
goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause Breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas.
Yes, that was sarcasm.
And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like,
dude, I don't really like this like defend Aelith thing, man.
Which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht.
Oh. Runes, Aftermath, Warcries. Okay, it's like special lineage. Like all the lineage supports are still special drops on special locations, right? Besides like a few that are random, I think.
Like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get.
Okay, so ornate is currency, I guess. Or I guess lavish. Okay, bandit, ornate, signet. Which one is which, yeah? Bandit sounds like ring, signet might be amulet, ornate is belt, I don't know.
There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it.
Killing Rune will allow it to return his head to the Genesis and unlock the grasping orchid.
To drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for.
So here's Lawweave, basically. You're gonna get some item like Lawweave, I guess.
Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
Okay.
When you first...
Interesting. Martial artist. Okay, so
those in dark.
Did we see this as part of the... I guess it was part of the official reveal, right? How does this thing have 5 million views? That's crazy.
Once lay dormant. Now return.
People are hyped, yeah.
We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
Nice time, gets better. Swords, is swords confirmed for Moda? Yeah, it's just nice for the music, man.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
I wonder, they didn't really talk about the Vaal Temple and what changes they made to it, actually. I just realized. I've heard nothing about the Vaal Temple.
Now see how your story ends.
I guess it's in the patch notes. I don't really want to learn how to build a fucking snake. And especially I don't want to do it. Snake is gone, okay. Nice trailer. Okay, Breacher, Magazine, Ultimate, Smackdown, Unique, Build Guides. What is that? Reverie and Hollow Mask.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we'd like to showcase 2 unique items straight out of the mysterious Wildwood. These are existing items, but have been completely reworked in Return of the Ancients. First, we have a rebranded Husk of Dreams, Reverie, and then the Hollow Mask, a great choice for those botanists out there. A druidic Magi woman, Sorel of Kaer Tarth, led many into battle against the Nameless, who threatened the Wildwood. She was so in tune with the goddess that she'd call upon the very roots of the forest to aid her allies in the heat of battle. With the armor of Sorel, you too can call upon the aid of the goddess Viridian.
He's like having hiccups in his sleep or something.
You forego regular life flask use to instead passively
Didn't
apply
disease again, actually.
forest. She was so in tune with the goddess that she'd call upon the very roots of the forest to aid her allies in the heat of battle. With the armor of Sorel, you too can call upon the aid of the goddess Viridian.
Okay, so what does this thing do? Can I use life flasks? Okay, so we saw this earlier on the PoE. So you have like perma life recovery from the flasks. But otherwise it's a very weak chest though.
While Reverie is equipped, you forego
has the
regular
aura.
life
What does
flask
it
use
again?
to instead passively apply recovery from life flasks constantly.
And recovery is kind of nice.
Reverie also grants a sigil skill called Rite of Restoration. Use it to call the goddess to your aid.
Okay, grants armor, evasion, and life regen.
Creating an area that amplifies the defense and regeneration of all those standing within the circle. While you are inside the invocation circle, the bonuses to your defense and regeneration become stronger and stronger as you spend mana. Now, the Hollow Mask. Its roots penetrate your flesh and bone, giving you a
Okay, yeah, this was like the super low level item. And now it's like level 84. I remember I found this once from the Devourer actually. I remember on my first wonk in like 0.1 I think on hardcore. I found this thing from the Devourer. But now it's like a high level item. It's based on this implicit X2 actually. Okay. So it's still kind of like a low level item, I guess. Vengeance great affect allies in your presence as well. Oh. Reservation, efficiency on friend and skills. Interesting.
direct connection to Viridian herself. What better way to see all the potential gifts she has in store for you? While adorning the Hollow Mask,
Ancient blooms within 5 meters are revealed. Fade after 25 seconds. An ancient bloom manifests within 8.5 every 1.22 seconds. Blendings have 95% increased effect. So that's on the level, I guess, the 95. Vivid blooms grant 5 charges to all your charms. Primal blooms grant 5 charges to all your mana and 5 charges to your life. Seems relatively whatever,
it will
man.
reveal gifts from the goddess. And
I guess the main thing really is the reservation efficiency,
form
maybe.
of ancient blooms. These flowers manifest in the different forms of the wisps of the wildwood. Collecting them will respectively grant you charges for your life flask, mana flask, or charms. But there's more. With its roots well and truly embedded in you, the
You can do
hollow
those
mask
also
causes
now.
any remnant
How does that work? Do they like in the tree? Like where's this applied? Can you see this on the item somehow?
that you collect to be shared to your allies in addition to affecting you. You may
What's
want to
this?
consider using both of these when playing with your friends, especially when used together, serve as a powerful combo for supporting your allies. You'll be able to find Reverie and the Hollow Mask as unique items in Return of the Ancients. Join us for the release of Return of the Ancients on May 29th. Thanks for watching and see you then.
Drew us up on the item. Wait, what did I?
Hi.
Okay. Follow the cues. Okay, let's see what I have
Hi,
here.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. We've heard player feedback on the time it takes to replay the campaign. We're actively going to be making changes to streamline that going forward, and today we'd like to show you some examples coming in Return of the Ancients. To start off with, in the Growlwood in Act 1, if you happen to find the river, you can follow it upstream and it will always lead you to the Red Vale. When seeking the Tree of Souls, keep an eye out for these magical glowing roots. Follow them and you'll find the tree. That's not all. In the same area, you may even see these mushrooms. If you do, keep an eye out for the entrance to the Grim Tangle. It's nearby. Now, the hunting grounds is pretty huge, which is why we're making it easier for you to spot both the entrances to other areas and the various landmarks in this area. Like this nifty signpost in the middle of the path, which will lead you to the Ogham farmlands. And if that wasn't enough direction, there's now a rather grim farm-to-table trail in the form of this pecked-at bovine leading straight to the territory of its butcher, the Bloody Crowbar. The ritual in this area, once completed, will create a trail of locusts leading direct to Freythorn. And once in Freythorn, each ritual will do the same, to the next closest ritual. This has even been updated to rituals in endgame as well, as an added perk.
That's kind of cool.
Moving into Act 2. Traitor's Passage now has a guaranteed intersection, where one of the ways will always lead to Balbala, and one to the exit. To know which way to go, just follow the Maraketh parchment, which was used to bind djinns. Surely that'll lead to the Djinn Balbala, right? And of course, Titan Valley. Now you are immediately presented with your goal of the level, this giant set of Titan heads. Behind each is an entrance to a linear canyon. Reach the end of the canyon, activate the seal, and use the newly spawned portals to return back to the start and see what activating the seal did. Significantly smoother and clearer objectives in this area. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area.
If you rescued the girl early, you don't need to go to the locked door area. Wait, what? Yeah, the Titan Valley upgrade is kind of nice, actually. So it seems like very straightforward. I think it's definitely nice if they smooth out the campaign a little bit. Especially for people that are not like giga speedrunners. They can take a long time, get lost every time if you just want to play the league and stuff. So
the destination is also revealed on your minimap, so you'll always know where to go. That's not all we've improved in the start of Act 3. We've moved the entrance to the waterways to be in the jungle ruins, instead of the infested barrens. And we've added an alternate start of Act 3 to go. That's not all we've improved in the start of Act 3. We've moved the entrance to the waterways to be in the jungle ruins, instead of the infested barrens. And we've added an alternate escape route from the Venom Crypts to allow you to shortcut through the jungle. And we've even moved the Azak Bog to be in the waterways, so you don't need to go searching for it in said sparse jungle. But these are just a few examples. There are
in the waterways, interesting.
And we've even moved the Azak Bog to be in the waterways, so you don't need to go searching for it in said sparse jungle. But these are just a few examples. There are many more improvements throughout the game,
Waterways is
and
now
we'll
200
continue
times bigger.
refining the experience over time. Check them out and
Did they improve Azakborg? They did that already like a few patches ago, but I was always slower. Because I knew the old layout very well, but then the newer layout is actually simpler. I never learned the new layout yet. Waterways don't have levers anymore. Yeah, it's now pressure plates or something, right? You just walk over them. UD4 is broken, freezing every few seconds. Now maybe check your graphics or something. People going in blind gonna be so confused. Yeah, like suddenly the stuff is in different zones. Like if you haven't seen this. Okay. You can tame bosses. Let's see if they show some good examples.
Born hold the spirit dear. But I seek not just to hold it. I seek to become its champion. Like the Asmiri of old. I seek to become a spirit walker.
in Return of the Ancients, we're adding an ascendancy class for the Hunters, the Spirit Walker. We covered some of this in our recent content review, but here we will dig deeper and even showcase some potential builds. Most of the ascendancy class is devoted to three aspects of the Spirit: Vivid, Primal, and Wild. The Vivid path conjures stampeding stags when you attack. Vivid Stampede gives you extra damage, area coverage, and shocking capabilities. If you want to really focus on the stags, the Morrigan's Guidance lets you create even more stampedes with even more damage, trampling your enemies into dust. The Primal path, meanwhile, is all about projectiles. The Owl grants you boons in the form of their feathers, which can be spent to add extra projectiles to your next skill.
Damn.
If you'd rather unleash the occasional barrage, the Mucker's Gift lets you store up and use multiple feathers at once. Mucker's Gift lets you store up and use multiple feathers at once. Extra projectiles to boons. The Owl grants you boons
They have to dodge roll
in
to
the
get
form
the
of their
buff.
feathers, which can be spent to add extra projectiles to your next skill. If you'd rather unleash the occasional barrage, the Mucker's Gift lets you store up and use multiple feathers at once. And if you're really keen, the Owl feathers work on spells too. For those who prefer their animal companions to be more literal, summon a Wild Protector to give your enemies a bear hug they won't soon forget. The bear is a powerful companion in its own right, and can also provide significant utility. Breaking enemy armor, maiming enemies, violent intimidating roars, and keeping itself fit to fight with its large health pool and life leech. Best of all, the bear doesn't even take up your companion slot, so you can keep your tame beast alongside you too. The Cartha's Balance skill can take your companion's damage one step further by giving them extra damage based on your weapon. Spirit Walkers who master all three aspects of the Spirit may attract the favor of the elusive Sacred Wisps. The Sacred Unity passive is free. It provides enhancements to all three skills. The stags seek out enemies and can turn mid-stampede. Owl feather-empowered skills create a new type of ground effect. And the bear protects allies near it. Taking this node also causes Tex allies powered skills create. It provides enhancements to all 3 skills. The stags seek out enemies and can turn mid-stampede.
That's really good, actually.
Owl feather-empowered skills create a new type of ground effect. And the bear protects allies near it. Taking this node also causes all 3 skills to change appearance to reflect their sacred empowerment. The Spirit Walker has a couple of tricks up her sleeve outside of animal spirits. Idolatry provides massive bonuses to more minion-focused builds. And last, but definitely not least, the Natural Order passive grants Tame Beast the ability to tame bosses. Yep, all of these. It probably won't. Yep.
Okay. The scorpion. The bird. The shark. The chimera. The devourer. The monkey. And what is this on the right?
All of these.
Oh, the other bird. Imagine the shark companion, it just swims underground the whole fight. Dude, some of them will definitely have some weird behaviors, I guess. Monkey. Okay, so guys, which one is your favorite? What are you gonna choose if you had to play Spirit Walker right now? Or maybe one that we actually don't see here. The real Spirit one. Are we gonna go for Tornado Bird, guys? Dude, I mean, Tornado Bird, even with like 3 nerfs, is still gonna like one-shot everything, right? So... Does the monkey get his big stone stick? Yeah, he has the big stone stick. Atsiri, she's a beast. The Monkey King from Act 4. It probably doesn't count. I guess he's a humanoid or something.
It probably won't come as a surprise to hear that these bosses can cut through packs and bring the pain to their former friends. If you like the look of the Spirit Walker, but need some further inspiration for what to do with her, we've put together a couple of in-game builds to give you ideas, kindly made by some of our developers. First up, we have the Stormbringer. We have a standard-looking Twister build dialed to 11, where we utilize Whirling Slash and Barrage to unleash Twisters to devastate our enemies. We will use a combination of Barrage and our new notable Primal Bounty to create so many Twisters it more resembles a full Cyclone. Allocating Wild Protector, Primal Bounty, and Vivid Stampede will unlock a notable that empowers all 3, giving them more utilities and features. Thanks to Primal Bounty and the Mucker's Gift, we generate a Primal Owl Feather every few seconds that will be used when we dodge roll to empower our next projectile attack, firing more Twisters and increasing their speed.
This looks so
but now,
weird.
We want to start to empower our Wind Ruckus with the elements, gaining significantly more damage. To do that, we take Vivid Stampede, which grants us a Vivid Wisp every 10 meters we travel, which we can do faster by following our soaring ground. And then we expend those wisps to unleash a stampede of stag spirits.
As a beast, okay.
Not only do they help kill enemies, they also create shock ground.
There's a lot of PoE 2 riders on Maxwell. Yeah, a lot of people there.
All that combined, we have our Stormbringer.
Dude, they're showing off the Twister so much, and they also show how OP it is. I think I really want people to play Twister. So people were expecting it's like this last minute Twister nerf, but I guess it's not coming after all.
And for our second build today, we have the Zookeeper. This build is for those who prefer to sit back and let your animal army do all the work.
That's a lot of shit, man.
The Spirit Walker has enlisted the entire zoo to fight on her behalf, with a whopping 6 companion skills active. This is thanks to Sylvan's Effigy.
You can have any number of companions of different types. Did 90% increase damage to your marked targets. Okay.
A new unique scepter coming in Return of the Ancients that completely removes the companion cap, and also gives us a big bad alpha wolf that buffs all our other companions.
Summon 7 spirit wolves.
We've also got a pack of regular wolves, 3 different tame beasts, including the mighty Silverfist, and our trusty bear, with our last bits of spirit used on some skeletal clerics to keep everyone healthy. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy the show, and maybe remind your alpha wolf to summon its spirit friends every once in a while. This might be a good time to mention that companion damage has been buffed across the board. This build squeezes maximum value out of Spirit Walker's Idolatry node, even wearing Darkness Enthroned to equip more idols. Finally, we're going all the way to the Cartha's Balance and wielding a juicy spear to grant our companions a lot of damage. So, are you ready to embrace the full power of the Spirit? You can do just that on May 29th, when Return of the Ancients releases. Thanks for watching, and see you all at launch.
Why not Arbiter chest and it has many sockets? Okay, good stuff. What else? Official trailer. Okay, this is actually it, I guess. Did we watch everything? Did everyone change this? That's something we should check out maybe. We've seen the breach stuff.
As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears.
Dimling, Legionnaire, Quarterstaff, Twister, Hybrid with Grenade, Weapon Swap. That sounds like my kind of build actually.
In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind.
I guess it's gonna be hard to actually get that item.
Features delirium encounters.
But if I get it, I'll try.
Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into delirium you are.
Now
you can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog.
Not for the
and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the
if you want to play a patch like this from day one with hardcore SSF, you need to play some Omega Buster build. And, stack like 10k years, and then you're gonna be okay, I guess, or something. Because, all the new bosses and all that stuff.
Is always the boss of the map. But we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard.
What's my thoughts on limiting crafted mod to 1? Wait, what crafted mod are we talking about?
That when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind.
I'm not sure what I mean.
and must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears.
Steamage made a case that softcore SF is actually harder since you'll be willing to go in a fight without too much prep. Well, I mean, yes and right. I mean, hardcore is obviously harder because if you die, it's over. And you have to make sure that never happens. And this means you have to like, you know, there's like 1,000 different traps to avoid that will kill you even on a tanky character, basically, right? But yeah, the point definitely is that, okay, in hardcore, generally you will be overgeared for the content you're doing. And in softcore, you're not necessarily overgeared, and so you have like tougher fights. So I can see that, yeah. But I mean, it's not necessarily always the case, right? At least when you actually have like, let's say, whenever we start getting gauntlets or these kind of races in PoE 2, it's not going to be that, right? Like in an actual competitive scenario, hardcore will be the most challenging thing. In a non-competitive environment where you're just kind of playing, then yeah, sure, you take all the time in the world and you one-shot everything, you don't care, sure, right? But in a competitive scenario, hardcore will be by far the toughest thing, basically. All crafted modifiers are now guaranteed, but I just can only have one crafted modifier. I'm not sure what crafted modifier means here. Just essences? No, bloody. Okay. So basically for weapons you have to choose between +3 skills and onslaught. Yeah, that's not too bad actually. I like the idea. And alloys. Now I need to remember what alloys are. It's not very hardcore to calculate all this stuff before jumping in. Unlucky.
If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it.
Yeah, I know alloys are new, but I don't remember what they do.
Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start.
Wait, what is the third perfect essence that he used? Like, besides onslaught and skills? Like a prefix one for added extra or something? Okay, yeah, I guess people are doing that instead of trying to go for the triple fizz. And they just do like added extra lighting or some shit for some shock, I guess. I didn't actually do that, but I guess maybe I could have. It's not just perfect essence, it's all of them. Okay, so this means I can't like roll like a blue into a rare with like a greater essence for like, I don't know, extra attack speed and then add the extra skill ranks after. So I have to choose one essence and everything else is random. Is that what you're saying?
As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add...
It's not all of them. Greater essence are the same as dropped. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, to be honest, essence crafting was kind of nice, but I felt it was kind of too good. So maybe that's fine.
Notable passive buffs to them. But in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll.
I think there were some essences that rolled higher than regular mods though. So maybe did they like unify this now? I think some of the essence mods on greater essences were higher.
For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once you've done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm is revealed, but it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas and fog, explore the deeper reaches of your mind.
Gonna get a drink.
At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge. So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder, and not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an ancestral Flame Blast? Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes
yeah, I guess
that
you can
apply to
check
the
out
Atlas
some
mechanics
creator
of the League,
videos as well.
like this one, which causes the
analyzing
Grand
some
Mirror
stuff.
to spread Delirium fog
I
over
have
a
the stream
larger
call video
area of the
here.
Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also
So
has
there's nothing
new
new
crafting
here,
system
right?
for
This is
jewels,
the same stuff
and
in
over
the
20 new
preview.
unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree
This
just
one
for
here, I
Delirium.
want to watch this on Doomcore. Might have some good stuff there. Okay. And this Nitro BRB is gonna like put out one of these one more time. The martial artist stuff. Who's gonna play martial artist, guys?
The dreamer showed
BRB
me
a few minutes,
path.
guys.
But through discipline and training, I have forged my own.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding the third Ascendancy class for the Monk, the Martial Artist. The Martial Artist took his training into his own hands and has spent decades mastering his proficiency of hollow techniques, building his body into the ultimate weapon. The Monk may still walk the Dreamer's path, but the Martial Artist redefines how, mostly by punching things very hard. Let's take a look at what he has to offer, starting with his exclusive skills. Hollow Focus rings a death knell for your foes. Ethereal bells constantly appear around you, and hitting them causes them to shatter with a powerful shockwave. These bells can always be killed and are always primed for stun, so using them with Killing Palm and Staggering Palm is ultra useful. These bells are also always critically hit. Why does that last bit matter? Well, Hollow Resonance thrives on critical hits. The final step for the bell-centric part of the martial artist is strapping a bell to your back, which will ring out whenever you critically hit an enemy, delivering damage around you. Both of these bell skills are also quite good at stunning, which will come in handy later. If you prefer keeping your distance from the fray, Hollow Form lets your astral projections do the dirty work for you. While channeling, you constantly spawn clones of yourself that attack with skills of your choice. You can also spend power charges to spawn triple the clones, for maximum damage and maximum ruckus. And for the three of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course, the martial artist has plenty to offer besides new skills, such as taking pride in his Ezomite training by tattooing runes into his flesh. Runic Meridians gives you 5 extra rune sockets to play with, perfect for all the new runes you can find in the Runes of Elder League. If you want to focus on chaining together attacks, Martial Adept and Martial Master are tailor-made for you, generating massive amounts of combo to spend on things like these, and protecting you while you do it. Remember how I mentioned being good at stunning might come in handy? Way of the Mountain covers you in a stony carapace when you immobilize enemies. The stacks are easy come, easy go, but provide massive benefits, causing your attacks to deal a lot more damage, and reducing the damage you take from smaller hits to a tickle. Last, but certainly not least, let's put on some nice normal gloves and... wait, what the heck are these? Way of the Stone Fist transforms any gloves you equip into fists of stone until you take them off. These gloves grant truckloads of evasion and energy shield, but more importantly, they transform the explicit modifiers on the gloves you equip, and yes, it works on everything. This, that, and yep, even these. Needless to say, there's a lot to discover about this one. So that's what the class can do, but how does it come together in practice? We've got a couple of endgame builds to show you to demonstrate the might of the martial artist. First up, the Snowbound Executioner wields a big staff, bells, and a very well-toned body to ice out his foes. Shattering Palm and Herald of Ice mow down packs of enemies and continuously trigger the shockwaves of both our bell skills. Because we're constantly freezing enemies, we're generating lots of Mountain's teaching stacks to keep the damage flowing and protect us while clearing. And we're also taking full advantage of Way of the Stone Fist with this monstrous pair of gloves. Against tougher targets, we switch to Ice Strike and deploy even more bells per second with a Temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even more damage. If you'd rather a little more fisticuffs, we've got a banger of a Hollow Palm technique build for you here. If you didn't know, Hollow Palm technique is a keystone on the regular passive tree that turns your fists into weapons in their own right, so it's perfect for martial artists. This particular build uses Staggering Palm's avalanche of projectiles to power up its whirling assault, and also gets great use out of Way of the Mountain thanks to how much it stuns enemies. But the centerpiece of the build is Hollow Form, and the huge benefits it gets from power charges. While clearing, we can rely on Killing Palm's inbuilt power charge generation. But what to do about bosses? Well, we've made sure Killing Palm can handle those too, with Culmination and Aelith's Chimes providing a power charge engine, and Martial Adept cranking it into overdrive. Which means, when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse. So, Which path will you choose? Decide for yourself on May 29th when Return of the Ancients launches.
You almost never see a complaint about Whisper cash leveling, but see a lot of PoE campaigns skip discussion, makes you think. Yeah, I guess that, you know, people don't complain about the Whisper leveling, but should it be in the game, right? Should that be the way to level a character instead of actually like playing for the game, right? It's like the same thing as, you know, everyone's always going for like the S tier builds that one-shot everything in the game, but then they play that and then they get bored and quit early because they don't enjoy it as much as playing a lesser build, right? It's kind of the same story, I think, where people want one thing, but then that thing is actually kind of worse for them than another thing, but they don't know that. Or maybe they do know it, but they go for the more convenient option anyway, right? So you have no connection for your to your characters. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely kind of weird in D4 where it's like, okay, you make an alt and, you know, boom, you start in T8, right? And it's nice that it, like an alt is like kind of a bit shortcut and faster, but it's kind of weird how you just kind of, you know, start with the full tree, with the full paragons, and you kind of have to do everything from scratch before you even start playing the game, right? It's much nicer to like load in and you start blasting and you kind of build up as you go. And having this just like accelerated is probably more interesting compared to how it actually works in D4 right now, where, you know, it's not just accelerated, it's like, okay, you have to do like a half hour of setup in the first place to even start playing the game, right? You think you do, but you don't. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly that. Yeah. You think you want that, but you actually don't. So D4 campaign can't be optimized like PoE. Yeah, I guess we're not talking about PoE style campaign leveling, right? No one is gonna play for the D4 campaign again. Like, it's also just like not designed to be replayable, right? The D4 campaign is like a movie, and you see it once and then you're done. And you have the option to just play the game from level 1, but you don't really do this on your alts. That's the thing that we're talking about, right? Like, you just start in endgame and you start blasting and you have your war plans and there you go. And I think this is like a decent like season start experience, right? But then for your alts, it's kind of like, yeah. Level most of your alts the old way without caches. Yeah, it's nice to do this. I actually had a blast as well, like, you know, playing my spirit from level 1 and, you know, like checking out the skill tree and, you know, as I go, right, I kind of piece it together. But like most of the time you just kind of feel stupid, you know, you're just kind of wasting time, right? People look at this and they're like, yeah, I can shortcut this shit by like 8 hours if I just take a few caches, boom, right? And you're ready to go. So instead of like doing the whole thing, like leveling from 1, slowly grinding it up, and you know, then you have to figure out the build, and then you have to get upgrades from like normal items to like ancestral items with 0 GA and 1 GA and so on, right? And you can like remove all those steps and start directly in Torrent 8 with like your mythics equipped, Paragon tree assigned, and 1 GA, good items in every slot with the right rolls, right? It's kind of, yeah, 12 GA maybe even. Why are you taking my dog?
You're suffering there.
No.
Yeah.
Anyway, which mercenary build I'm gonna play? So I'm thinking about doing Galvanic, and then maybe later try the new crossbow for grenades. So this might be the thing. Wasting time and stuck in health idea. Hi Sukasa, how's it going, man? Martial artist again. Yeah, maybe with the martial artist. But I've played a lot of monk. I've basically played everything on quarter stuff already, but I guess now it's like even more OP. So maybe. But I'm kind of excited for some crossbow, to be honest. So it's gonna be hard for someone who's never played PoE. Yes. Like I would recommend if you're like a new player, you should probably go trade. Which is technically a bit more complex because of the whole economy. But practically you can like shortcut so many obstacles in the game very easily with trade, right? You don't need to learn how to make gear. You just take some low-ass currency and buy gear, and there you go. So you can kind of just go around any sort of roadblocks very easily, where in SSF you actually have to get good and grind a bit more. Converting currency alone is so good. Yeah, we are good. If you think if PoE had some alternate leveling activity, it wouldn't be the end of the world. I don't know, I kind of like the campaign playthrough. I think the PoE 2 campaign especially is very good. I hear disagreement coming from this corner.
Super yikes.
I'm a campaign enjoyer, I must say, actually. So yeah, what can I do? They made Act 3 better, yes. The bosses are amazing. Yeah, like it's also like, I think the campaign is like a very good way to like kind of grow with your character, right? You grow into the build that you're playing. And then you have like this, okay, you have like, okay, there's this boss, you know that this thing is coming, you get this specific thing at certain points in the campaign, now I get this gem, and you kind of, you build it up as you go, and especially if you don't have a plan, I think PoE 2 campaign is really cool. Because you have these certain steps, okay, now here I'm gonna get a rank 5 gem, here I'm gonna get a rank 7 gem, and here I'm gonna get rank 13 gem, and you know, here's this boss, I need to be ready for that. And you have like a few different things to do. It's not just like random, okay, you load up the Atlas and you start blasting, and I like this. I think this is pretty well done in PoE.
Your resistances. You go so slow.
I heard there's resistance swaps now, so that sounds kind of nice
Yeah,
then.
they supposedly would do something.
They removed Dreadnought 2. What? Where is my listening? What do you mean they removed Dreadnought 2?
What?
Apparently Dreadnought has only 1 level now. Feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Listening. This is like vibe off moment, actually.
I saw Deadeye is amazing build. For a new player. And in general.
Just 1 Dreadnought level is sweet. Ah man, the Dreadnought is such a cool level, man. I really like that it was 2 levels, but okay, it is what it is. It doesn't hurt to make the campaign slightly shorter. I'm telling you, we're going to end up with PoE 1 clear time. Dude, I mean, I hear people doing like, I don't know, 5 hours, 1 to T15, like what the fuck?
Fuck, that's 5 hours, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
The gamers do that, yeah. Yeah, I guess the thing is that once you are actually in endgame, it takes like no time at all to get to T15 if you want, right? If you're powerful enough and you can do that difficulty with your like level 75 character or something, then you know, if you have these OP builds, then it actually takes no time at all to go up in difficulty, right? Because you can just blast like 1 map at a time and go up one tier at a time, basically, right?
The thing is that you can level fast with very specific builds. You can just put the skill you like and blast your campaign. That's the shit with PoE.
I mean, the main thing about blasting the campaign is actually knowing the maps. And then, okay, being fast at the boss fights. If you have really slow boss kills, then yeah, sure. But
yeah,
for the most part, it's mostly that.
That's with the majority of the skills, though.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like we can definitely get the kill times down pretty well.
Like 200 skills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can only do fast campaign with like 4 or 5 of them. No more.
Nah.
Nah. Well, okay. Make me a list with 20 of them. 20. Okay. I'm not saying 10, or I'm not saying 30 or 40 or 50, or even 10. Yes. But they can perform very fast.
How about Rolling Slam? Any Rolling Slam enjoyers? She makes a point. Okay, chat is on your side apparently.
Sleeping couch tonight, my friend. Woody doesn't sleep, my friend.
I just hate how hard theory crafting is. I feel like in PoE 2 it is actually not that hard to just like load it up and start blasting. If you know the basics of how the game functions, you can kind of make anything work. And I like this about PoE 2 actually. Of course that's better and worse and whatever, right? But you know, it's sort of like a journey of discovery, I think, when you make a new build. This is how I see it most of the time. It's like, okay, like I have a rough idea going in, Like I want to play that skill, or I want to at least play that weapon type, and then, you know, I'll see, right?
Look, I got a compliment for my hair.
Yeah, your hair is very shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In PoE, we normalized that we level with another skill than the one we plan to play. Yes, we make a starter build so that we can play finally the build we actually want.
Why don't you just play the build for
It's
you want?
very, very normal for us to do that in
Yeah,
an
but
ARPG.
yeah, but why do you
If
do this?
D4 was like that, everyone would be D4 super bad. Oh my gosh, why are you doing that, Blizzard?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
suck.
Maybe in PoE they just want to suffer or something. Like, what's the point? Like, why don't you just play the thing you want to play?
Well, everyone was accusing them of that in PoE1. Well, they should have learned their lesson, don't you think?
I don't know. When I want to play a character, I just load it up and start blasting, and it works.
As I said, not every skill works the same, and also you don't get access to all skills at level 1.
Yeah, okay, some of the stuff needs to be unlocked, but I think that's
Yeah,
just
why
fine.
do I have to play like 33 levels to unlock a fucking skill?
What I mean, this is how literally every RPG ever works. You unlock stuff as you go.
Yeah, in D4, your core skills are unlocked in like 3-4 levels.
Yeah, and what about all the rest?
Huh?
What about all the rest?
All the rest.
Yeah, you need to be level 40 now to
But
get the
you-
entire tree.
Level 40 you get your ulti or something.
Yeah, and before that, level 38, level 36, level 34, there's like, you know, the
pick
extra
core
ranks.
skill in D4, you pick the core skill with which you blast throughout the whole game if you want. And you can do all content. In Last Epoch too. Am I wrong?
In Last Epoch, there's like some skills that you unlock at level 60 or something.
What?
In Last Epoch, there's some skills you unlock at level 60 or something. You have to be like at the end of a campaign.
No, my point was that in Last Epoch and in D4, you can pick a core skill and you can do endgame with that. All skills are viable. No?
Yeah, in PoE 2, they're not viable.
No.
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 Okay. Just give us all skills at level 1. Yeah. No, like, you can't do this. Like, you know, there is like, you know, more complicated skills, or there's skills that need like a setup.
Okay,
There's skills that need a
listen to
combo.
me. See how many people agree with me there.
She's spitting facts. Like, you guys want all of your skills at level 1 and just like start playing the thing at level 1, like with the full combo and everything, or what? Like, I don't really get it. I think it makes total sense that some stuff unlocks later. You know?
Yeah, some stuff unlock later, and some other stuff you can't play if you're not level 80 and your gear is superb in PoE1.
Yeah, okay, I mean, of course, you have some endgame builds that don't function because you need, like, you know, 7 different things to work together or something. But this is how it works. Yeah.
This is how it works. Yeah, as I said, we normalize that. We shouldn't.
I think it's fine to have both, right? You have builds that work from level 1, there's builds that work from level 20, there's builds that work from level 80.
There's not many builds that work at level 1.
I don't know.
There are like 4 or 5, and we play them again and again at every league start, and we call them league starters for a reason. Okay, because we can't do any game with them. Sometimes we can't even go past Act 3 with them.
Nah, I think that's hyperbolic.
Okay, I'm done. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Mary. Where's Mary? Mary? Marion? Where's my dog?
All attack skills work, some are slower than others. Yeah.
Hmm?
Okay, it seems like chat is on your side more than mine. So you win.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder
How
too.
many hours you have in PoE, Woody boy?
Which PoE?
Huh?
Which PoE?
Let's say in total.
Almost 5k.
I have like 9,000 hours. So
It's over 9,000, guys.
over 9,000 if you add POB as well.
Okay. Who's fixing your build, my love?
Hmm?
Who's fixing your build
I
every
always
week?
ask for your opinion because you're a very good theory crafter. I don't doubt that. Yeah.
Okay.
And
That's
just because you have done Maven with toothpicks doesn't mean that all of us out there can choose a shitty skill and do all endgame content with that. Mm. But
Yeah.
yes, you can, and you have proven that.
I mean, I don't say that everyone should play a toothpick build, but I think you can if you try. I think in PoE 2 you can make a lot of stuff work.
Nobody wants a horrible experience, my boy. Don't
But
forget
the
that.
fun part is trying to make it work, you know?
If you're an SSF player and hardcore player, you should be talking about masochism, not about the actual game experience.
It's not very TOS friendly, so I can't really do that. Yeah. We want OP builds, dude. If you play trade, anything is OP, man.
I feel you, Chaka. You're my people.
If you just play trade and anything is OP, like what do you need?
No, not everything is OP, even in trade. That's what I'm trying to
I can't believe
say
that,
here.
man.
Oh my god,
dude.
Were you living under a Ray-class rock or something?
I don't know. Maybe I just happen to play good builds or something like that. But I feel like when you go trade, I think it can easily be like twice as strong as I usually am in this set.
Yeah, everything can be OP with a mirror.
Hey, I don't need anything close to that. Like there's like 5C items that take me weeks to get. You know, if I even get to that point of that item.
You played trade as well.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have played PoE in trade.
Yeah, PoE 1.
PoE 1.
Yeah, PoE 1, but not PoE 2.
It's not that much different. What do you think?
It's quite different. And in PoE 1 you have a lot more crafting.
That in PoE 2 we get super inflation week 1 and everything costs like 100 divines.
Yeah,
even
exactly.
If they have shitty res.
Yeah, but like all of these stuff that's like slightly below the top tier gear is like super cheap and super good. And way better than an SSF player can ever hope for, especially in PoE 2.
As I said, not on week 1, not at least last league.
I don't know. As a pleb, I have 3 divs. Yeah, exactly. You take those 3 divs, and you're gonna have better gear than me and SSF after 2 weeks. You know? That's what I'm saying.
Chad, who do you think is right? No, seriously. As a pleb, I have 3 divs. Okay? That's my experience around day 4, where I actually finished the campaign.
It is OP. Yeah. I agree with shiny hair.
Shiny hair is the best. They give points.
Yeah. I don't know. If they like improve the SSF experience, then I can say, okay, maybe at some point SSF is gonna catch up a little bit to PoE 1. And I guess it has gotten a bit better over the past patches in PoE 2.
It might actually get better now for SSF just
Yeah,
because they added the tree, but you can't produce a weapon through that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which sucks.
Weapon you still have to do the hard way, I guess.
They also nerfed crafting overall, so I'm not exactly sure how the experience will be.
Yeah, nerfing crafting overall is probably closing the gap actually, because crafting is kind of OP in trade. You know, like when people go like ham on like desecrated mods and all that kind of stuff, you can't do that in SSF. You literally get rid of the RNG of the game, just buy what you need. Yeah, exactly, right? Like you fill in the gaps of your resistances, you get super tanky super easily in trade, you have a big weapon, no problem. Like, you know, everything, like, your character is easily 50% better on like offense and defense, I think, in trade compared to an SSF player. I mean, of course, you know, over time an SSF player might approach a trade player in power, but we're talking about like 100 hours plus on a character or something. Maybe then eventually gets like kind of to that point. But you still, like, you know, there's runes I have never found in like 1,000 hours. Like, I've never found the movement speed rune or something like that. Not a single one. Like, it just doesn't exist in SSF. So, that's just how it is. And,
yeah, I don't know why you choose to suffer like this.
Because it's fun.
Okay, enjoy suffering.
Yeah. I had wife aggro, same bonkers. Just build what wudijo built.
What are you gonna league start with to finally play the build you want?
Have I watched the Crip video?
Which one?
Yeah, Crip made a video about SSF.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch
and
it.
He's also an SSF enjoyer, so let's see what he says.
Did you watch it?
No, but I wanted to see it as well. I was in danger. You were too enthusiastic SSF until you played TLI and made me realize just how good trade is. Yeah, TLI is truly a miserable experience if you don't trade at all, I think. Like, trading is really important in TLI, I think. It's a damn good video, okay. So did Crip convince anyone?
Are we gonna do a reaction to Crip's video?
Let's see, he's probably gonna say the same things that I would say, but maybe he has some other good thoughts that I didn't have. Trade
I
is
look forward
cheating.
to meeting Crip in ExileCon.
Mm-hmm.
Have you told Chad we're going?
Chat, we going.
Yeah, we've been invited.
It's me and shiny hair,
Yeah.
but no
Are you
Marin.
gonna be there with shiny hair yourself?
No, that's your job.
Chad, tell me something. Does Woody look good with shiny hair? Clip that.
Suits you, thanks. Beautiful. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
I wasn't invited, but I'll be there too. That's gonna be fun.
Who's coming?
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Who else is going to ExileCon, guys? Anyone on chat?
We have three mods joining us in ExileCon.
The serious mods.
Yeah.
Where did Woody go? Yeah, I mean, ExileCon is definitely quite a trip, I guess.
30 hours trip.
Dude, there's someone called Wake Class TV. I like that. Yeah, I'm coming to the Hobbits, of course.
Yeah, we booked. I booked for us.
I haven't been to New Zealand now. Actually, when I was in high school, I had a friend who went there like every summer with
Every summer.
yeah, he
Was
did
he
that.
German?
Yeah, in my high school, like one of my clique, basically. He went there like I think every year, basically. After he turned like 17 or something, they rented like a van or like some what is it called? Like a living van. I don't know what is it called. Anyway,
We call it wheel car.
wheel car,
In Greece.
Winnebago, RV. Anyway,
RV.
yeah. So and they went like all around like New Zealand. Camper.
Get her a chair. Oh, you're so nice. And actually, I'm gonna go sleep soon.
You wanna sit? You wanna sit?
No.
You can do almost any activity within 2-3 hours of Auckland. Dunes, beach, mountains, skiing. That sounds crazy, actually. And they have great beer.
Really? They do? I wonder what's the local cuisine.
What's the cost of living in New Zealand, I wonder?
It must be high. It must be a lot of things you can find in the wild.
Kiwis.
Yeah. And insects. Unless it's only in Australia.
Well, all of the killer spiders and stuff are in Australia, I think. Or maybe some of them came over to New Zealand. I don't know. I'm definitely not that interested to have like spiders in my house, but
You have considered moving there. How come?
Loco is not being shark bait. I'm a disgusting American. I've considered moving there. Holy man.
Yeah, how come?
Maybe you're gonna find a nice place and then
Going to con Jonathan to hire me. Why not?
easy. Yeah. You don't want pet spider? Yeah. Oh, you have little spoolers, yeah, sometimes. But they're like this, yeah. I actually saw one today.
We like spiders, actually. It's the rest I'm afraid of.
I saw one today, but I threw it out.
What about beetles?
Yeah, beetles are fine if they don't want to eat me and stuff. Yeah, that's money well spent, Wonkas.
Are you gonna watch the group iron video?
Yeah.
Now that I'm going to sleep.
You can watch it tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, but I want to do a reaction with you.
I can put it on now if you want.
You
But you don't
like
hear it.
react to videos like once a year or something. You don't make a living out of it.
Yeah.
We're so poor.
What can you do? Yeah, not really reacting very much. Most of the time I just watch.
Yeah.
And then occasionally I pause, say some stuff, continue. I don't know. I'm not a React Andy, I guess. Rich in spirit.
I will aim for at least 150 spirit.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to mount the raw.
What about your companion boss? Are you gonna do that?
Companion who?
A tamed boss? The monkey?
Ah, can we do that now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have to rewatch the whole thing.
Wait, what are you gonna play?
I shot. Deadeye.
Fab.
I'm a slave meta this time.
She's Fab Gunnar.
No.
What do you mean no?
I'm not Fab Gunnar. It's Aeros build and it's on max roll, guys. Can highly recommend.
Okay, Arrows built on max roll actually, I guess.
Why am I advertising max roll and not you? What the fuck? But yeah, Aero has been playing it forever, by the way, and he knows his shit.
Yeah, Arrow was like a big ice shot enjoyer. Even PoE 1, I remember he was doing it sometimes. Right? Moxie did that shit 3 leagues in a row.
Yeah, so did Aero. I've also played his ice shot in PoE 1. It was very nice.
Okay, chat, I actually need to know now, what is your currently planned starter?
Yeah, I asked earlier, you didn't tell me.
Ascendancy, skill, whatever. So whatever you know. Plans Blood Mage. Holy. That's
Why do you always insist on making us gardeners? Are we gonna have a harvest too?
Oh god.
Plants, leads, chalupa. Ah, another chalupa enjoyer.
Holy chalupa, let's go.
I love chalupa.
Yeah, I've played 3 monks as Chalupa. It's like my most played Ascendancy.
Yeah, but you didn't play it after they changed it, and
yeah.
it's quite OP, I can tell you.
After they made it good, I didn't play it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if you want to do a hardcore monk, Shayula is extremely good with the darkness. Especially after the bug fixes. I think sometime in 0.3 they bug fixed the darkness with the dots and stuff.
Spirit Walker, Lightning Spear, Bone Shatter.
Crib Video Waiting Room. Okay, we're gonna put it up soon. Poison Concoction, one trick. Poison Concoction. When Poison Concoction came out, I played it as a cultist. That was really fun, actually. Was it like the league where they introduced the Ubers? I think so. I think that's when the Ubers came out. I played Poison Concoction Occultist. That was so fun.
That was somewhere 2021.
A long time ago. And then the next league I played Explosive Concoction Scion. That was really cool. I'm also a concoction enjoyer. But I haven't played in PoE 2.
Your fastest Maven kill so far.
Yeah, this was pretty insane, I remember.
Yeah.
The Explosive Concoction Scion, man.
Big upgrade on the others.
Yeah. Plant Daddy. It's either Hunter's Companion or Witch Spectre. Spirit Walker Twister. Dude, no one is gonna tame any bosses here? What is going on? There's one guy saying Spirit Walker Twister. Where's the boss enjoyers?
Plant Daddy.
Okay. Spirit Walker Lightning Spear. Okay.
I'm just gonna play for a few days.
Witch with Chaos, Martial Artist.
And then PoE1 waiting room.
What?
Yeah.
And PoE1 is gonna be like in 2 months or something, no?
Yeah, waiting room.
Okay. Hardcore random shit can one tap you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna start hardcore this time. So it's just been too long for me, you know, like I haven't really played that much in the last half year. And also like all the new bosses and stuff like that, you know. If you want to do hardcore, you need like some giga, like 10k ES build. And then sure, you can walk in and one tap all the bosses at some point or something. But what's the point, right? Like I want to learn the bosses and I want to see everything. So yeah, old Rudy Wood, I don't know.
You changed.
Nah, it's too many updates. Like for hardcore, you kind of want to know what's going on, and we don't know anything. So if there was a race or some shit, then yeah, I'll probably load up hardcore. But otherwise, no.
All right. Good night, chat. Good night, Woody.
Good night, Nini.
Where's my dog again?
A lot of defense changes. I still need to check out the dog is dead share. Yeah. We redeem for emotes. You can just suggest. Cucumber sync, okay. What? Oh, 7TV. What is this? Scuba.
What is that?
Oh, that looks funny though.
Mm.
Please add. Okay, if you want. Sure. Dude, I have 617 emotes here. What the hell?
I've added like 500, you know.
What does it mean exactly? They're buffing deflection. Yeah, but they still cap it at 95%, so... You know, it's nothing I would ever use in hardcore, basically, right? If you can't reach 100% deflection... Like, I would like to play like a pure evasion build, and then it feels like, okay, you have low life, you get 100% deflection, GG, right? But then they cap it at 95, like, what's the point? Ugh. They spam it in Fab Grants chat, okay. I mean, softcore 95% is fine for me. Smile. Yeah. I wonder if I could ever play like a pure evasion build on hardcore, but I guess not. You always have to go, yes. Yeah, I think actually after I played the Lightning Spear Hunters back in 0.2, I also did some testing, and then I eventually reworked the guide to be ES evasion hybrid as well. Because this going all in on evasion just like didn't work out as well in the end. Like I played with the character and stuff, and I tried to do this deflection stuff, and you know, like it was just impossible to get anywhere close to the tankiness of like having ES. Anyway, where's the crib video? Can someone link it? Pure evasion is bad, even with deflection. Yeah, I mean, if you could like reliably, like, you know, just like in PoE1 they did it right? You have evasion, you have spell suppression, and it kind of works. And then if you want to get maybe some physical mitigation, then you can do like, you know, the fist conversion, or you can do like a lightning coil, or some bullshit like that, right? And it kind of works out. But in PoE, they're like, okay, they're almost there, but then they kept deflection at 95%. Why? just to fuck with you. You know, it's like, I don't understand, man. Okay, 29 minutes.
Hey guys, how's it going? Kriparian here.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Today, I have a promised video for you guys. We're going to talk about solo self-found. Why would you even bother playing it? And it's a pretty interesting topic.
Okay, so I haven't seen this video. But for me, this would be, it's more enjoyable, a better journey. You don't shortcut, you don't cheapen the whole experience, right? You play through the game, every choice matters. You build as a whole, needs to come together as you go. It's just a more rich experience, I think. I've only played as Zev so far, besides like one character where I was like doing some weird shit. And with the 3-man race with a warrior. And I can't imagine myself really going ham on trade. So this is kind of my TLDR. Let's see.
It is one that I think people will have their own personal view of, and I will give you guys my personal view of it. I think, you know, you play video games however you wish, however results in you having the most fun. I am not one to judge, but for me, the idea of solo self-found in action RPGs has really revolutionized my appeal, my love for this type of game, and I kind of want to preach about it in a way because I kind of went through that conversion, and I think a lot of people haven't yet because they haven't really understood the advantages. So let's talk about them. Let's talk about the differences of playing just a normal PoE2 League or whatever ARPG versus solo self-found. And today I'll go over that, and also I'll give you guys a few tips if you do want to play solo self-found in the upcoming PoE2 League or whenever, really. So Ultimately, it kind of came down to I'm really good at trading in video games. You guys might know from videos well over a decade ago. Ultimately, it kind of came down to I'm really good at trading in video games. You guys might know from videos well over a decade ago how I was making crazy amounts of gold in World of Warcraft. It was not just a World of Warcraft thing. I've learned to realize how a lot of game systems and their marketplaces work. And it's pretty easy to exploit. Some of the richest players in Path of Exile, Path of Exile 1 especially, they don't even really play the game. They just trade items or they offer mirror services, and that really results in the highest accumulation of wealth. It is an extreme case, but it does offer an understanding of how it works for most people. Because most people, yes, they still go and play the game, but they also spend a lot of time looking up what items are available, for sale online, what kind of items they can sell, the prices. They're basically playing a part of the game that isn't so much gameplay as it is kind of like playing markets. And for someone like me, I've played so many games, and, even IRL markets, I know a few things. It's at a point where it is a bit samey. That experience that I get from doing it in Path of Exile 2 is hardly different doing it in any game that I've played in the past. And that is a big problem for me. It also is a big problem that... how should I say this? It's a bigger problem in a game like Path of Exile 2 because there's a huge focus on like a new season or a new league. If you look at a game like World of Warcraft, there's kind of like the old hoarders of gold, right? So because there's people that just have hordes of gold because they've been playing for a long time, any kind of activity that you do kind of like siphons off of them. So it doesn't have so much like cutthroat, rat race type of situation as Path of Exile does, because anything you do just generates gold because there's just like gold lying around. Now, when there is a new seasonal reset in Path of Exile 2, it's certainly exciting. It's exciting to play, and trust me, it's plenty exciting to play, even if, you don't engage with the markets. It just is exciting to play because there's lots of new stuff to do and experience. But because there is this economy reset, the entire game, if you wish to play optimally, becomes one enormous rat race. Because this happens every single league. There becomes activities that you do that are crazy profitable, and having really strong characters really early and getting into that often before it's nerfed results in incredible amount of wealth gain. So this results in a few things. The first is there is an incredible pressure on playing a very overpowered build. I see this as a downside because you often don't get to tailor what you actually want to play. Like if you are a minion enjoyer, for example, and minions do not seem to be very good next season, and by the way, they don't, you are going to shoot yourself in the foot if you try to play a type of build that you like, because you're going to have to play the really OP stuff if you want to be, kind of top tier, if you really want to play optimally. There is also a huge pressure on profitable farming. Now, this might be a bit of an alien concept to those that haven't played Solo Self-Found, but for now, let's just leave it with the example that we had in a previous season in Path of Exile with the new temple that they had, and kind of making those like crazy long snakes and just like basically pumping out divines. Basically, if you don't do that, you are going to be very poor. You're almost wasting your time even playing the game if you want to play optimally and kind of maintain a reasonable level of wealth in the game. And on one hand, that can be kind of cool because you're often engaging with, new mechanics. Not always, though. But in my opinion, this is also a negative because it usually pushes you very heavily into doing kind of like a singular activity. Now, to be fair, the singular activities in Path of Exile, they can have pretty rich levels of depth, so it's not like it's boring, but it's not like you're experiencing the entirety of the game. You're really hyper-focusing on one part of it. And there, of course, is an immense pressure on playtime. Like, if you're doing the first two things really, really well, but you're not playing like, 10, 15-hour days at league start, well, the other guys that are going to be ahead of you, and often far ahead of you. And that is a little bit of a problem because a huge amount of wealth is gained in the early days if you have a strong presence in the factors that I mentioned. And there's another thing that I think is also a pretty big negative for me, that several game systems just kind of fail if you trade. One of those is the skill gems, for example. The skill gems offer a pretty interesting and meaningful level of progression in the game, where you get a certain skill gem, and then, you kind of move up a few map tiers because you gain that much power, and then you get that type of skill gem. You go to like 18, then you go to the higher maps, you find level 19 skill gems. So you kind of like, follow the progression of the game. And trading many different ways, this is just one example, really does kind of cheat that progression quite a bit. The idea that you often are pushed to do one mechanic is one that has been very true in Path of Exile's history. It's not one that I can point so easily as I can to the temple in the previous league, but it usually is a case where people find a very efficient type of farming strategy, and that usually doesn't engage with very much of the game. And when they find that efficient strategy, sometimes it's a combination of using like certain tablets or certain maps or certain builds or just certain activities, certain mechanics, whatever it is. You see a lot of videos out there, I did this and got this much divine per hour or something like that. It usually is like a hyper-focus method. So it doesn't necessarily have to be pushed within the game, but the game, how they naturally work, if you want to maximize your divines per hour, you are once again kind of in that trap of